So now we're going on the Horizon versus.
We see. I see Demise and Demice in my on the overlay. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think
yeah, I don't even see the overlay. Okay.
I think we're only doing what, 2 of the round 2 matches today.
I
We
think.
have
Yeah.
2 more,
Okay,
and we
okay.
have the Demise versus Demice A team, B team, or varsity junior varsity matchup, and then
Junior varsity.
and then we got Exhaust versus BaldSquad just won, so they'll be going against them.
All right, cool.
And it looks like for the first time tonight, I mean, this is round 2, so just to reiterate, in case you guys haven't taken a look at the rules yet, there is going to be a new pool of killers for this round since it's a different round. We have Doctor, Deathslinger, Hag, Wraith, and Pinhead. So, get to see some new killers now.
Do we know what 2 killers are being played this first round between these 2 teams?
Yes. So for Demise versus Demice, it's still weird saying both of those in the same sentence. We have Wraith and Deathslinger, which
Interesting.
Yeah, it's
Holy shit.
fun killer. They're fun killers to watch.
Yeah.
Definitely fun killers to watch. And then for the second matchup, it looks like we're gonna have Pinhead and Wraith.
Ooh. Get to see some Pinhead. I'm
Actually
actually
fun
pretty
matchups.
interested to see Deathslinger, to be honest.
Yeah, Sam. I feel like I've never seen Slinger in comp, and it's something I've always kind of wanted to see. So
Yeah.
I'm pretty stoked for it.
I don't know how they're going. Like, you know, yeah, it's oh shit. I
So-
don't even know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny too because there's 2 things that that Deathslinger has going on. So, one, he's kind of like evolved into this pretty reliable and consistent killer where like he's so good, or he has been at least so good in shutting off certain loops because he gets Prison Chains is an insane add-on. For those of you who don't know, that means when you hit a shot on a survivor, basically the duration of the time you can drag them or reel them in is increased. You know, I forget what the exact number is, but it gives you that time to basically shoot someone like through a tile or over a loop and then almost be able to secure it down if they're injured. Along with, you know, the common add-on that you combine that with is green reload speed, which is pretty much necessary on him against good survivors. But the thing that I was going to say is we haven't seen him play that much since he just got his adjustment, whatever you want to call it, nerf, his ADS nerf.
Yeah.
So I actually am curious to see how he does against these teams with his ADS being slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm curious about too, because I know like beforehand he was. I mean, I think he still does this somewhat, but beforehand it was like, you know, you just your existence was like, it was like zoning because, you know, you had to worry about being quick scoped all the time. Like he can still scope pretty fast. Like it's not instant anymore, but I still feel like he has like he still has the insane zoning. It's just a little bit less. And I feel like that little bit less might be enough for people like I mean, if anyone could punish that little bit less, it would be comp players. So like that's kind of what I'm interested in seeing.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm interested to see how risky they play with him. Because you can play him in risky ways. There are risky shots. I don't expect to see too much.
I
honestly don't.
Yeah.
Like just with how safe zoning in general is, I don't expect to see it. But maybe, you know, maybe some juicer crackhead sees the opportunity and they go for it and it works. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm super curious. I'm actually extremely interested in seeing Wraith as well, just with his changes.
Yeah.
His buff.
And the other thing I'll point out too is we're gonna see them on some pretty fun maps as well.
Yeah,
Deathslinger being played on Azerov's resting place, which is
Ooh,
notorious 3-gen map. If you hold down one side, it's going to be tough for the survivors to get past that. Especially with him being a range killer, he can kind of stand in the middle if he gets someone in an area of where he wants them to be and kind of hold them off from crossing over through that middle. And then for Wraith, we have him on Dead Dog Saloon, which is actually an insane map for him, especially with his newer buffs of his increased movement speed and a couple of his add-ons getting tweaked. He is very good on that map.
Yeah, that feels like a good map for him. A lot of the pallets in that map are not like mega safe like a lot of the other maps. So like, yeah, it feels like the mobility and like the ability to sneak up on people means he probably, I imagine that there's one map that you know like comp Wraith could probably do well on. It would probably be like either like an indoor map or that one, you know. And even indoor map like that probably seems like the best one. I imagine they'll probably have some good games of Wraith on him on that one. I'm kind of curious to see. So
Yeah, for Wraith match, you can expect since he does have that increased movement speed by default now, don't really have to run Windstorm anymore. So a lot of the time we'll see Shadow Dance Serpent, which basically allows you to vault windows or kick pallets faster, almost like a built-in brutal strength or fire up. And then the Serpent add-on, which is only a brown add-on, but it actually lets you uncloak as you kick a pallet or a gen, and you can catch some people off guard, especially on a map like Dead Dog. You're at those unsafe pallets, you kick it real quick, and you are right on them. So his downing potential actually increases enormously with those add-ons.
yeah, it makes it so you get so much less distance from throwing pallets, man. Like he can break a pallet and just be on your ass immediately. It's
Yep.
I love that add-on combo. It's you can even probably do some cheeky shit with all the breakable doors too. Even you know, like you can cloak up, break a door, and then just come out of cloak like instantly, and you might catch people off guard. There's so much cool stuff that you could probably do with that. So hopefully we see some cheeky plays with it.
And on top of all the killer nonsense, that we also have the added layer of the motherfucking the 8th grade and the 7th graders playing together. You know,
True, true, dude. Yeah, that's cool as well. The fact that these guys are literally like, you know, I don't know what you want to call them, like sister teams or whatever the fuck, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, it's really cool to see, you know. I'm hoping to see more friendly BMing than usual, you know.
Oh, for sure. I wouldn't expect that. Like
With how
I
French
wouldn't
Fry
expect
was
anything
playing
else.
last time, dude.
Exactly.
You better believe, please. It should be pretty interesting, I think, honestly. Do we know what killer we're gonna start with, or is that up to them to decide?
Wraith, I believe.
I believe, yeah, we're starting with Wraith for this match and then Deathslinger second.
Okay, that sounds good. Looks like we're almost ready. We're just chilling in the lobby. We have a couple people ready. They're all just they're talking about rats in the chat. So I don't know, man. We'll be there soon. I mean, I guess Demice should probably talk about mice and rats, right? So it's pretty fair. So we have this set and then one more set today, and then we're doing everything else tomorrow, right? Tomorrow we have both the other 2 quarterfinal games, and then we have 2 semifinals and then finals, right? So that's 5 sets total. I guess we're doing 5 sets each day, but the finals are going to be like it seems like a double set, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it should be double.
Yeah. So it'll be
on Sunday.
Yeah, it'll be twice as many games. So we'll have a little bit of a longer stream on Sunday. And dude, I'm pumped, man. This has actually been so fucking fun. I've been enjoying this so much, dude.
As the killers evolve, it gets more and more exciting, and again, especially with these teams that are going to be obviously moving on, typically the more experienced teams. You see the full-on meta happening, and one mistake is the swing point of the match. So it's exciting.
We're finally getting into the game.
Yeah,
I can't even. I mean, I guess we can already expect some perks. I can already imagine. I don't want to say anything, but
yeah, I mean, we'll see.
This is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be very, very interesting.
Something that I do think is like noteworthy, because we're talking about perks, and you know we've been discussing the whole like Ruin Undying thing all day.
Mm-hmm.
Dead Dog has some pretty damn good totem spawns. You know, sometimes it's a fucking struggle. Sometimes they'll bury them in weird ass places. Again, I'm sure these guys are all very aware of totem spawns, so like no matter how weird it is, I'm sure they know about them. But I think the sheer like number of totem spawns are just insane on Dead Dog. Like I know, for instance, a lot of the new indoor maps, like I'm pretty sure Midwich has like upwards of like 70 some potential totem spawns. Like it's insane. So I'd imagine Dead Dog probably has like a high number as well. Like I don't know what it is, but I'm sure it probably has like a high number. And you know, I think that might play a big role in you know, like the actual perk selection and how well people can counter it.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Well, he does have Serpent and Shadow Dance, so that's a thing. As you guys saw right there, he like kicked through that wall super fast while uncloaking, and then he had to recloak. So that's basically what his add-ons do. He's gonna do it here too. That should come in pretty useful. Oh,
already found somebody. Interesting.
Yeah, I think he's just still getting rid of these walls though, which is probably pretty smart.
And he can afford to do that. It's
Yeah.
fast as fuck.
Yeah, those walls are so fucking obnoxious to deal with mid chase too.
Yeah.
Well, see what he can do here. Okay.
Ooh.
Gets the initial hit. That's really, really good. We'll see what he... Oh, that's so risky, French fry.
Oh,
I think he must have banked on him actually finishing his cloak, and then he was going to run back. But that was a really good like catch by Ultra to like catch him like trying to punish that and then canceling the cloak. That's a rough start, man. Oof. Already a... I'm also surprised he didn't basement him. He had basement right beside him. That could have been like a free basement.
Maybe.
Is he trying to bait him into dropping? He's trying to bait him into dropping. Didn't quite get it, but
He still hasn't. I mean, I guess he knew he wouldn't get out fast enough.
yeah.
But it seems like maybe he knows the timing. Oh, a swing and a motherfucking miss.
I do think it's worth mentioning that Wraith recently did get nerfed slightly. The like speed boost you get when coming out of cloak was reduced by like I think it was like a quarter of a second or something. So like that swing he just went for right there might have been a muscle memory thing. That might have been a swing you got last patch. Whereas this patch you wouldn't get it. Because honestly, it felt like that might have been a thing.
The pallet here?
Nope,
She's
no
going
pallet.
down. She has nothing.
Yeah, he can body block this window with his extra speed. She doesn't have a pallet there.
She has one here, but it's
But this
super
one's
short.
not, not very strong.
Yeah,
This is the thing about these pilots is that you don't really have to break them, but although like his add-ons makes it so he can, right? He literally can, but he can basically zone her and then break it, and then like he loses no distance.
Exactly.
That's why
There's nothing she could do there.
Yeah, this add-on combination is actually like insane. Like you get so little distance from pallet kicks.
These downs have been pretty fucking fast. That's 2 hooks already, and
Yeah, right. What one gen done? Honestly, it's so fast.
right, catching somebody else.
There's a Felix. If it's raining men, there's a fucking Felix falling down here.
Committed, that was good. He hesitated.
Yeah.
But he makes it to pallet at least.
Yep. But even then, you can just shred through him. You know.
Immediately breaks it. Gets out.
Oh,
speedy,
the same window from before, dude. Not like
free
this.
hit. That's actually insane.
Yep. Gets another hit on him. He's getting another down on him too. That's gonna be his second hook state too.
Ooh, that was actually. Damn.
That was cheeky. Yeah, you give him the reach around there. That
was nice.
Yeah, that's hard to do. Like that might have looked like easy, but that's hard to do. To like make sure you don't hit the guy getting unhooked is actually pretty difficult. So touche to him. French fries on death hook now, so that's actually really sketchy. Like for the survivors, they got to be careful.
Going to the locker.
Oh well, she got out. I wonder if she's going for head-on plays again. Do you think she kept it on the whole time? I kind of want to check whenever we have free time.
To the locker.
I'm not sure. I mean, Paige was that was who was running head-on during the last match, but I assume that was more of a meme thing because the game was already over. But maybe she still has it. I don't know. I mean, it was a good play. Again, these pallets, all these pallets are like 50-50, where if you guess the drop, yeah.
And with how quick he is, like holy shit.
I'm surprised he didn't cancel the uncloak and kick it. I think that would have been good zoning, but... Ooh, what the fuck?
Pogo.
That was definitely some Poco shit right there, dude. That was fucked up.
Jesus.
Yeah, I want to check real quick. Okay, Paige does not have head on. Just to confirm.
She has a... Was that her? She has a
yeah, that was her. Yeah. Yep, she does have a flashbang. Yep, but no head on. So I think that's why she got in the locker was for the flashbang, not the head on. That makes sense.
I would love to see him get cut by a flashbang. I sure would.
Same.
I sure would.
They need to be really careful to make sure that French fry doesn't get found here because he's on death hook right now. So if he manages to find French fry at any point,
Smart.
Yeah, that was really right there again. The power of the add-ons. I mean, it didn't get him a hit, but it forced the pallet down instantly, which is still really good. I mean, that's still good value regardless.
How quickly he breaks this and catches up is actually absurd.
Yeah, he's a fucking machine, dude.
Christ.
He's so fast. He kicks shit, catches up. You're immediately the next tile. He's gonna kick it. Like you're just gonna run out of resources eventually, you know?
Jeez. I mean, this is wasting some time.
Yeah, Squid's doing a pretty good job of. That was a good reaction and cancel.
And I don't think she has anything back here, right?
Yeah, there's a window on the other side of that, but that's it. And that's French fry. That's probably not worth it. I would say it would probably be more worth it to let Squid die there, because now he can focus on French fry, which he will do. Because he can just focus on French fry now, and French fry's on death hook. So, and these tiles are not very strong.
Oof.
Yeah, like he gets that pallet, but what more does he have? Like,
yeah.
he has he does have a pallet here.
But it's just going to go down.
Ooh, that was a
He's gonna zone
smart
him out,
vault.
so he doesn't have anywhere to go.
Yeah, that was a really good prediction vault. Like the fact that he insta vaulted it to like get distance. But yeah, he's gonna be dead.
Jeez.
He's gonna be dead too. Like I would almost argue that maybe it might have been better to let Squid go down rather than taking the hit and then dying, because now you're on death hook, right? Like now you're down an entire survivor.
Probably. I don't really know. He has a shit ton going for him. Yeah, that was the flashbang. The flashbang's gone.
Yep. 2 gens still left too, so it's not like the game's over yet. And I feel like it's pretty safe to like I think we can talk at this point about the fact that he has no way out as well. So
yeah, like he has that security.
And
he's
no
right,
end.
and he's fast as fuck. So making something happen with no way out if he gets to that point is pretty fucking realistic.
Yep, like I think like the end game build might actually benefit really well here. He's using his speed boost to get around.
Get the hit.
Yep, gets the hit on her.
These loops, like majority of these loops are just outside to where he usually has some sort of advantage if he breaks it or just comes out of cloak.
Yeah, these are really tough to play. Like it comes down to like basically a coin flip where you got to just basically predict what he's going to do correctly, but he's been doing a really good job of just playing it smart.
Basically has nothing here.
This is a weird little standoff of this window. He's going to leave though. He's going to go up to the ace.
Yeah.
This might end up in a 4K. This is feeling like I'm smelling a 4K. He's got a lot of perks that are still gonna help him out too.
Jesus.
Yeah. Everyone's been hooked at least once. Oh, the flashbang! Didn't get the burn, so that's good.
I like the idea.
Yeah, same. I like the idea too, because I'm pretty sure flashbangs can also burn stun wraith if he's close enough to them. So he kind of had to like run the fuck away for a second to avoid being burned. So, oh, man, there's the he found the DS. He found it.
It saves him some time, but I don't really know what she's going to do. He just left her.
Yeah, I think he's probably gonna try to protect the gens. There's only one left, so I think he wants to try to stop him from being done. I think is the play here. Well, I think he was thinking about it, but he decided, fuck it, never mind.
Yeah, now he's got her again.
There's no, like, dude, he shred through all these pallets. Like, this whole area back here is is just a massive dead zone. Like, all that safe play earlier where they kind of just ran to the pallets and threw them, like, the add-ons he has, he just shreds through them so quickly that now the whole map's just like a big-ass dead zone.
It didn't really save it. Like, it's fucking crazy.
Yep.
He caught another one already.
Yep. Injured survivor.
There's nothing back here.
Yeah, there might be like one pallet somewhere over here, but not close enough. Yeah, he's just gonna go down. Oof, dude. Oof. It's just constant pressure now, man. It's constant pressure. Even if they manage to finish the gen, I imagine Squid's probably going for the save. No, Squid's just finishing the gen. Ooh. See, even if he does this, all it's gonna do is activate Noed, and also he has Bitter Murmur too. He has literally the perfect build for this situation. Like he has Bitter Murmur, Noed, and No Way Out. This him doing this gen. Look, he's just gonna look over, see his aura. He has Noed now. Oh wait, he had adrenaline though. Ollie had adrenaline. Okay,
I respect the commitment to the gen, just to try and guarantee another point rather than just dying and shit for it.
That is true. Yeah, the adrenaline play also does come in. He'll get the down on him, but like at this point, I don't really know what you do. I mean, Squid might try to hide or something. Yeah, maybe he'll become a bush. Yeah, he'll be. Yeah, I think this become a bush is really all you can do at this point.
Honestly,
I'll just looking for him.
He's just gonna leave him slug, so there's no hatch. He's just gonna look for him and try to find him eventually.
Yeah, if he tries to touch a door, it's gonna alert him, so he can't do that either because of No Way Out. So
where is Miss? There they are. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, he's still.
And they're probably they probably I'm imagining they probably assume No Way Out as well, to be honest. It's
most likely.
They know it's strong. Oh, he found scratch marks though.
Yeah.
Oh,
look at him. He's like, wait a minute.
I didn't even know that little cubby hole was back there. Holy shit.
Yeah, he got him. He got him. That's it. Yeah.
This was extremely dominating.
Yeah, it was.
They literally couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
I don't know what they should have done different, to be honest.
I think the turning point was French Fry taking that hit. I really think that was I think that was the biggest mistake. I think the fact that he was on death hook, I think they really needed to play safer with him and not have him like I think they should have made sure he was like safe, right? They should have been calling out the killer's position to make sure that he wasn't near them. I think the second he revealed himself and took a hit, the killer was like, "Oh, you're on death hook? I'll take that kill." And he got the kill, and then from there it was just 3v1. Like that 3v1 difference is just so big. And I think from there it just snowballed.
That's crazy. I'm interested to see how the B team performs after this. Like, I wonder. I'm wondering if they will even achieve the same thing. If it's all the same, then I'm assuming they will, because it seems like there's not much way around it. Like, I honestly don't know what the fuck you do.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
This
like,
map, it's actually crazy how good this map is for Wraith, man. I never really realized until I like watched this. Like, god damn, this is strong.
Fuck. This seems really, really rough. Like, I honestly don't know the proper way to play against it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's tough for sure.
Jesus Christ.
Well, GG's. We'll get the lobby set up for the next game. God damn, dude. God damn.
Fuck.
What a match.
Like,
What a
there's
match.
just not even much to talk about, because it was just dominating. Like, holy,
Right?
that was literally the cuckening.
Yeah, it was actually the cuckening.
Fuck.
It feels like, man, like how do you properly play that though? Like if the killer has Shadow Dance and Serpent, and he just like cloaks up at every pallet, it becomes like the situation where you have to just like, I guess you can try to get greedy and like predict his plays, but as long as he has good reactions, then you probably can't do anything really. He's just gonna shred through the pallets. I feel like it comes down to like good like macro play, basically, like how well you split up, do the gens, who you allow to get chased, and that's what I'm gonna keep coming back to. I still feel like that was where they fucked up. I think that part where Squid was getting chased, I think they should have just let him go down and then just played off that. I think would have probably been better.
I would have loved to have seen them trying to take really trying to take advantage of having flashbang and trying to do something with it, because it seemed like they always come to a point to where it was like a standoff at a pallet and he was invis. Like, obviously he could just like run away as soon as the flashbang happens, but that's him running away.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, maybe, you know, it just naturally didn't happen in that game due to the cuckening that was going on. Like, I don't like, it just seemed like it wasn't up to them what they were allowed to do. It was up to the Wraith.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, he was in control for sure. He was calling the shots 100%. Yep, I agree.
So,
Another example of kind of like the evolution of the balancing for comp there. This tournament specifically, like I mentioned earlier, has specific balancing for each killer, meaning killer can only bring in whatever perks they're allowed and whatever add-ons they're allowed. Obviously, on the other side, the survivors have a list of perks that they're not allowed to run. So before, what we have currently with more specific targeted or tailored balancing, whatever you want to call it, the counter to that, what we just saw, was to almost have a designated hit taker where they bring in, if a med kit's allowed, they have a med kit, back up on healing perks, and that guy, whoever's getting chased, that guy takes a hit, runs away, heals as fast as he can, gets back, takes another hit, and you have the two other people working on gens. So as you can tell, Wraith does a lot better when you kind of don't really have that option, and everyone's kind of forced on, you know, to play for themselves, because if you don't have that designated hit taker, which is obviously kind of the most effective way to counter M1 killers who have to hit you twice to down you and can't really do it any better than that.
yeah.
I mean, you're forced to get creative, and I mean, like Ralph said, I think they were actually onto something with the flashbang. Maybe that would have slowed him down a little bit or stalled him, but it's not easy on a map like I was telling you guys. It's not easy on a map like this where when you have that add-on combo, it is brutal to go against at those loops.
Yeah, honestly, like, it's kind of like Ralph said. It just felt like the Wraith was in full control, man.
Yeah.
Like every loop, it's like it's not on the survivors to play it right. It's on the killer to play it right. And if he plays it right, then you just get fucked. Is what it feels like. Or like at best, like I feel like best case scenario is you throw the pallet, he shreds through it, and then you're forced to throw the pallet. Like you're forced to throw the next pallet almost immediately. It's just it's such a rough situation to be in, man. So yeah, that would definitely make sense about like the designated like hit taker. That's kind of an interesting strat. I'd be curious to see if were you saying that's still allowed? Like, is that still allowed with like the current settings?
So if you're gonna do it, you got to get creative, because so for instance, in this tournament against Wraith, survivor perks banned include botany knowledge, desperate measures, inner strength, leader, self-care, boon, circle of healing. Like, there's only so many healing perks that you can use against a killer, and with all those banned, like, you have to get creative if you're gonna have someone taking hits. The other thing I was gonna say was, one of the perks that's become pretty popular on a lot of M1 killers like Wraith is Force Penance, because you know, if there's going to be a hit taker or just anyone on the team who is going to be taking hits throughout throughout the match, those people are going to be staying broken for, I believe it's what, 90 seconds?
90 seconds now, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
which is a long time. And if you, it's not even about them really staying injured and, you know, you being able to continue chasing them. Like, you might find them on a gen in the middle of nowhere and they can't heal. They're just stuck injured, and it's that much more pressure for you to get a quick down.
Yep, as a Wraith too, that's one of the things he benefits from, you know, is having people be like one shot and being able to find them out of position, you know. I think he kind of excels at that, as catching people out of position. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of interesting. It'd be interesting if we see some stuff like that happen, but yeah, it feels like it would probably be hard to like make a designated hitter now with all those perks being taken away.
No med kit allowed, no items allowed. You can't have someone with a flashlight running around trying to burn him the entire time. This is what more tailored balancing looks like. It's definitely a lot more difficult for the survivors, and it's not just you know, top tier survivor gameplay running over the killers all the time.
Yeah, for sure. Which is way more interesting. I think that's really cool. I think they got to get really creative and really like use their heads and come up with a good strategy. So I'm curious to see, because right now we're gonna have the A team going up against the B team killer. So like hypothetically, like, you know, hypothetically, this should be like the better team going against the worst team in theory. So I'm curious to see like if they'll have like a strategy that is like really good. I'm curious if they'll show us something that like works really well against it, you know?
I'm not sure. Honestly with that, like, it seems like that, like the way that Wraith played, it was kind of like fail proof almost. Like, they would have to do some crazy fucking just nonsense that I can't even imagine to actually do anything about what he was doing. Like, it seems absurd. I'm really not expecting anything different. I'm assuming everything that we see is going to be the same, just obviously due to the nature of the teams. You know, they're essentially the same team. Yeah, I'm just, maybe something goes wrong. Who knows?
Yeah,
we'll find out.
Yeah,
I'm also interested to see how big of a difference watching this is, and then moving on to the Deathslinger matches and seeing the pace. That's going to be super interesting.
Yeah. Agreed. I'm excited, man. I am excited. All right, we in there.
Ooh, slop.
I mean, they're gonna find that out quick.
No, I was thinking about like sloppy joes for dinner. Probably.
No, they're yeah. I think it's cool to say that sloppy butcher. They're gonna find that shit out real fucking quick. I mean, sloppy butcher. That's interesting. I think
it is.
I think that's personally, like, when it comes to just like randomly like random pub games, I love sloppy on like basically any like stealth killer is like always like a go-to for me. So that's interesting that he decided to run it.
And the add-ons are the same, correct?
Yeah, same exact add-ons.
Sure.
And also he has bamboozle too, which is interesting as well. So
this is a completely different build, but I'm not sure why.
Yeah, it feels like it's more like early mid game oriented rather than the last one.
I don't know, like just we saw, you know, in the last game the lack of need for sloppy or bamboozle.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the purpose is or the thought process behind it.
I think the thought process might be. I mean, I'm just gonna throw.
I'm gonna security.
I'm just gonna spitball that I feel like the idea is like once you start eliminating a lot of the pallets and stuff, it feels like one of the safe areas to go would be the main building, right? Because it kind of has some okay windows that could waste time. So maybe that's why bamboozle's there, is to get rid of that kind of thing. Oh my god, he almost like, I think he Goomba stomped her. He literally fucking treated her like a Goomba out here. But he's gonna this is gonna be still a pretty long chase. He's at the main building. Well, I'm surprised he committed to the cloak there. I think if he would have just stayed uncloaked and chased her, he would have like maybe gotten a hit or at least forced that pallet.
The only thing he immediately broke was the door up top when we first started, but that wasn't even during a chase. I don't think. I don't know.
He should. Oh, not quite, dude. He's gonna go down though. That was a good run though. All things considered, that was a good run. They got 2 gens done. Teammates are kind of nearby, scurrying around. He's gonna secure this hook, but it definitely took a minute. It took a minute, and they didn't get rid of too many pallets. Oh, there's a 3rd gen. God damn.
Jeez, it's already going completely different. Like the last game, they were in complete control. He's already taken a bit more time than the in the first strafe to even get it down, but he's getting basement at least, I guess.
Yeah, he did. He at least got the basement hook, but at this point, it's tough because like, what do you do? Do you try to lock down that basement? Because if so, there's only 2 gens left. Like that can get done pretty quickly.
Interesting. He actually he caught them. I didn't think they'd actually commit.
Yeah.
I thought they might have seen him as well. This could be good for him.
Here's interesting though. What's he do here? Does he commit to this or does he go back to basement? I think he might at least get. Oh, he kind of got stuck for a little bit there.
Good. Stuck.
Yeah, dude. A lot of these tiles are weird, man. You get like you're a foot snagged on shit when you're trying to loop around it. It's weird. I hate it. I think that's what happened to him. I think he was trying to hug the wall and then he kind of got snagged up a little bit. He could have got a hit there. It was really close.
I'm assuming they would literally just committed on the gens the entire time. There was no reason not to.
Yeah, he's kind of patrolling basement. Oh, actually, someone's getting the save.
Shit.
Yeah, and the other 2 are both doing gens. So
interesting.
They did get the save though. I would guess that Aaron Nova's probably the like designated bar timer. It feels like that's probably usually how it goes. Is like because only one person can have it. I imagine like they probably send whoever has it down to get the.
He almost missed her. Oh no, he could. He
missed her. Can have it.
Actually gotten her.
Yeah, I think he could have too. Yeah.
He should be able to get her here though. She doesn't make this.
Yeah. She does go down. And that's going to be her second stage, right? That was the same person. Yeah, it was GP that was hooked. So yeah. Whoa, just kidding. He discovered the DS. He found it.
That's so fucking unfortunate. That's just unlucky. That's actually unlucky. That could have been. I mean, I wonder if that's planned partially.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it would be planned for her to like get found to be chased first, but lack of no way out's kind of depressing.
Exactly. This was a completely different game.
And they broke Noah, dude. Oh no.
This was.
Yeah. This is curtains for this guy,
Jeez.
dude. Oof. He's gonna try to get it. He's gonna try to down GPU here, but even then, they got the stun. They're all just gonna run out the gate. That's it.
Yeah,
God damn, dude. That was wild. I mean,
what happened?
I do think French Fry, like, I think there was a couple like misplays. There was a couple missteps, but I think this was just generally like just outstanding play from Survivor, dude. Holy,
I guess it was just an entirely different like start that just led to an entirely different pace.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's crazy.
Like
I didn't expect that at all.
Yep, all the pallets just feel like they got a little bit more value.
Yeah.
It felt like there was a couple little like hiccups in like his decision making. Again, that you're not wrong that he got really unlucky about DS. He happened to find the one survivor that had DS and that he picked up and got hit by it. So even if that DS didn't come through though, I mean, it was still like by that time it was still just it felt like the A team was just really good at being able to take advantage of like the pallets and like just being able to get a little bit more value out of them, right? Like obviously they weren't like completely dicking on them, but they were just buying a little bit more time, right? Like I felt like every pallet they were able to use it a little bit longer, and even just like getting that little bit of extra time out of each one feels like it's such a big difference maker in the grand scheme of things, Like I think that's the difference between 1 gen popping before a down or 3 gens popping before a down, and that's huge.
That was nuts. That's crazy. I'm interested to see how these Deathslinger games go.
Yeah.
I don't know what to expect. I don't even know what to expect with the perks, to be honest. I actually don't. I mean, maybe the typical fucking NWO, but outside of that, I'm not really sure because it's Deathslinger. Like, I don't know if there's something super interesting or
I don't
know. I don't know what's banned on him either. I wonder what they like. I know he mentioned the add-on earlier.
Yeah. So
what's banned?
For Deathslinger, no perks are banned, and only ultra rare add-ons are banned. So anything purple or below, he gets to use.
So there's the potential of actually seeing something pretty fucking interesting because all the perks are available to him. I'm extremely curious.
Yeah,
this could be good.
I imagine we're probably going to see a lot of the same, but I'd be curious too. Like again, things like monitor can't really be used on him in any meaningful way anymore since his terror radius is big now. I don't really I can't really imagine anything that would be like maybe Stabiffle, but even that probably not. I don't know. I guess it's possible. I feel like that's more of like a ramping up perk though, whereas I feel like in like a comp game, you're not going to want something that ramps up. You're probably going to want something that gets you value like immediately or like is like a strong end game, I mean, I guess it's possible, but I don't know.
It's been used. It's been used before. It's definitely a possibility, but I think definitely going to see corrupt. Definitely gonna see more than likely the no way out, no ed combo. It's too safe, too consistent to not run it really in most cases. And you know, it's maybe, yeah, I mean, you could see some sort of, you know, similar, a perk like brutal, a perk like, I mean, I've seen sloppy on him sometimes, force penance sometimes. It's really kind of up to, I guess, what the killer is comfortable with. But if not that, then the other sort of build that was popular with him, but is way more of a gamble that people used to run was like Ruin Undying or Ruin Haunted. Because, you know, being able to range, being able to have that ranged attack and kind of quickly scope in and catch someone around a loop. You know, if they happen to gamble wrong on the totems, you can get some pretty good value out of that. So we'll see what they opt for here.
Yeah, I think a lot of things could happen, so I'm curious to see too.
Same.
I will say though that French Fry is gonna need a fucking crazy performance if they're gonna want a chance here, because that was I don't know exactly what the scores are without changing scenes, but I imagine they're probably pretty in the favor of Demise over Demice, which is again hard to say, but because that was those were two like very opposite performances from as far as the games go. So
looks like the score is Demise, which was the Survivor team that just played, 41, and Demice 12. So yeah, they basically need a perfect game here.
And remember that Demice is the one that completely dominated the first round too. Like they were the one that where the final game was like was like a show match because they won by so much. So the fact that they're now on the opposite side is like, it goes to show like how crazy this team that we're watching is. I think like with Demise, the A team. I think it goes to show how nuts they are, to be honest. I'm kind of excited to see if they can maybe like even it out a little bit more. Or, I mean, winning like at this point, I feel like winning is gonna be really like they would have to do some crazy shit to get a win here.
I mean, they basically have to play perfectly both
times.
I
Yeah,
mean,
both times.
Potentially both times, depending on how poorly it goes for the A team here potentially.
Yeah, because that's essentially what Demise did last game was they played both like perfectly both sides. Their killer 4K'd, their survivors all four got out with like very like, you know, obviously all the other things in between were pretty solid too. Like it was just overall good on both sides. Whereas, yeah, I think they're gonna need literally the exact opposite now. So
this is gonna be tense. Like they French Fry. I mean, he can't fuck up. Like it's on him. It's literally on him. There's a lot of pressure. There's money on the line. He don't want to get juiced.
Yeah. Oh. He's got to show him why he belongs on the A team. You know.
True. He's got to show him that this French Fry ain't got no salt.
I was waiting for you to make some dumb French fry joke about ketchup or some shit.
I've been trying to think about it the entire time.
I could tell.
I've been thinking.
I can tell by the way you've been talking that you've been thinking about it.
Oh shit! Here we go. Interesting.
Okay, I see that one perk. I'm not gonna comment on it until it gets revealed, but that's interesting. He does have the add-ons that Justin was talking about. He has the ones where you can like basically it takes longer to break out of his chains when he hooks you, and then also faster reload. So both just I think good add-ons, like nothing crazy, just really good.
True, and he does have the map itself going for him. This is just a 3-gen city essentially. Oh shit!
I don't know if he saw the guy behind the tree, but it doesn't matter. We got someone here.
Okay, he gets a hit here.
Yeah, free hit for Slinger.
Interesting. There's a hit. Ooh, probably had to reload first. Fuck.
You're already thinking about the next shot.
Yeah, no, I was like, he could have shot that over top of that car and hit him on the top of the hitbox.
He'll probably pre-throw this, right?
There's a lot of different places here where he could get a shit ton of shots.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, Deathslinger, the collision is extremely small on his projectile, and he can get a lot of shit, but he's not getting shit.
And they're going to play really safe and pre-throw, which is probably really smart. Just get distance. I mean, that's even there, pre-throw. This pallet isn't even safe pre-throw, though. You can get a hit here even after the throw.
This right here, good.
Yep, and down he goes. Yeah, that's why, dude. Slinger is just like, even after the nerf, man, like, he's just so dominant, dude.
Oh, come on, bro. Let us see some spicy shit. I respect going for it. Holy fuck.
He went for the juice. He went for it.
Almost had that too. That was scary.
Yeah. And hey, you got a hook in the basement too, which is good. And that's by all 3 of the block gens. So like
exactly.
this kind of like setting up for a potential 3 gen possibly.
Hey, like this is home. This is motherfucking home.
Yep, he found home base, dude. He settled it.
Oh, and somebody decided to fucking trespass. They're actually making it into the basement. I wonder if they have
They actually might be able to. They might be able to get the hook and get out without going down. He has to hit him and then hit him with a follow-up shot. Is he gonna try to? What's he trying to do here?
Oh.
No, there's no way, right? He's trying to buy out borrowed time. Oh, he's gonna hold him.
Oh,
he's gonna hold him in the chain.
Smart. Oh, to bringing him back down like a fucking holy lord.
Does he have DS though? Well, it was GPUs last time, so I think he might be thinking it's the same thing. He might be thinking, okay, GPUs had it last time, so like, what's he trying to signal to him? He's saying, get in my basement. Get in my basement.
Yeah, he can't pick him up because he's against the wall.
Oh,
damn.
Okay,
Fuck,
okay,
that's
okay.
unfortunate. That's fuck.
Good sportsmanship there from Ed though to climb away.
Yeah, he probably didn't realize for a second. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have either. I mean, hell, we didn't.
Yeah. I thought he was just memeing around because they know each other, you know. I thought he was like, get in my basement, boy. But there you go. He's gonna be on second now, so that's a little bit dangerous. And there's only 2 gens done, so if he can get Ed dead like relatively soon, that could be a good start to the game that he needs, honestly.
Sure, and getting that middle gen is extremely important.
Yeah.
Splitting up the map like that, and then yeah, that's extremely important.
Yeah, he has like this kind of 3 gen here that he needs to protect.
Here.
Yeah, is he gonna go for the shot in? I'm surprised he didn't ADS
Ooh.
there. He could have like maybe went for a shot or at least zoned him, but I think he's just trying to.
Just riskier because if he missed, then it's even safer than it already fucking is.
Yeah, he might try to do the same thing here with him, where he shoots him and then holds him.
Damn.
Yeah, he's gonna try to hold him.
So
I don't know if he had enough time.
Is
this enough? It was. Yeah.
This is fucking the basement prisoner fucking tech. Like holy, he just drags him back down by a chain every fucking time.
Yup. I don't even know if he even had borrowed time that time. He might not have. Also, we saw the forced penance come in there. He actually is running forced penance, which is interesting. I think he might have been like kind of relying on basement plays or something, because he looks like he's trying to avoid the body blocks with forced penance.
Yeah. Ooh.
Okay.
Interesting. But they got the gen.
Yeah, they got one of the 3 gen. So now the gen split. I think that's why he ate that shot, because I think they really just want to get that gen done, because that was a really good split. This gen down here, it's pretty much impossible to protect gens now. There's one down here, and it's miles away from the other one. So that was actually really clutch of them to kind of just commit and get that shit done. So even though they lost a player, they're not really in that bad of a spot now, honestly.
He goes down.
Yeah, he does go down.
Any risky shots or anything, which I respect, but I was looking for like a window shot or something there. That, but I respect that.
Yeah, he was going for the safe play, which is probably smart.
Yeah. I mean, he's in a really good spot. He's set up for the future.
Yeah, but
Nodders, yep, he agrees.
Nodders, yeah, he agrees with you. Yeah, he heard you. Hey, that was good find.
That was extremely fucking lucky.
Yeah.
Just a good check, like. That's something you don't know where the fuck they're gonna be, and they know you don't have anything to truly be aware of where they are all the time. Yeah.
Nightlight is literally across the map too, so this is a hairy situation.
Interesting, but this is what they needed to try to actually still have a chance. This is exactly what needed to be done.
Yep.
This is actually just great for them.
It looks like he's gonna commit to the gen and just get the gen done. Maybe he just wants to secure the points. I think at this point he might just be like, yeah, like this is not looking good. Let's just get these points and secure it. He's almost finding him. Yeah, but here, no Ed activated, no way out activated. I think that's gonna be it. I think they're gonna get 4K here. Yeah, lands a shot. That's gonna be it for him. But hey, I mean, that was a pretty good performance. But I think Demise might have done enough to secure it, right? They did all the gens. They got all the gen points, and even though he got all the hooks and all the health states, and he like secured the 4K, the fact that they got all the gens means that like the win condition is still gonna be really rough for Demice here. Like, they're gonna have to have a really good game.
Literally, they would have to basically play perfectly.
Okay, I need to stop spectate French fry, dog. This motherfucker hurting my brain, dude. Holy shit. We're gonna watch GPU die slowly instead.
Jeez, that was like pretty. I mean, that was pretty dominant as well. Like, you know, they got gens, but I felt like that's to be expected in most of these games, to be honest.
Yeah, he played that really, really well. Extremely well.
I can't think of a time where he really fucked up.
Yep.
No, that was pretty. It was pretty nearly perfectly played there. I don't know if you guys. I mean, I think Tofu actually picked up on it. He took the first chase. I think the only one mistake that he made was took the first chase in Corrupt, but it didn't actually end up mattering because he had that basement pressure where he was able to get someone out almost immediately, and was able to work off the 3v1 there. But he actually had some pretty nuts RNG as well, which is kind of the main thing that happens on Azerov's resting place. You get a 4-gen on the, whatever you want to call it, main building side. We call it top. And he had a 3-gen Corrupt set up around Shack on the bottom side. So he had pretty good RNG on top of making some good decisions there and securing the basement hook.
Yeah, that felt like basically perfect play. Like, it felt like there was not really much the survivors could have done there to like stop that result from happening. Like, it felt like it didn't even feel like the survivors really played it bad. It just felt like he played it so well that, like, what really can you do, you know? So
and now we're seeing it in the opposite order, dominating performance from Team B, and now it's Team A's turn, and I'm curious to see how this goes, or what changes between the two games, because they were clearly different in the Wraith games, but it seemed like the performance by Team A, it seemed like that was the most efficient way to play with their decision making with it. I'm not sure.
If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure it should have been like an exact tie between, like, because I'm pretty sure 2 of the games went the same, right? I'm pretty sure Demise had a 4K on Dead Dog where they got every gen done, and that game was a 4K where they got every gen done. So like, I think now it's like the flip flop. They basically just have to get 4 out with less hook states than the other team did, which I think they had like. I think they only had like 3 hook states or something. I can't remember, but there was not very many. Like, I remember, I know that Demise, I know the GPU got hooked once and then he DS'd. Or he might have got hooked twice.
I'm pretty sure they got hooked once that entire match. It was 1 hook state.
Was it 1 hook state?
Yeah.
So does that mean they have to literally not get hooked at all to win?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they need like a flawless game here. Like no one hooked. And
If
I mean,
they
it's
pull this off,
it's doable, but I mean,
against a slinger too.
Yeah, against a slinger and someone who's practiced comp. I mean,
yeah, that's
definitely
gonna be,
definitely a challenge.
Yeah, that's gonna be rough. That's a tall order, dude. Like, basically telling, hey, nobody go down to like one of the best Death Slinger players in the world. Like, okay, aye, Captain. Aye, we'll get right on it, buddy. Like, sure thing.
I mean, they do have the advantage of, you know, I'm assuming they play each other and they're at least familiar with each other, so they have that going for them. But even still, it's still Death Slinger and somebody that's actually very, very skilled with them. So it's possible. I would love to see them actually play the perfect fucking game.
Yeah,
I hope they do.
Imagine, dude. Imagine they literally
like that would
flawless.
Be crazy.
That would be fucking crazy. Yeah,
it's happened before. I mean, it's exciting when teams when that starts happening and the gens start popping and the killers getting nervous. You can see the killers getting nervous. I mean, it's intense.
Yeah.
It's a fun match to watch. So
some of these matches, dude, some of these have been so intense and so fun. Like I know I got hype as fuck about Disco clutching it out earlier. Like, that shit was so exciting, dude. It's so cool when it like gets close and you just need someone to pop the fuck off, but then they do pop off, dude. It's so cool. It's so cool. So I mean, you never know. Like, these guys could pop off like super hard and just do really well, or you know, maybe.
And the pressure's on them. Like that might give them the focus to fucking do it.
Yeah, you never know. So we're all getting set up. Again, it's gonna be the same thing. It's gonna be Death Slinger. It's gonna be on Azerov's resting place. It looks like Ultra's gonna be the killer. It's kind of interesting. I thought Nightlight would be the killer for these guys, or does he only play like the other killers? Like, does he only play like Nurse and Spirit and all those guys?
Yeah, I mean, he primarily plays Nurse, Blight, and if assuming they do make it that far, I would just, have to guess that he's gonna play them.
Yeah,
but I know Ultra is also very experienced, particularly with more of the M1 killers or whatever you want to call them, earlier round killers. So
yeah, I mean, well, he played fucking great as Wraith, so yeah, I mean, not surprised at all.
Yeah, he's also from the West Coast, so got a little bit of a ping helping him. Not that I mean, Nightlight's from EU, so it would be the same thing, but
True.
Ping
Yeah.
definitely is a factor in these matches, especially when it's cross region, which will happen at one point or another.
Yeah, for sure. That's pretty interesting. When it comes to cross region, do you guys do anything about like maybe like switching hosts every game or something, or how's that work?
I mean, it's just the killer hosts the lobby, so
Oh, okay,
they're
okay.
playing off of their ping. Otherwise, the killer is going to be lagging all over the
True.
place. And I mean, it's fair because the killer gets to play off their own ping both sides. Sometimes it's not fun as a survivor if you're playing against 150 plus ping, but probably the most fair way of doing it.
Yeah, it's what you got to do for the sake of it being, competitive. So you got to do what you got to do, I used to play in comp scenes where people would be people from France would play people from Australia, and they would play on servers where they would play on West Coast servers where everyone had 200 ping. They were like, hey, it's more fair this way. We'll all have high ping. Fuck it. Sometimes you got to do weird, goofy shit just to have fair matches. So I'm sure everyone in the scene understands, and I'm sure people just want it to be as fair as possible.
So yeah, it looks like Ultra, who will be playing Deathslinger for Demise, just needs 2 hooks to secure this one for advancing to the next round.
Okay. So 1 hook would be a tie, 2 hooks would be a win. Then is how it's going. I'm assuming.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so rough, dude. I can imagine being told that you can't get hooked or else. That's rough, dude.
Oh, I can't wait to see this game.
Yeah.
This is gonna be intense. Fuck. Oh. I'm nervous for them, bro. I'm actually nervous for them. Just knowing that you literally can't fuck up. Oh, it hurts my fucking soul.
Yep. And dude, like, the thing about it too is like against Slinger, it's not even like fucking up, dude. It's like,
No.
as long as if the Slinger plays correctly, you're going down. Like they almost have to get lucky. They have to hope that like Ultra's cat like jumps in front of his monitor mid game or some shit. Like they're gonna have to hope some miracle happens where some something goes wrong. And he fucking has a bad game because again, if he just plays correctly, he's probably gonna get at least 2 hooks, I would imagine. I feel like it's less on the survivors and more of like on both, right? They both need to like play good and bad at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know. This is oh, maybe I don't know. Yeah, I actually don't know.
Yeah, I
There's
don't know either.
Their best chance here is hoping for an unfortunate corrupt spawn for Ultra, where he gets like 2 on one side and 1 on the other, and they basically can attack both sides with hopefully also a split spawn. So you have 2 and 2 or 3 and 1 spawns, apart from each other. That way they can at least break up the 3 gens as quickly as possible. And obviously, him being a slower killer, he can't go back and forth across the map nearly as fast as some other killers. And then it's kind of up to the first person who ever gets chased. You gotta last as long as you possibly can, which is definitely easier said than done.
Yeah,
I
that
was
is definitely
thinking
not
about
easy.
about the corrupt spawn, but even still, just with
Yeah.
the small. I mean, not even necessarily small amount. It seems like a small amount for Deathslinger. It's just Deathslinger's probably just naturally gonna get downs because he's Deathslinger.
Yeah.
And it's scary as fuck. Like.
Yeah, like again, like saying don't go down to Deathslinger, like that's like what the fuck, like there's only so much you can do really at the end of the day. Like for instance, I would argue like the very first chase of that last game, I would say that Ed played it really well, but Slinger was just like French Fry just played well and just downed him, right? It was like to an extent, there's not much you can do. If the Slinger hits his shots and he forces you into a position, you're just gonna go down.
Exactly. Here we go.
Yep, we're loading in, so.
Oh, I'm interested to see a spawn. This is God.
Yep. 19 points difference, dude. Oof, man.
Oh fuck.
Yep. Let's see. I think kind of like Justin said, I think it's going to be really interesting to see the corrupt spawn that he gets. I think if he gets a bad corrupt spawn, that's going to play a big part. But I feel like I would say percentage-wise, you're way higher percentage to get a good corrupt spawn on this map. I feel like it's very rare that I get a bad one if I ever play it on this map. But
yeah,
I feel like you usually spawn on like one of the sides. But sometimes even if you spawn on one of the sides, sometimes it'll still block one on the same side as you. It's really weird if it like spawns on the other side.
Fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's really weird. So we'll see. We will see.
knowing where that he needs, so little. I wonder if that like will make him change anything about what he does, or if he's just going to still play the same way he expected to play.
Yeah, I imagine. Well, based on the
Uh,
build, I feel like he's just playing the
yeah.
standard way. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, he got a good corrupt spawn.
Yep.
He
He did.
spawned on the side.
Yep.
Good gen spawn. Like this is pretty
Yeah.
fucking.
It's pretty Monka for sure for Demice.
They at least didn't get unluckier from what we've seen. That like there's always a chance that somebody spawns down here on one of the sides of the killer whenever they do spawn on the this side, especially if they spawns on the further side. There's a good chance somebody spawned on the same side as you, but on the opposite side.
Oh.
And, oh Lord, the bags are out, brothers. Pack your bags. Pack them.
He's out of here, and there's
Interesting.
he sees somebody else over here. I couldn't even. I think it was the ace, but I couldn't even tell. He seems a little bit indecisive who he wants to chase. Looks like he's gonna go after Squid here on the maze tile.
And Squid
Or
acted
someone
like
else.
He wanted to be chased, and now he's moving on.
Yeah, this guy was running towards the gens. I think that's why he's changing to him, because he's
Yeah.
running towards the generators, whereas the other guys were staying in the corrupt area. So he's gonna go in and try to like put pressure on the actual gens while chasing.
And to achieve anything, they have to come out from that side because there's no reason to be over there currently.
Yep. Well, here it goes. Here goes the chase. I mean, like this is such a bad tile too, dude. Like,
Interesting.
yeah, there's one hit already.
Good.
He's gonna get the reload, and like, dude, like so many of these tiles are so hard to play because of Slinger
He's
too.
gonna get hit again, and he's
Okay,
dead.
he'll just
He's down.
nail. Yeah, he'll just nail a fucking long shot, I guess. Welp. Hey, there's one of the hooks. Shit. Oh, maybe they can make like a quadruple body block play or something. I mean, I guess they have to try.
Yeah,
But
I
he
mean,
literally
yeah.
has force penance, so
There's a
like,
hook right here, yeah.
yeah. Yep.
That's hook number one.
Yep. So that ties it, right? Now one more hook and he wins it, I think, is how this goes. So that's rough, man. I mean, if they can manage to do 5 gens from this point without getting a hook, that'd be like a miracle. Because if he really wanted to, he could just camp that hook and win. I mean, I don't think he's going to, because I think he has confidence that he can get another hook. But
And he gets a free hit here.
oh no,
Run back to the
she got the stun.
He still
He got it. He got it while blind.
respect
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was about to say there was no way in hell. That would have been absurd.
All right, coming back to the hook, still keeping an eye on it. I mean, see, like again here, if they let him go to struggle, it's GG. It feels like it's GG no matter what at this point. Like there's no way that anything happens here. Like he's just gonna stand here and be like, yeah, this guy's going to struggle and I'm gonna win, and then it's over. There's nothing they can do. He's like, hey man, how's it hanging? Yeah, chilling. Yeah, fun tournament we're having, huh?
God.
Yep, and there it is. That's it. It looks like Demise is moving on. But I think I mean, they'll still play out the rest of the game just because, good sportsmanship and good practice. So they're going to do it
Sure,
anyway.
yeah,
But
exactly. But
that 100% secures
Demise
it.
has met their demise. They sure have. They sure have.
Oh,
Yes, they have.
God, that was
Pilot's still here.
such a bad pun, dude. Fuck me. How are they going to play this though? Are they even going to save him? Okay, there's a couple people on gens. Okay, they popped both the gens. French Fry might die. I think Paige is going to try to 1-for-1 here, but she might not even get it. He might get the shot. Yeah, he's going to get the shot. I don't think he's even going to get saved. He can now turn around and keep an eye out for the other people coming. Well,
Yeah.
wait, did he miss him? Okay, there he is.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's just preventing the unhook now. Trying to secure the kill, which I think he's going to get. There's no way he'll be able to get the unhook, so... Yeah, French Fry's dead. So, like, even for the sake of, like, show match and, like, playing this out, it looks like it's going to be a rough match, because 1 dead with 3 gens still up against Slinger is... That's not ideal. That is not ideal. Sees some scratch spawns, he sees Squid, he sees this guy too though. Dude, having that one person out of the game just changes so much though. Like he's so
Yeah.
free to do whatever now because he knows that these are the only 2 people going for it. So as long as he keeps an eye on where both of those are, like there's no one else, you know?
And there's nothing they can do.
Yep, he can cancel the unhook. Get the 1-for-1. I'm surprised they didn't try to like fake the unhook more to try to bait the shot, but
Yeah.
at the same time, like if he just doesn't shoot, then you're kind of just giving him all day. So I guess I can see why you
Exactly.
wouldn't.
Oof, that was almost a...
Oh,
Ooh.
Okay, to be fair, was that the first missed shot from any slinger today? Like from both games?
Yes.
That's kind of crazy, right? Like that was the first missed shot from both slinger players. It was just kind of a random shot thrown out there.
Yeah.
These guys are really fucking good at slinger, dude. My lord. Gets on the hook on Squid, or gets the hook on Squid though. Paige is down. I mean, he can literally just keep her there if he wants to, and like look for the other guy.
There's nothing. I mean, even if the ace did anything, it doesn't mean much. I mean, just trying to see what he can actually do, I guess. But
yeah, like he can go get the unhook. He's just gonna be like, yeah, sure, go ahead. At this point, I feel like it's almost being played out like a public match where you're like, yeah, go ahead, get your unhook, whatever. Doesn't matter what I do now. We already know we're gonna win. Fuck it, you know. So these guys are gonna bolt away. Yeah, at this point, it's just basically playing with your food. He can do whatever he wants. He's got someone in basement. They're also on second stage, so like unhooking them is going to be borderline impossible.
And he caught an ace.
Yep. Nails another shot. It's interesting that they don't. It feels like even with the new ADS time, it feels like they're still not having enough time to react and juke. You know, like it felt like that ace the ace was definitely looking behind him. Like he was looking for the shot. But it felt like he still didn't have time to juke it. So
and plus it's like, especially in a situation like that, like he didn't even have to go for a shot yet at all. Like he had all the time in the world to just hold W. So probably like not expecting it as well.
yeah, that's true as well. He might have just expected him to fake it.
Yeah, like because it didn't really have a reason.
That was such an awkward. I know that pain. That awkward feeling where like they start juking, but then they just run in a straight line, and you're not really sure where to shoot.
Plus, just like the sensitivity of you know, when you're in ADS and there's no changing it. It just depends on whatever your natural like DPI and sensitivity are, and if they're already low, like then it's really fucking hard to aim with that shit.
Yeah,
it's so hard.
Yeah, 100%. Paige also got left to die. Squid might try to do one gen just to get some more points, but I don't even think he's gonna get that done. It's like it's got like no progress on it, so I'm sure he's probably gonna cut him off and kill him too.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yep, he sees him. He saw a medkit on the ground. Random medkit chilling there. Oh, he's gonna kick him on. Don't take away his progress, dude. Come on, man. Oh. He said no. No, I don't wanna. What are they doing now?
Interesting.
Okay.
Oh. Are we farming?
Oh, they're starting. Okay, they're starting a 1v1. That's what they're doing. Yeah, they're starting a 1v1. That's like the standard 1v1 shit. I see.
I respect that.
A 1v1 against a slinger, though, that sounds hard. Sounds very difficult.
Oh no.
Oh my god, that was like
a mind game.
That was pretty disgusting.
Yeah, that was actually sick.
That's what we call showing the back, is the common term we use.
I see. He was looking for a shot at the window in Shack. I wish he would have actually found one.
Yeah. He just gets him down instead anyway. Yeah, that's cool. That's a nice little like sportsman way to end the match. Have a nice little 1v1 at Shack. I like it. I dig it.
I mean, that was yeah.
Although 1v1ing a slinger is not really the best kind of killer than 1v1. Like it's a little bit hard, but you know, it's still cool to see. And hey, there you go. I mean,
even B Team's Death Slinger, like he played really well.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was a really good games. I mean, it's unfortunate that it came down to what it came down to, but hey, they did their best.
Yeah, they did.
I respect that. I
think Demice honestly had a really good showing here. Like they played really well. You can tell that like this team Demise is fucking good. Like they are good. So they put up a good fight. They did well. I mean, they dominated first round. So yeah, I mean they're donezo. That's them being eliminated from the tournament. But I think they had a really good showing. So that was cool to see. And obviously it was cool to see, you know, the A team playing against the B team is always sick too. So that was also pretty cool to watch. Thoroughly enjoyed that. And dude, just quality game all around. I liked it. And I think we have, I believe we have one more set for the day, right?
Yep, one more, which will be BaldSquad versus Exhaust, who has both these teams got some notable players actually for that I'm sure both of you guys are familiar with. BaldSquad obviously is a team with very track disco that we just saw play a little bit earlier. And Exhaust is, if I'm not mistaken, we got Brian S, who obviously has been around a lot. Jeebs, Hamdan, RGB, all experienced comp players. And who knows, this one could go either way, especially given the fact that we're going to see Pinhead, which
Oof.
is
Oh
gonna be
yeah,
exciting.
This should be interesting.
that's
as
fucking
fuck.
awesome. So
Who's
it's
the
Pinhead
other
and
killer?
Wraith, right? I think it's
Yeah,
Wraith.
Pinhead and
Okay.
Wraith.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Wraith we saw before was on Dead Dog. Pinhead will also be on Dead Dog. So
Interesting.
Okay, so just 4 Dead Dog games is what we're gonna get then. A whole lot of Dead Dog. Oh man, cool. Sounds good to me. If you guys don't mind, I might take another step away just to go to the bathroom and grab a drink real quick
for it.
before we start.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll let you guys discuss and talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about. I'll be back in like a minute. So, BRB guys.
I'm so interested to see how like what people have come up with for Pinhead in a comp setting. I truly really am. I like.
I think there's been literally one tournament that has included Pinhead in the killer pool. So I'm not even
Interesting.
sure what the meta or anything's going to be for this.
Yeah, he's just different, and I honestly can't imagine like fuck. I I truly can't imagine like what are the plans that people have come up with him.
Yeah.
Form rather. I don't know. It's
Curious to see what they're going to be running to. I mean, I guess you
yeah.
probably expect some of the similar perks we've been seeing. Like No Way Out is obviously super strong in almost every killer, but I know a lot of people, at least in normal matches or pub matches, have been running perks like Hoarder and Franklin's Demise. I don't think Franklin's will really be used because
Yeah, it's
I don't know. It's too niche in my opinion, but
it is. I agree. It's not always good to not have the choice to like with the fucking box. Like it's not always the best thing ever, I guess. And plus, like you said, it's just so specific, and it might not ever come in handy because it's fucking Franklin's.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Hoarder is like somewhat interesting, but I don't know if people because I know that like that you can try to make good guesses as to where the box spawns based off of the everybody's position on the map.
Right.
And so if someone gets good enough with that, then Hoarder might not be necessary. And I don't know if you want to actually dedicate a perk slot to Hoarder just to actually cuck the person with the box, and that's if they're even within the range whenever they pick up the box in the first place. But if maybe that's something else you play around with Hoarder, just having a general idea as to where the box spawns based off of positions, and maybe it leads to something that seems that sounds kind of a little bit too specific as well. So I'm not even sure we'll see those. I'm assuming we'll see No Way Out, but outside of that, I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like we could see even like Ruin and Dying actually might be a better option for Pinhead, considering like if he is able to manage to use his chain hunt or get his chain hunt going and constantly have like that, I guess, passive pressure of the chains pulling people off those gens, it could work in his favor. But it's so risky, and we've seen it so many times today where like the totems get cleansed so fast, and then you're left with basically nothing.
Yeah, that's I don't know. That's it's hard to even comprehend or think about because it could be anything. I don't know what shit people could have actually possibly come up with by now. I really don't. And I'm assuming they picked him, so I'm assuming they're confident in it, and that makes me even more fucking curious.
Are we talking about the Death Slinger strats?
He's talking about Pinhead.
Or no, not Death Slinger. Sorry, Pinhead. Yeah.
Like I mean, it's just the unknown, and they picked him, so they're confident. Clearly, like they chose him.
Yeah, like they have something in mind for sure. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. And I'm wondering if the other team was prepared for it. Like, were they surprised by that pick, or I'm curious.
Well, that's the thing, and I think Tofu was away when I said it, but Deathslinger, as far as I'm aware, has only been played in one tournament so far. We haven't gotten to really see him at all since he's been released, and if history is going to repeat itself here, all the new killers who have had some quirky thing going on, like Pyramid Head or Twins, every team, when those killers got released and they were put in the competitive pool for a tournament, they always struggled against them earlier on because just no one knew what to do against them.
Yeah, it's just so unknown. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But like, it's very interesting though because it's such a double-edged sword in this because like the killer that you pick, you also have to play against, right? I guess it's an interesting like part of this tourney where like I feel like in maybe like another tournament where like where like you can play Pinhead, but then you don't necessarily go against him. Like the fact that you like picking him means that you also have to go against him too is such like a weird thing where like I feel like no one's gonna be very comfortable, right? Like I wonder if that's what it is. Maybe they're comfortable in their own counterplay against Pinhead. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're like, we're good at Survivor against Pinheads, and we feel like maybe others aren't. You know, it could be something like that. You know,
True. Like I'm super duper curious if the other team had anything for Pinhead prepared at all.
Yeah.
Because there's, I mean, I don't know. There's a good chance they didn't. I guess like just with the other options in the in this pool of killers for the round, like they might not have expected it. Like Wraith Deathslinger seems like that seems like a pretty two pretty good choices.
I'm gonna be real. I'm surprised that we saw Wraith both times. I kind of thought. I mean, but like then again, I say that, but then like he honestly like seemed pretty strong on Dead Dog.
Yeah,
but...
I like. Yeah. I'm not surprised anymore.
Yeah, yeah. I was surprised at first.
Yeah,
yeah, agreed. Yeah, I guess not anymore. I'm surprised. I guess initially when I heard the killers, I thought it was gonna be like Slinger and then maybe like Pinhead or like maybe like Hag both times. You know, like maybe like Slinger Hag every game. But yeah, I mean Wraith coming through twice. It's cool. Like I like to see it. Like I love Wraith. He's one of my favorite killers. So it's really cool to see him coming in. And yeah, and like the Pinhead thing is gonna be so interesting too. I'm curious to see how that's gonna play too. We're also gonna have a couple games tomorrow with these killers as well. You know, so.
Yep. We'll have round 2 continuing tomorrow, so we'll get to see more teams play with these killers or available killers, and then, like I was saying before, I mean, sorry, not tomorrow, Sunday.
Yeah.
Sunday.
We all just keep saying tomorrow, but it's Sunday will be the same time. But yeah, like I was saying before, I mean, it's so interesting that we're going to be seeing not only these new killers being played that are different from the earlier rounds, but also the Survivor strategy is going to get very different when they go against those killers in rounds 2, 3, 4, because my personal favorite matches to play in, and this is going to sound crazy to almost everyone here, but I love Twins matches. It is like by far the most methodical and strategic. You need to play perfect against Twins or they will run you into the ground, especially with the balancing that we have with like no healing perks, and you can't be constantly healing and taking hits. You have to be on the ball, and there's that much more pressure when you're going against killers like that.
Yeah, I remember. I think when we were all hanging out and we were talking about like all the staff, and I think Swish asked like, what killer do you think is going to be like the worst to go against, or what killer do you think is going to 4K the most? I think it was you that said Twins, or somebody said Twins, and I think that is really interesting. I think seeing them being played against is going to be really really interesting, because I do think it does feel like you have to be so on top of shit, you know. What is Twins going to be in the semis? Is that when Twins is?
I think that's I believe that's the Twins. Yeah, I think that's the final round.
Oh shit! Okay, that's even better.
Yeah,
I mean, round 3 we have Billy. Oh no, sorry, it is round 3. We have Billy, Twins, Bubba, and Trickster. Which I don't know. I mean, Billy he's been a pretty straightforward killer in comp for a long time. I mean, obviously with his newer version compared to his old version, he's a little bit weaker and doesn't do too well against survivors who can loop him pretty well. Twins, like I said, you got to play damn near perfect against them. Leatherface is an interesting one because he's not really strong, but if he's kind of like, he's almost like Huntress actually, but it functions a little differently in terms of how he gets there. If he gets you on hook, you're not getting out, and his goal is to 2K. Like straight up, he will get you on a hook, face camp you until you are dead, and go find someone with no ed. That is like his goal. That's his expected result. And there's no one better at securing kills than Leatherface. He will make sure you die on that hook. Trickster, that is the oddball. We have not seen Trickster played in tournaments at all, and I hope someone picks him because he is in a, I don't know how you guys feel about him, but he is in a weird state right now where he can be super annoying, and I don't know if teams have any practice against him.
I'm expecting to see Trickster Twins, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm expecting Twins. Trickster's so weird because like I do feel like he's really annoying to go against, but like I don't know like how actually effective it is. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah.
I hope we see him because I'm curious to know how effective it is. Honestly, like it's so hard to get a judge from that kind of thing from like public matches. You know what I mean? Because you can do almost anything and it works in public matches, but I don't know. It's really interesting to see. Also, the game's starting up.
Here we go.
The game is a start.
I'm interested to see how if if there's anything different about their Wraith gameplay in comparison to the previous ones, or if it's gonna be. I mean, after seeing how those add-ons working together, I'm assuming we're gonna see that exact same thing
Yeah.
for sure.
I think we have Pinhead going first, and then Riff.
Oh, even
right
better.
right off the
Shit.
bat.
No complaint for me, dude. No complaint for me. I am down.
I can't wait to see that. I want to see some nasty chains. Fuck. This is like Baby Huntress.
Nope, it's Wraith
Oh, it's
first.
Wraith first. Damn, what?
Justin debated us.
I
Okay,
actually
Swish
blue
typed
balled.
it wrong. So
I'm so
blame him
sorry.
Ah,
again.
yeah, Swish. Fucking Swish, dude. That motherfucker. Son of a bitch. All right, well, I mean, same add-ons. They found a chase so fast. So fast. You should get a hit here. Listen, you know?
Yeah.
He does have
saw
he
the other
didn't
one.
he didn't take the time to break any of the breakable walls. Like I think we saw that in every other Wraith game. Is like right off the bat he like broke a bunch of breakable walls in the main building. He didn't take any time to break any breakable walls. He got right to it, dude. Right to business, man. Immediately started chasing people. See, that's one of those awkward standoffs where like I think that's where there's room for like plays. If you didn't throw that pallet, like he canceled his cloak before he threw it, you know? So it's interesting. I think that's where there's some room for play, but it's so risky. You know what I mean? Like, is it
exactly,
worth the
because
risk? You know?
What are the odds that even if he comes out of it and like maybe you somewhat react, but he still gets that hit because the video game,
Yeah, it's probably not worth the overall risk, but I guess that's just where I'm assuming the openings are. But dude, I mean, he got it down so fast. This is like, I'm like trying to like get my random thoughts out there, and the game's already like, fuck it. There's already a hook, dude. This shit's already going. He's probably gonna cancel and break that wall, I would imagine.
He should.
Actually, he has bamboozle, so yeah. I don't know why he canceled that unhook there. He kind of let her have that pallet. I think he could have got the hit without it. Although, again, though, all these pallets are kind of bad, so I think he can kind of play it. Oh, well. I mean, I say that, but who is this? I think Fosney is playing this really well.
That was a very good fucking raid.
Yeah. It's just a matter, like, how many coin flips can you win in a row as Survivor? Really what that comes down to, you know? Like, he won, like, 3 or 4 coin flips, and eventually it's like, all right, well, no more. He's probably dead here. No way he makes that window. Yeah, he's a goner. They are working on that gen upstairs, though.
At least pop one. I mean, he's going pretty well for him currently.
Yeah.
Second hook, but he never broke any of the walls or anything. But he at least has bamboozle, so.
Yeah, he does. Bamboozle will help him out quite a bit, but
yeah.
Oh, can't quite find this guy. Looks like he left. I imagine there's probably gonna be a couple more gens popping pretty soon.
The pallet's still here as well.
Yeah, never kicked the pallet too. But again, that's not that big of a deal because these pallets, like, even when they're thrown, aren't that. See, but even like every time he falls for that, it's just like a little bit extra time, right? If that keeps happening over and over again, that's gonna add up and it's gonna make a big difference.
She makes this window.
Yeah, she makes that window now. He can bamboozle it, but still, like, this is such a long time when he could have already had a hit, you know?
Yeah, this is now that like this.
He
was ahead, but it's starting to catch up with him.
Yeah, eats that pallet too. It's starting to be a struggle now. Starting to be a struggle. He's gonna keep on Disco. He's gonna keep chasing him. This pallet again, another bad one. We'll see if he guesses right. Dude,
Damn.
Disco is just on top of it, man.
Shit.
Yeah,
he's not doing the thing that the first like dominating performance of Wraith like we saw did. He's not doing the whole pallet break bullshit like mind game nonsense. He's just getting stunned every single time.
Yep. He finally gets a hit on him. All these pallets are thrown now. Like there's like 5 thrown pallets out on that road. He's gonna vault it. He's probably gonna double vault it and get hit. Yeah. That was a good double back. That was a good prediction. He didn't fake vault it or anything, so he finally caught him. But that chase took a while. Like that took a hot minute. I imagine there's probably that gen's almost done. That gen's at half. Is that the same gen? No, those are 3 different gens, all pretty much done.
I mean,
So
he still has a chance to do something.
yeah, I mean he doesn't have any regression perks, so he can't stop them, but he can chase people off. He does have a couple end game perks, so he's got a little something, something. It's just rough, man. It's rough. I feel like it feels like every time he finds somebody, they just have something to work with. You know, it's starting to be a struggle. He's gonna come back to the hook. Was that borrowed time? We don't know.
Ooh.
I think he's gonna wait it out. Maybe. It looks like he's trying to wait out borrowed time.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's definitely trying to wait it out. He's assuming that they had borrowed time. He's trying to wait it out. That was a good call out for the fake.
Yeah, very, very good. Yeah.
And he should get that. Yeah. But that last gen has got to be really close to being done.
She could have DS.
It's done. Does she have DS? No.
That would have been crazy. That would have been so fucking.
Yeah, right. That would have been really unlucky for him. But there you go. Final gen's done. I mean, that's Disco's second hook. No way out gets procced.
Off the pallets up here or.
No, it's right there, but I don't think she's gonna make it.
Oh my fucking! And she didn't throw it down.
The fact that she didn't throw that,
what
dude.
a god.
Actual fucking god. And then gets a stun.
Christ.
Holy. Very well played, dude. Holy shit.
But
he's gonna go down though.
He's too fast.
Yeah.
Too furious. Holy shit.
The no-ed speed's just too much, man. That speed boost is just too good.
Yeah, but she still ended up saving them a decent amount of time here.
Yep.
They got the save and.
That's gonna be basement. How fresh is that hook? Okay, that's actually okay. So that's gonna be their second hook. That's probably gonna be. I would imagine that's gonna be a leave them for dead and leave type thing, but we'll see. No way out just ran out just now. I don't even know if they'll be able to. No way out just ran out. He might still be able to like catch people out on doors.
And he still has no head, so he can afford to leave and play risky because it could definitely pay off like right now.
Here. Yeah.
I mean, maybe he has nowhere to go. He just needs to commit.
Yep.
And he's going to catch up very, very fast. And that's it. And now he can just go invis again. He might go ahead and hook. Yeah.
Yeah, there's still a lot of plays to be made here. Again, this map is so rough with totems. It's so hard to find totems on this map. It wouldn't surprise me if they're not really able to find Noed, like, maybe ever, you know?
Yeah.
Nancy's on the gate. The rest are running. See, at this point, what do you do though? Is he gonna protect his hook? Is he gonna check on the doors? He saw that door. I think he assumed that door was done, but I don't think it was actually done.
Yeah.
I think he could have actually protected it, but I don't think he probably thought it wasn't worth the risk.
Yeah, I like if I was him before like picking up the ace, I would have assumed like that door already like was going a little bit before that.
Yeah.
To be honest, like it makes sense.
Yeah, they're all out though. That looks like what, 7 hook states plus a kill? Actually, does that kill hook state update automatically? I think so. I think that's 7 hook states and a kill. So.
Actually, a pretty good result for Wraith, all things considered. I know we saw Ultra with the pretty clean 4K earlier.
Yeah, but
this is a good result.
Yeah. This feels like, given like the level that everybody played, that feels like a pretty good result. Yeah, like. Yeah. I definitely feel like it could have gone better, but it definitely could have gone much, much worse too. Like that was definitely a pretty solid result, I would say.
Yeah.
So
I think the one thing that we've seen with these Wraith matches specifically is like you can't really get caught in that long chase, because even though these pallets are unsafe, like if they're dropping them and you know at one point or another, if they have a good gen split and they're just being efficient as they possibly can be, like you still got to take the time to kick the pallets, catch up to them, hit them. Like all that time adds up, and they're splitting the gens. It's gonna go fast.
And that's what they did consistently in the first like dominating Wraith game. Every single pallet, he fucking broke it immediately. Come in like in invis to do it as fast as he possibly could every single time.
Yeah, he shred through him. I think.
Yeah.
I do think that was kind of like the major downfall of that game, is like, even though those pallets are weak, and like, I mean, hell, I'm guilty. I was saying the same thing. I was like, yeah, he doesn't have to kick that. He could just play it. But then every time he would go to play it, like all it takes is like messing up one read here or there, right? Like he tries to predict a vault wrong, you know, or he guesses wrong and they get a little bit of distance. Like that slowly adds up more and more as time goes on. You know what I mean? That happens to you like 4 or 5 times a game, and then all of a sudden that's 2 more gens done. You know, so it's rough, man. It's definitely rough. But we're gonna be flipping it around, and Disco's gonna be playing Wraith now, so
true.
We'll see what
that game wasn't too one-sided, so they're pretty even. BaldSquad only had about 2 points, so
yeah,
still anybody's game.
Yep. I think that makes this a lot more interesting, because I don't think there's any like major pressure on Disco, right? Like it's more like, okay, if you play really well, you put us in a good spot for next match. If you don't, if you have a bad game, it's not the end of the world, because we didn't do terrible in killer either, you know. So yeah, I think that's kind of interesting. I think that's probably an ideal scenario for Disco. I think he's probably in a more comfortable spot where it's not like all the pressure's on him, right? I'm sure he still wants to perform well, but At least there's not as much pressure. He can just kind of do his thing and hope for the best, you know?
What happened to the lobby?
We're just waiting on people. He got Disco in here, and he's just waiting to get more people in here, I believe. But yeah, man, I don't know. It feels like that add-on combination is so good too. It is interesting how you said though that like how differently they played it. You know, like Ultra who basically like dominated in the Demise versus Demice game. He definitely made it a point to like basically kick every pallet. Like I would say by the time there was 3 gens done, there was like no balance on the map. Like they were gonzo. And I know that's also a product of like the pressure he put out too. Like I know you can't just do that every game. Like I think that's a combination of the add-ons as well as how well he was putting pressure. But
yeah,
it is an interesting take on it, right? Like it's a different take than what we just saw that Wraith do, which was, you know, kind of not kicking palace and trying to play the palace under the throne instead. And I think it's risk reward, right? Because I think if he won those coin flips and he would have got the downs, then I think it would have been better. He would have got even more pressure faster rather than kicking the pallets. So
true, but it seems like they were just extremely consistent with ensuring they broke the pallets every time. It seems like that's just something that they tested or came to the conclusion about. It's just not worth the risk because the amount of time you save overall once all the pallets are gone is much better, because then you actually get confirmed hits rather than doing these gambles, which obviously don't pay off in some cases. So
yeah,
I think that safer way was much better. But I mean, with how those loops are, like, you know, with how essentially unsafe they are, that kind of like baits you into at least trying it. Because I mean, fuck,
it is. I mean,
yeah,
it is really easy for us to say now, given the result. Like, yeah, that was the worst play. Because again, I think it's a risk thing. I think had he like guessed right first time every time and just gotten hits, I think we'd have been saying the exact opposite. We'd have been like, oh, dude, like fuck kicking pallets. All you got to do is just play the pallets correctly, and you just get downs quick. You know, I think it's like I think obviously it's easy for us to be biased and like results oriented, because obviously it didn't work out as well as you'd hoped, but I do think it's a big risk reward. I think he took a risk with it and it just didn't quite work out, and then I think he paid the price for it. But again, it is cool that in the end he still ended up getting a good result. So it's not like he tanked super hard and now his team's in a horrible spot. Like they're still doing okay, and I think they're still gonna have a pretty good chance. So it all, again, I think it's gonna boil down to now how they play against Disco's a Wraith, because I mean Disco has been doing pretty well as killer today, so I'm pretty excited to see what he's gonna do as Wraith.
Yeah, and they're going against very good people. These gamers are fucking gamers.
Yep. These are all gamers that I'm well aware of. These are gamers that bully me all the fucking time, dude.
These are the juices that the juicers that I've been juiced by.
Yeah, we're familiar. Times. We are familiar with this juice for sure. We have tasted this juice before.
And they're familiar with mine.
I hate it here.
We're just having a juicy conversation.
Yeah, dude. We're just enjoying the juice, the gamer juice. No biggie, dude. Calm down. It's fine. It's fine. Everyone's in the lobby. They just now got in lobby, so it's probably gonna be a minute. I know there's some delays. You guys got to give us some time. Every lobby is us getting new players together, and you guys have to understand too that when people join Kill Your Friends lobbies, it always gives you the build for whatever you had in public matches, and there's special rules for these tourneys, so everyone's got to like organize and pick their perks and make sure they don't have any like repeats. So give them a minute, you know. I know some people get impatient and they're like, "Oh my God, when's the game gonna start? Oh my God, come on, Mr. Streamer, we want to watch gameplay." But you gotta give them a minute, you know. They'll be ready soon. They'll be ready soon.
True.
Also, while we have downtime and no one's talking about anything, hey chat, I saw some of you guys talking shit and saying that these teams are bad. Make a team and sign up. I dare you. I fucking double dog dare you. Do it. Do it, chat. Hey, you think you're better than these guys? Make a team. Sign up.
I'll take the good side. I don't dare you. Don't embarrass yourself. There's better things to experience in life than that much embarrassment, and especially when you know it's going to be saved on the internet, and we all know your name. We all know your name.
True.
You know?
Good
don't
point.
do that to yourself.
Good point. Definitely.
Stay in chat and talk that shit.
No, I'm gonna say do it. I want him to embarrass himself. I want him to get creamed. I want to see it. I agree. I want to see it. I see so much of that, dude. Like, I'm playing and I look over and I see, oh my God, this team's a competitive team. They're so bad. And it's like, bro, nah, no, I don't think so. Okay, we're booting up. We're booting up though. We're almost loaded up. So
let's see how this game goes.
We go.
I'm curious. Oh, like, you know, it's not I can't even say it's fine if they do really, really poorly or Wraith does really, really poorly. Like, obviously, that's just more pressure on doing extremely well in the Pinhead games, and that might not be in their favor, considering it's Pinhead. But
Yeah, dude, the
we'll
Pinhead
see.
games are going to be so. I'm kind of
Fuck.
glad that we saved them for last because I feel like that's
True,
going to
yeah.
make like the ending even more spicy, right?
Fuck,
Like,
yeah, exactly. More hype.
yeah.
Fuck.
But I'm curious to see how Disco performs here. I feel like Disco has done really good both times. Like I know his Oni game was pretty insane and hype, but his Hunter's game was pretty good too, right? Like I think he made one
Yeah.
bad decision, but I think outside of that he did really well. So hopefully he keeps that up, and hopefully we get a couple of really good performances here too. Okay, all right. I think he's using the skin on his weapon that takes up like half your goddamn screen. I think he's using that one, but it's
He
alright
started off
because
in a good place. He was able to break all the walls immediately. That's just fucking luck.
yeah, that's
Find
actually
somebody
pretty good.
immediately after Jesus. Let the stars align, bro.
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit.
Dude, I do think it should be said that nobody has struggled to find a chase ever in this
Yeah.
tournament so far. Like every single person, like I think maybe there was like 1 or 2 games where they walked around for like a little bit, but generally speaking, almost every game they've like took them like 10 steps and then they had a chase. You know, these. What the
Oh,
fuck?
give
Oh
him
my
that.
god, that was so
Deep right
confusing.
there.
It kind of looked like he was trying to kick it right away, and then she just vaulted it anyway. So that was a bit confusing. He blocked the window. I think he might have thought she was staying even though she wasn't. He kind of just lost track of her. I don't know if I feel like that wasn't intentional. It seems like a bit of a misplay to lose track of her there, but luckily he's Wraith. He can just go find someone else almost immediately, so no biggie.
Precisely. There's the mind.
Ooh, that was a really good play.
Damn.
With the Nia.
The fucking discipline.
Yeah, that's what I'm
It's
saying.
actually insane. But she
That's-
did. She threw it down that time. Oh god. He
Yeah.
at least got the hit.
But still, I mean, every time you could win one of those, like the fact that she won that coin flip on the first one, every single time you do that, that was a good block on the window.
Yeah.
A good block. Oof. Every single time you win one of those 50-50s, though, it buys you more time. You know what I mean? That's all you
Yeah.
gotta do. That's what this game is all about, just buying time. You know, the more you buy time, the more your team gets ahead. So, even though he lost the second coin flip, he won the first one, and that's okay. Well, that's not looking good for you, buddy.
No.
You don't want to vault into the killer. That ain't ideal.
And he has basement right there.
Yeah, basement's right behind him too. He's not
But
going.
Not choosing to use basement.
Interesting.
Actually interesting.
There is an argument to be made that you know, hooking outside of the basement gets you back into the map and back into the action faster.
True.
But still, you'd think you'd probably want to
Yeah.
have the extra risk. But maybe he just doesn't
Yeah.
care, or maybe he just
Not
overthought it.
sure.
I don't know. All right, well, he's trying to track him through the wall, but I think they might have dropped. Yeah, they dropped already.
Yeah.
Sees him at Shack, but Shack Pallet's still here, so this isn't gonna do much. I mean, he can get rid of Shack Pallet, I guess, but that's really it.
They see that was the proper play.
Yeah.
He did it, broke it quickly from invis, and
See, he can just keep
Already
doing this at every
arguing.
pallet. It's such a weird,
Exactly.
like, that's such a good play on the
Ooh.
fucking Michaela's part, dude.
and she's down.
Yeah, she's down anyway though because the
Jeez.
pallet is just kind of bad, but still buying the extra time. I mean, you do that every time, it adds up. It adds up. So I gotta give him credit, even though the pallet sucks. I mean, I feel like he's getting the most use he can out of it, you know. So that was
Yeah.
still really good play from Brian's part.
See if he
Mhm.
finds anybody over here.
Yeah, not really. Okay, he finds Ham again.
Finds the Nia.
This pallet, he should make this pallet with these though.
Oh my god.
Oh no! The cloak actually fucked him, dude.
Fucking
Oh
recovery.
man,
God.
that's so depressing. Yeah, that was actually a misplay from Nia, but then he couldn't take advantage. There's 2 gens pop
Fuck.
too. Now they're gonna be able to go get the unhook. This is looking not bad for the survivors. This is they only have 2 hooks right now.
Found Nancy.
Yeah,
She's going down.
Yeah.
There's nothing she's gonna do.
Yeah, just going to the outside of the map to buy time, but yeah, definitely going down. So that'll be another hook. The hooks are pretty evenly spread though. Ham's been hooked once, Brian's been hooked once, and now Jeeps will be
Yeah.
hooked once. And from this point on, it's just like no one's really close to death. You know what I mean? So I think that's pretty good for the survivors. The fact that even though Disco's doing okay, the survivors I feel like are in a pretty safe position. Like they're not
Yeah,
really in
it-
any immediate danger.
It's still literally anybody's game.
Yep.
Oof, he got 2 on 1 gen.
Yep. He's gonna go out there icy. This is the other survivor that wasn't hooked, so again, spreading out the hooks.
Threw it down, and he breaks it, and now you're fucked.
Yeah.
She
Well,
mentioned that this one wasn't broken, but
here's where it comes down to the 50. Yeah, I mean, see, he guessed it right. He probably shouldn't. See, in my opinion, I think he should take a second to kick that pallet, just so that this kind of stuff doesn't happen in the future. But
yeah, true.
I don't know. It's hard to say. Is that worth it to take the extra second? Maybe. I mean, it takes like a couple seconds to cloak, and then like a second to kick, and then you pick up. You know.
Yeah.
Like maybe it'd be worth, because I feel like it's kind of like you said, like, you know, you leave those pallets up, and then every time someone runs back there, you got to deal with these like mind games, these like 50-50s, you know. Okay.
Interesting.
I think I get what he's going for here, and I'll talk more about it in a bit. But he's gonna kick that gen. He seems like he's kind of just protecting this hook now. Like he's kind of got like a little bit of a 3-gen here, so I think he can kind of just patrol around.
Where is the 3rd-gen?
I think it's over in the corner. Yeah,
the back corner?
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
it's back by like the little windmill thing or whatever it is.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, he's kind of got a nice little 3-gen. Except this one that's beside him is pretty far worked on, so he's got to keep an eye on it. He's probably gonna hover around that gen quite often because it's the most progressed.
I mean, she's pretty screwed.
You can get the bamboozle, and there's still a pallet here.
There's
So,
a pallet here, fuck.
but Gonzo, Gonzo.
The tag.
Oh, I was gonna say, is he cloaking there? Because why would he? But no, he's good. He's gonna hit her. She's gonna bolt probably far away from the 3-gen. Yeah, he's not even gonna look. He doesn't even care where she goes. He's got some motors to protect. Two people on this one. See, here's the problem though. He comes to this one, and they're probably gonna go to that gen that was almost done. It's just gonna be constant pressure at this point. This is where, like, if you can make it a 3v1, it's so much better. But having them still have all 4 players makes this so hard to deal with.
And he's just getting them off of the gens.
Yep. He's applying pressure. He's getting hits. Thought he might bamboozle that, but no, he actually gets the hit on it. So really good. Really well played. He might have just, if he's paying attention, he might have just saw that Ham healed, which means that I think that means most likely someone probably healed him, unless he maybe has self-care, or I don't even know. Was self-care I know they banned like botany and a lot of the healing perks, but I'm not sure if self-care is banned or not. But I would assume that if he got healed, I would assume that it was somebody healing him, so that gives him some information that he can use.
Self-care is banned, so.
Okay, yeah. So it's definitely somebody healing him. So that's actually really good information to have. You can kind of like guarantee that one additional teammate is like away from the gens too, you know? Just seeing somebody get healed. But at this point, everybody got healed, so now we're kind of back to square one, back to protecting gens. Not really accomplishing much. Like the problem with this is that you're not getting any hook states, but they're getting more gen progress, so. There's the bounce landing.
He's just extending it. He's not getting any downs. It's just take them off a gen. One goes back to the gen, rinse, repeat.
Although if you can manage to catch someone in a bad spot like this, if you manage to find Ham in a bad spot, well,
he's actually committing. I mean,
there's still so many pallets. Oh, and he had adrenaline. That's so unfortunate. Well, fortunately for Disco though, he does have his no way out just got procced.
Oof.
And he does have no-ed, so there's the no-ed hit. No way out's proc, so he has 60 seconds now to do things. I think that's what his kind of goal was here, was to get. It seemed like he was making a point to spread hooks, because at one point he had a chance to like chase the Claudette who hadn't been hooked and chase somebody else that had been hooked, and he went for the Claudette. So I think he was trying to get max no way out, maybe to get maximum potential out of no-ed. I think that's what he was trying, but I'm not 100%. So we'll see if he could actually make something good happen with it right now. Checking on the totem, no one's on it. Oh, there's Brian.
Down one.
Yeah, he blocked the window. That was really good. He should get the down here, I believe. Yep. More pressure out here. That's another hook state.
He's in a very good spawn.
Yeah, no way out still active.
No way out, dude. Brian, 4 stacks, that shit, it's nasty.
It really is, dude.
It secures wins. It really, really does.
Yeah. Icy's got borrowed time. He's one of the people with borrowed time, and so is Brian. So one of the people. So the only person up with borrowed time right now is Icy. Brian's the other one with their own hook. So that's good information to have. Oh, and he found Icy.
Has a pallet, but it's a.
And yeah, it was a good prediction. She pre-threw it because he probably thought he was gonna do like the mega lunge, but. Well, the doors are able to be open now, but they haven't been worked on because obviously, you know, they've been blocked this whole time. Ham's dead, so he might try to just get Ham out of the game. All right, this is fucking vaulting shenanigans.
The fucking Walter.
This is a bit risky though.
Oh, got the fucking hit. The door's open, so they okay.
Yeah,
I don't know what they're gonna be able to do here. He's gonna be the pallet slut, but with Mr. Lunge Lunge Magoo.
Yeah, I think he's gonna want to get somebody that isn't on death hook to like secure more hook states. Is what I'm guessing he's gonna try to do. Icy's only been hooked once, so I think getting Icy here as opposed to like just hooking Ham and being done with it.
Man.
He might be able to. How greedy is he gonna try to be? He's not gonna be greedy. He's just gonna hook Icy. I think that I'm gonna guess that'll probably be it. It seems like based on what I've seen before, this seems like this is where they're gonna just call it and just get out.
Maybe, but that door's still closed, right? Like this one down here. So if he might be able to find one, but
yeah, actually,
oh
yeah. It's Ham though. I think if it was someone other than Ham, I think he would have went for it. I think the fact that it was Ham and he's on death hook, I think if it was one of the people that wasn't on death hook, he probably would go for it.
Yeah.
It's open now. I think he was really thinking it, but then it was too close to being open, so he just gave up on it. I think it's just gonna be I think it's gonna end up just being secured like this.
And they're already at the oh no.
Yeah, there's two people at the gate. Yeah, they're out. They're out for sure. Yeah. So that was a slightly better performance.
But around this, like, did they? The last one was just a 1K as well, yeah.
Yeah, but he got more hook states. It was the last one was 7 hook states, and this one looked like 9. So yeah,
so they're still essentially, yeah, okay.
Yeah, pretty close. Honestly, very close performances on Wraith. So it's gonna be really close going into the Pinhead games, which is cool. That's really cool. It's exciting to see.
It makes it more intense, more pressure.
Yeah.
Ooh, I can't wait. I don't know what, like, God, I don't know what they could use or what they could possibly have come up with. There's just a lot of weird shit about them. Maybe not a lot, just with the box itself and the ways you can play around the box and knowing, like, you know, being able to have an idea as to where it spawns based off of positions and so on and so forth. Like, I haven't taken the time to actually possibly try to think of what the fuck works with that and what you want to do with that. Like, I can't imagine. I truly can't. I'm super fucking interested to see how these people actually use this power during chases and when they decide to use it and so on and so. Like, that's what I want to see. I want to see if we got some cracked 5-head pinhead chain nonsense cucketry. I want it.
I agree. I think if I had to take a guess with perks, I feel like, in my opinion, I feel like Pinhead's power synergizes really well with things like Ruin because it kind of forces you off gens to like take care of like alternate objectives, right? I know like people, I think it's similar to like Pig in that way, right? Where like with Pig, you kind of like force people to do other objectives. I think the fact that you're sort of forced to get off gens to do like an alternate objective can synergize well with Ruin. So we might see a lot of like Ruin Undying.
True, but it is a totem perk, and you know, there's the good old RNG of that. So I mean, they were confident with it, you know, on Oni, but I don't know if I feel like Pinhead is just much more about control rather than high risk, right?
Yeah, it is.
Or maybe they found a high risk way to play based off of, like, you know, just being able to try and determine where the box spawns. Maybe that's the high risk and making that work. Maybe Ruin is the play if they're truly confident in their own ability to control the box. That might be what it's about. Potentially something like, I don't know, actually seeing value in a hoarder, possibly just by always trying to be aware of where the box is going to spawn based off of their positions and trying to use that to their advantage. I don't know. It seems like the possibilities are pretty fucking limitless or endless.
Yeah. I'm definitely curious. I do think that, again, I hate to, I know I've said this 100 times, but I think totem perks are a little more reliable on Dead Dog than other maps because I think it has really rough totem spawns, you know? So I think, like, for instance, like farm maps, like they were playing on before, like there was one, it's so fucking easy to find totems on farm maps, man. Like everyone knows the spawns, like it's very obvious. Like you see a jungle gym, you know exactly where to look. I mean, you can say the same thing about Dead Dog to an extent, but like, a lot of them are hard to see from further away, right? Like if you're just strolling past, some of them are like tucked into barrels and like tucked underneath shit. So
I didn't even think about the map being Dead Dog and where it's just so much smaller, and that allows for easier. It's just going to be a little bit easier to have an idea as to where the box is going to spawn based off of positions. And plus, where it's comp, you already are gonna have a good idea as to where people are, regardless. So this, I mean, that might actually be it. It might be a lot of like box control, to be honest, which makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, agreed. I hope they really do go hard with the box,
Same.
the whole like box control, because I think that is like where like the depth of Pinhead comes in, is
Yeah.
like the fact that that follows a formula, and like the fact that you can kind of control it and know where it goes is such a huge factor as far as like being able to really take it, because I feel like that's the big part of his power, really. Like his obviously his ability to like shut down loops with his power is good, but like that like big macro control that you constantly have to deal with the box all the time is such a pain in the ass. And if you could really get the most value out of that as possible, I think that's going to be really huge. So yeah, we'll see.
These games should be interesting as fuck.
Yeah, and again, like like how much practice these guys have on Pinhead,
Exactly.
right? Because we've seen Disco play every other fucking killer to like a really high level. So like he obviously plays all these other killers. Like how much time is he really committing to Pinhead? Same thing with whoever's gonna play killer on the other side too, right? Like how much time have they committed to Pinhead in the past couple months? Like we don't really know. Like they might not have them fully mastered yet, Which is why, that's why this is gonna be so interesting to see, man. I don't know.
That's why I'm scared for the team that didn't pick him. I'm scared that maybe they didn't expect it, because where he is new, and there's more comfort picks because of the other killers that have actually been out for a while, and just you're gonna have naturally already have more experience with him, and then I'm not sure. I'm scared maybe they weren't prepared, or maybe they were prepared. I'm not sure, but we'll fucking find out.
Yeah, we'll see.
Just so you guys know, Exhaust picked Wraith and BaldSquad picked Pinhead. So Disco picked Pinhead.
Interesting.
Oh,
Ooh,
that's
Mr. Decision
interesting.
fucking maker picked him. I see.
Oh, okay. That actually is good information to have, yeah. Because
I think I'm gonna start doing that. Yeah.
yeah. Like letting us know
Yeah.
who picked who. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it says, but yeah, that was. I think Pinhead has been a killer that Disco hasn't. I mean, like I said, he's kind of uncharted territory in terms of being played in actual tournaments. But I know Jeff has been, or Disco has been playing him quite a lot in public matches, so he's at least familiar with the general overview of how to use his power, what works best in some situations. So maybe he's confident in his ability to kind of translate that into comp setting with more balancing, and obviously going against one of each perk makes it a lot more easy for him.
Yeah. And again, I think like it's kind of like we've been talking about this whole time. I think the fact that comp players are so unfamiliar, it's such like uncharted territory. I feel like he probably imagines he could probably take advantage of that, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
I would say that would be a huge advantage. I think getting out to a head start and learning a new killer before people really learn his counterplay would be really, really good. It's a good like ace in the hole to bust out in a tournament, So
I agree.
I think that's what's going on here. Yeah, we'll see.
Oof. God.
Yeah, it's gonna be intense, man. It's gonna be intense.
If only we had the voice lines.
Right? True. Don't worry, just buy an NFT and then you got it.
Ah.
I'm
I wonder if we'll see anybody, I'd love to see him actually teleport to the box and like commit to the decision to teleport to the box this game.
Yeah,
Like,
I wonder if
like,
that's even going to be a thing. I feel like teleporting to boxes half the time isn't even fucking worth it, man. Like, I don't know.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, for sure.
I'd be pretty surprised if he does it at all. I'd be surprised if anybody does it at all, like during these games. I feel like teleporting isn't actually like worth it majority of the time.
Yeah.
Because especially because I feel like these guys are going to be smart and they're not going to like set themselves up to be teleported in a bad spot, right? Like they're only gonna do it if they're in a good spot, I'd imagine.
During chases and shit like that.
Yeah. Where you're
It'd be very interesting.
Yeah. So I would highly doubt it's even gonna happen to begin with. Okay, so we didn't change anybody in the lobby, by the way. Like this is the same. It's the same killer against the same survivors, and they are taking so long to set up. So that's kind of making.
Maybe they don't have their builds ready for Pinhead.
That's
Exactly.
that's
This is concerning.
That's kind of what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if they're like shit. Like, what if they're like last like scrambling and being like shit? Let's come up with something. You know what I mean? Fuck. Because yeah, that's interesting.
And it's fortunate and unfortunate that these are the two games that are going to matter the most as well.
Yeah.
These are the two games that matter the most, with the most uncertainty as to who's actually fucking prepared. This is very, very scary, especially just for us because we actually don't know. Maybe it's not for them. Maybe they're just relaxing and fucking taking a bathroom break. Who fucking knows?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And for those of you who are curious with the specific balancing for Pinhead, since we haven't really discussed that, and maybe you guys haven't taken a look at it in the overview of the rules, but he is not allowed to run ultra rare add-ons. I know the Engineer's Fang, which is the one that basically injures you if you are healthy, if you get hit with the chain. That's not allowed to be used. I know that's like by far his most popular add-on. Also not allowed to use the original Pain purple add-on, which inflicts the deep wound status effect for survivors who break free from the possessed chains, and Impaling Wire, which grants you one, or it summons one additional chain if the survivor uses the environment to break it. So gets a couple of purple add-ons, but I think the most common ones that are used are some of the green ones. So that's what I'm expecting to see here.
Yeah, I'd imagine. Yeah, I might need you to give me a refresher on what some of the add-ons are. I don't think I know them
I'm
all by
literally
look.
looking it up because
Yeah.
I haven't played him in so long. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I actually just don't.
Yeah, I think so. Like, there's traveling distance, there's the gateway casting distance, the chain hunt activation time. I think the chain hunt activation time is a very popular one, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't played a ton of Pinhead, but I'm pretty sure I see everyone use that.
I imagine that one would be popular because I think the chain hunt is like the major part of the power that like it's the major like sense of urgency that I think you get when playing against Pinhead is when the chain hunt comes in. So I imagine that would probably be among his strongest.
Yeah.
True.
We'll see
I don't know.
what they
I could
load in with,
see
though.
cooldown as well, possibly.
True.
I'm honestly not like just yeah, I could see that. Maybe just for safety, just skewered rat. I'm not sure, but we're fucking getting into it. God.
Yeah, we're loading in, dude. Here it comes. The fucking Pinhead games, dude. The ones we've been waiting for.
Fuck.
I'm so curious to know how this is
I
going
just
to go,
want to see
man.
these fucking perks.
True.
What the hell are you going to use? It's Dead Dog. Oh, it's gonna be. This is fuck. Like I mean, damn. Like range where the map is so small. Like casting range for the gateway might be it. What the fuck's he got? He's got.
All right, that's
Burning
pretty. Yeah, that's pretty much
Yeah.
what I expected, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you guys called that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's double activation time. So it reduces the chain hunt activation time by the green one is 10 seconds and the brown one is 5 seconds.
Yeah, that makes sense. Chain hunt is such a strong thing, so that makes it. That was a
Already
good shot.
got a hit. Ooh.
Again, there's the issue that we literally discussed this so many times about hitting long range shots, how it doesn't really do much. Like it slowed her down a little bit, but that's really all it did, which is
But
unfortunate.
it wasn't gonna catch up. She was gonna make the window. It was just a waste of time.
Yo, those add-ons though, like look at the progress of that chain hunt already. It's like almost half done, dude. Holy fuck. Those are actually some pretty legit add-ons. My god.
And he's actually watching his totem as well. Damn, he got an unfortunate totem spawn.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's-
that one's
that's
not
really
great.
out in the open.
The other one was pretty good, but yeah, that one's not great. So
I'm interested to see how he plays around loops and stuff.
yeah.
Oof. He goes around. Will he make this raid? He did.
Okay. Yeah.
Get
Survivor
some
was on
here.
him, but even here he could just insta. Oh, he whiffed him.
Ooh.
He whiffed. This is so interesting. Okay, Icy got the box, and now he's using it. Yeah, he's not even gonna teleport. I just don't feel like teleporting is like. I feel like it's almost never worth it. See, even there, like you can even get value out of that. Like he literally just used his power and then canceled it to like
Faking it,
zone
yeah.
him. Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's so interesting. Like all the different ways you could use this killer. You know,
Got
it's a good shot on him. He's gonna make it the God palette.
Throw it down.
I'm honestly just so interested in how this goes that like it's hard to even like cast because I'm just so like intrigued.
Ooh.
They're gonna take a
This is
hit.
interesting. They're actually helping to break the chains and shit.
Yeah.
He's leaving.
Oh, gets a shot on him.
Yeah.
Okay. He does have that pallet in the corner though, so he's not in any super immediate danger. Just gonna pre-throw it.
Break or no? He's
Actually, yeah, he
staying?
can force a slow vault if he's stuck on the chain. So it's actually a little bit short.
God, and the window's open there too. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, he's getting really good hits with his power. It's just that it's
Yeah.
not like resulting in any damage. He's like so close every time to getting hits, but just not quite there.
He made it through though. Yeah, blind. That was very good.
Yep.
Gets a hit. He should get an M1 here.
Yeah, he gets that one here
that
for
was
sure.
good.
Yeah,
Good
he's
enough for you
doing.
to break it on.
He's doing a really good job of like hitting his shots though. Like he's not
True.
whiffing a lot. Like he's just nailing them over and over again.
Yeah.
So that's really good.
That's why I assumed that we would see cooldown, because that seems to be the benefit. Like, if you're able to hit them over and over, even with like distance, like especially with cooldown, you get to actually slow them down more, and it does save you some time. It's just sometimes you gotta actually weigh like the amount of time it takes for you. It takes you to cast it and hit and then catch up. Like it just really depends.
Yeah.
He was getting a good hit there. I mean, I guess going back to the gen was good, but he might have actually, she might have made it to a window, but she wasn't able to break the chains because he got her before she got into the doorway.
Yeah, I guess he decided it wasn't worth it. He wants to patrol the gens instead. I mean, he does
Yeah.
have ruin up. There's the chain hunt. That's
Pallet's still up. He should hit him and then just break the pallet on something. Unless he realizes that the chain's positionings are going to force him into a slow ball. This is good.
Yeah,
that was
this
a really
is-
good decision. He just runs here. Yep.
yeah. That's why chain hunt's so strong, man. Like they have to deal with chain hunt. They have to deal with it. If you
he's
don't
fought-
deal with the chain hunt, you just get hit for free every time. It's nuts. He should be dead here too.
Yep.
Yep. Grabbed off. Yep.
Good shit.
They got rid of one of his totems, so
Interesting. And
Yeah.
only one gen is gone as well. This
Yeah.
is super interesting. They actually have to worry about the box. They've had ruin to deal with. Jesus. This
yeah,
is-
dude. Pinhead's macro is insane, man. I'm telling you. Like
Yeah,
this,
and-
like
and
the. Oh, I kind of fucked that up. Oh, they managed
And
to
on
get
the
that
small
done, though.
map, it's even more manageable.
Yeah.
He has less room to worry about. It's actually super nice. Oof. This is risky.
Yep. She's gonna go for the
Interesting.
ball. I think she has live. No, it doesn't have live. Never mind.
Pallet here.
Damn, he just went for it. I thought he might double back or
yeah,
go for a
same.
chain.
Didn't lose her. Getting cut by
can't,
fucking
yeah.
nonsense.
True.
That was unfortunate. I don't think it would have led to anything in the anyways. Maybe. He was pretty close. Never mind.
I think Brian has whatever the fuck second wind's called now. I don't even know what the hell it's called anymore. But the perk where you basically get healed off unhook. I think that's what he has. I think that's why he's broken, right? I don't see
Yeah.
any reason why he'd be broken. Yeah, there
Yeah,
you go.
should
He's
be
guys
broken.
this here.
good healthy. I think it's called push through it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
which
they
is- sounds odd, but
changed him to all kinds of dumb shit. Oh, okay.
Renewal.
Brought it back to protect. But that's two people that aren't on gens, and then they also have to worry about the box as well.
Yep. Looks like he's gonna try to stay on Brian as well. Perhaps. That was a good fucking hit, dude.
jeez.
Jesus.
And
yeah.
even if he didn't go that way, he just turns around and shoots it back down.
Yep.
And he gets the hit here. Ooh. The fucking dead hard.
The goddamn dead hard.
He
Oh.
makes this? Yes.
Yep. Looks like they're opening the box over there, but
But he don't want to came.
he don't give a fuck. All right, this is gonna be Brian's second hook, so this is gonna be one of those situations where he might just want to get him out of the game. Ruin's still up though, so like,
Interesting.
yeah. So he's probably still wanting to pressure gens at the same time. It's gonna be a weird mix of wanting to pressure gens. He might just hold this 3-gen
Yeah.
in this like back corner here, and leave that one. I feel like that's probably what he's gonna have to do. He's gonna like hold this 3-gen while also kind of protecting this hook, and trying to make sure that he gets the kill.
Interesting. He's using it for vision. It's very, very wise. I truly respect that. Jesus. Checking that side. Oof. I like this use of the vision. This
Yeah, right. It's actually really
it
cool.
works really well in this type of situation. This is perfect.
Yep. Scouts with it. It's pretty nice.
Yeah. Nobody's gonna be able to make it over here unless they just sneak their way in. But I'm assuming they're not going to, and they're just gonna go for
Ooh,
gens.
one's on the far gen.
Ooh.
That's up. So and then the other two are running
Yeah.
around. So someone's on that gen way over by the windmill. He just doesn't realize it.
Interesting.
And this is really good timing too because they came in to distract him.
We
Right.
heard both of them as well.
He's just gonna try to deny this unhook, and I think he's gonna do it. Yeah, Brian dies. He's probably gonna
Damn.
go check on the gen now, which he should do. The fact that
Yes.
Ruin's still up makes this totally viable. Like, this isn't gonna be one of those situations we said before where it's like, well, you know, he's buying time, but they're still getting gen progress. Like, no, they are not getting gen progress. Yeah, They-
Nancy protected at least, but
they managed to get the
Jeez.
box, which is good. That's a good use of your time there, but.
good
Ruin's
hit.
still up, dude. Like, this is actually looking really good. With a 3-gen with Ruin up, they need to find Ruin is what the survivors need to do. Like, they need to find and break Ruin if they're going to get by this now. Like, there's no way they're going to 3-man this 3-gen with Ruin up. It's just not going to happen. Oh.
Yeah, there's so many pallets over here.
Yeah, this pilot's not very good though. He could just like all it takes is one correct read and he gets the down. So or that.
And now he's now they're fucked.
Wow, he actually managed to break free and vault that. How?
Fuck.
That is crazy.
Oh.
Yeah, he's
Back to the gen.
Yeah, it's taking too long and he knows it, so he's just gonna go back to the gen. Pretty smart of him. If he lets that gen pop, that's a huge fuck up.
One's committing.
Oh, he didn't shoot her. He didn't shoot her. Oh,
There
dude,
we
if
go.
that would have popped, that would have been a huge mistake.
Gets a hit on Nancy.
She's the only full health one though. He's gonna hit her. Now everyone's injured, so like trying to commit now becomes even more risky. Especially because like if anybody goes down at that gen, he can just hook them beside it, and then he can camp the gen and them at the same time, you know?
And then they have to worry about the box and everything fucking else.
Yeah.
Actually cucky.
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
Even here, he's gonna most likely slug because if he picks up, they're gonna finish the last little bit of progress. No one's on it currently. He might decide to go for it because it's regressed enough. He might. It's gonna be a little bit risky because if they do happen to go slam it out right now, it'd be pretty big. I think that's what they have to. I'm curious to see what they're doing. No, they're healing.
Healing.
Yeah, that's interesting. So yeah, he's in a god tier spot. He's in a god tier spot now. That's gonna regress so much because they didn't get rid of ruin. So that's gonna be some insane ruin value. Now he can just kind of patrol around. Just look for him.
Yeah, he is a nasty 3.
And
like,
Chain Hunt's about to start.
Holy, yeah, they're fucked. Now he has tracking.
Yep, he has
he's going to
tracking
find
too.
out. Yep.
So they're gonna have to go get they're definitely gonna go get the box is what they're gonna go do. Like one person's gonna get the box. The other one's probably gonna like try to hover for the save. Looks like Jeeves is like hovering for the save. Icy's got the box. So the survivors are handling it the best way they can. I mean, they're definitely doing a good job of handling it, but again, like this gen has regressed so much. They still don't have ruin gone.
With this small of a map, worrying about the box and the 3 gen, and also it being a 3v1 currently, I don't know. He basically has to like overcommit and fuck up.
Yep. Just like the only way.
It's crazy.
That was really good teamwork there, breaking chains for each other. They're Claudette like falling behind and breaking all those chains was really smart. Only one of them can take the window though. They can't fall at the same time, unfortunately. So one gets hit no matter what.
And Nia should be on a gen.
Yeah, but that gen was like probably regressed enough that I think Disco like has the time that he can fuck around over here. You know, like he doesn't really need to be on top of it at all times right now because it regressed so much. You know, like that gen has no progress whatsoever. So like as long as he has the ruin up, she's just running around in the middle. As long as he has the ruin up, he's in control, man. They can't do shit. That was interesting. What the fuck?
Lord, she was hyper focused on the gateway.
Yeah, but he just canceled it. Yep. That's gonna be what's his hook state too? That's gonna be a second hook. Okay, so he's gonna hook him over here. It's the same situation. He's hooked right on top of the gens. That gen is I think that gen's fully regressed. I don't even hear it being worked on behind.
Yeah.
So
I don't know what they're going to do.
yeah, I don't see it. They need to break ruin. I think it's the only way. But like again, finding ruin on this map is a nightmare. Like it's not in that bad of a spot, but I'm pretty sure it's covered up by a bunch of grass and shit.
Yeah.
Like it's really hard to see where it is. Like it's right there on the street. You'd think it'd be easy to find, but man,
And
I'm
they're
telling
already
you.
actively avoiding this area because it's out in the open.
Yep, exactly. It's so rough right now.
Fuck.
He's just spinning around, dude. He's just like, yeah, go ahead, make a move. Make a move. Go on, make a move.
I have seen him do this so many times with so many different killers. This is what Disco is very experienced at doing, just holding a tight 3 gen.
Yeah.
He's got the experience and the game sense to know how to break the map up like this. And I mean, this is how do you even come back from this?
Yeah,
It's just,
what do you
you're
do?
just stuck.
Yeah. There's a chain hunt now too on top of everything else. Like even if they can get this unhook, what happens? They're still ruined. They still have no gen progress. And that's if they even get the unhook, and they don't. He died anyway. So
That's insane.
yeah, it's just what can you do? Like literally, what can you do? It's just over at this point. I guess you just don't let it get to this point. I think at the end of the day, it all came down to ruin staying up. I think they needed to find ruin was what needed to happen because. Man, like Ruin staying up just made that strat god tier. Like if Ruin wasn't there, then he would not have had the control he had because that gen would have been like 90% at all times. He would have had to been constantly stressing about it being worked on, and You know, like you can deal with with a 3-gen. I wouldn't say easily, but I would say relatively easily as an organized group. Unless there's ruin, then all of a sudden it ain't easy no more. You know?
Exactly, because they made the progress on the gen. It's just, yeah, they had to leave and they had no choice, and ruin got it.
That was a really smart slow vault to just like know that she's not gonna be able to get away in slow vault. But yeah, I mean, Disco's just nailing every single one of these shots, dude. He's down. He's gonna go look for Jeeves.
No uncuckable?
Hold on, I'll check real quick. No uncuckable, nope.
No
Soul Guard
uncuckable.
though. Soul Guard in case they eventually get up. No uncuckable and Jeeves either, so. Oh yeah, she spotted too, so that's gonna be that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it. Dude, what a good performance, man. He 4K'd and it didn't even come down the end game either. They still had a gen up, so that's also denying some points as well. Wait.
Jeez.
Oh wait, Soul Guard would work.
Yeah,
good.
I'm stupid. I forgot that ruins up.
But regardless, what the fuck is she gonna do?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but it's the same situation because now Jeeves is down.
Yeah, and he's just gonna hook her now. He won't leave her. Well, yeah.
Yeah. Pro caster, by the way. I literally forgot what Soul Guard does. I was just thinking about the pickup, and that was it. But yeah, at this point, it's the same thing. I mean, there's really no way that they get out of this both alive, unless Disco literally like just like DC or like doesn't DC, unless he like AFKs for like 2 minutes, you know, like lets them break ruin and pick each other up. Like there's just no way. It's just they're just buying time at this point. Is all they can do.
The one kind of quirky thing that could happen in this situation, which does happen from time to time and actually can make a difference, is because I believe Jeeves is a fresh hook. She hasn't been hooked yet. If she bleeds out, he is not given those points for hooking her. So it's not, looking good for the survivors, but see how she's crawling kind of away from where she was. If she manages to get away in stealth and she bleeds out on the ground, that will make a difference in the points, at least somewhat.
Okay, yeah, that does make sense. It kind of puts him in a position. It also puts him in a position too if she gets close to death, where he's like he has to hook her, which would then give Icy a chance at hatch. So that's actually kind of interesting. Yeah.
And now he has a better chance of finding Claudette due to the chain hunt. He's still looking for Nancy though.
And if he can't find Jeeves and she does bleed out and he gets hatched, then that's actually a huge win for the survivors. Like that's a massive, like that's like a 5-6 point differential from what he could have gotten. So. Yeah, that's insane. So I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Even regardless of whether or not the other team was prepared for this, I mean, hell, they just got their lesson right here, to be honest.
Yeah, I guess so. He's gotta check basement. I guess he's just convinced he's hiding, so he's just checking everywhere. Where is I? Oh man, never changed, dead dog. Never changed.
Math man viewers.
I know. Yeah, right. Math man, 200 viewers, dude. Tisk. Well, he found Jeeves, so. He's got that going for him. Where are you in comparison? I can't even like tell where I see is from spectating.
I can't either.
Yeah, it's like the edge.
He's like behind main building.
Yeah.
Like to the left of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I see. He's by. Okay, yeah, he's literally at the corner of the main building. He's by an exit gate. I see. Okay, so he's picking up. I think he's gonna hook now. But again, like, it's a full health state, so he still has time. Even after hooking, he still has time to look around. So. It might end up just coming down to who can find hatch first. I don't know. It's gonna be tough here. I'm gonna keep peeking on Icy to see what he's doing.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Well, we know what he's doing.
Yeah, we know what he's doing.
Shit.
I still do want to take a peek here and there, though.
Yeah, for sure.
God, whoever behavior decided it was a good idea to add these bushes where you can basically become invisible, like, did they not learn from Death Garden? What is this, dude?
Bro, they fucking played with a Ouija board and they told them to do it or something. Like, this is Luciferian satanic shit. I don't know why they did this.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with that, dude. But I think we're just gonna be chilling for a minute.
Yeah. And for those of you wondering why she's not trying to go be off the hook, you're not allowed to. So. Not like she can kind of progress this any faster than otherwise.
I was actually about to ask that myself, dude.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So Kobe's are just straight up not allowed in this?
As far as I'm aware, they're not, because it's another one of those things where you try to eliminate the RNG of, okay. I mean, we saw it in literally the best of the best tournament last year where it actually made a huge difference. Someone 4% off a hook and they end up escaping, and it makes a huge point differential. So you don't want RNG to make too much of an impact in the results. So
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's a good rule overall. Well, she's dead now, so now it's just a race for Hatch. I guess we'll see who finds it first. I don't know.
Maybe she'll get lucky. There is that the good old luck where it spawns right on top of the survivor.
he was trying. You see, he was trying to manifest it. Oh, he got it.
How
He got it.
Holy fucking shit! But I mean, well,
Those
no,
gates are close too.
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
too
that's
easy
it.
for him to watch them both. This is just unfortunate. I mean,
Oh yeah, he's like you can just stand right here. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's at the little turret position where he can just sit here and watch them both.
so I mean, what the fuck? I mean, like I guess he's denied a point if she just dies. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be denied. I believe it's 5 points, right? Because you get 1 point if they bleed out, or if, I'm not sure exactly what the points are. I have to look up to confirm they die to endgame collapse, but he will not get the points for the first and second hook stages, I believe. I think you only get 1 here.
Interesting.
Yeah, that is
I'm not
interesting.
sure.
Oh. Yeah. No. Did
Take
you
a
see
look.
her? Oh my god.
She's
Oh my god. But I mean, as soon as she
there's
touches the
yeah,
door,
there's
she's
no
fucked.
way. Yeah, like the second any red light turns on, it's over. It's literally over. So look at this little like.
Just chilling.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Wait, no way.
No way. No way. No way. He can't.
Oh, you can see her.
Oh my. Dude, I couldn't see her.
I couldn't see her either,
Holy
dude.
fucking shit.
That was funny. If that somehow worked, that'd have been amazing.
Yeah, I think that would have only applied to bleed outs on the ground anyways. I think he gets the same points here for
Okay,
endgame
yeah.
collapse anyways. You can't really take advantage of that as survivor, but
That's good. I was gonna say
Yeah.
like if that is how it works, we should change it like for a potential
Yeah.
next time because that would be kind of silly to like for the
Yeah,
if the right
just have
play
someone
was just
stealth.
yeah, exactly. That would be kind of a lame correct play
yeah,
to do.
that's for bleed outs only.
Wait, Soul Guard is banned?
Against Pinhead, I don't believe so. No,
Yeah,
it's not banned.
Okay, against Pinhead.
No.
Yeah, fucking chat. You the fucking dude.
Yeah, because
Yeah, no.
I got kind of confused for a minute too because Brian had Dead Hard, didn't he? And I was like,
Yeah,
freaking
that's
out for a
just the
minute, but-
specific balancing.
Yeah.
So the perks for survivors banned against Pinhead are botany knowledge, camaraderie, deliverance, desperate measures, hope, leader, spine chill, and self-care.
No, Skullguard is banned overall. You're not wrong.
Oh, it is banned overall. So that's part of the general balancing. Okay, well.
oh, so
I
they
didn't
used a ban
realize
perk.
that. I
So
haven't,
they, yeah.
Oh, rip.
I'm sure this one to keep the result though.
Yeah, we'll keep
Yeah.
the result because
Yeah.
it didn't really make a difference on
Yeah.
the result.
I should probably give them a point penalty then.
Yeah. I mean, you give them, yeah, point deduction, but don't replay the match.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. I mean, however you guys want to handle it. That was good though. I mean, I can see why Disco chose Pinhead. He was pretty fucking good. He was pretty solid. That was very, very good.
Yeah, that would seem like like after that, it seems like that was like not a risky pick at fucking all. Like you just control.
Well, the thing is like, I felt like that could have gone either way, right? Because that totem was right
Yeah,
in the
true.
middle of the street,
Yeah.
and I don't know if someone ran right past that or what, but I would have thought they would have seen that at some point. And not only that, like up until the last gen, when he missed that chain, when Jeebs was sitting on the gen right there next to the windmill, like he only had 3 stages. That could have easily been like 3 outs with very minimal
Yeah.
stages. It could have gone either way,
I
especially if
agree.
that ruin wasn't up. Like it was, that was pretty close, but he managed to hold that 3 gen well, and I guess survivors misplayed just by either not seeing the totem or leaving it up. But I mean, he did well for the situation.
Yeah, like definitely given the situation and what happened, he definitely did the best he could and fucking. I mean, it ended up being a really good result, dude. I mean, a 4K with 1 gen left is a very, very good result. So that's gonna be
Yeah.
hard to match, I think, for the other team. Also considering, didn't they also have a slightly better first match too? I think they already were. I think they already had a slight lead. Or am I thinking of it
Yeah.
the reverse ways? I'm pretty sure they did. I'm pretty sure Disco had a slight better killer game.
Yeah, he had 1K 9 stages, whereas the other team had a 1K 7
Yeah.
stage. So
Yeah,
a couple
so-
extra points.
So that's an even big. So yeah, basically the other team's Pinhead's gonna have a fucking field day of a game if they're gonna want to win this. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be very, very tough. I do think though that ruin was just that was huge, man. Like I think that was a whole different video game if they found and broke ruin. Like if ruin got found, then that was probably like
So I have some insider info on that.
Okay.
Him walked by it, literally stepped on the ruin and didn't see it.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Dude, it felt like they were over near it so many times. Like, it
Yeah.
felt like they kept, like, retreating towards it, but just never actually broke it. It was so crazy. I don't know. It's super.
Yeah, I'm assuming what happened was he walked over there, didn't see it, called that it wasn't there, and then they never looked there again.
Oh
Yeah.
Oh, no. I hope that's not what it was. Oh,
That's
man.
concerning. Like if they literally just if their game plan is the same thing, literally unfortunate fucking totem RNG could just destroy them.
Yup,
Like
100%.
it's fucking rough. Like God.
No.
I don't know. I'm interested to see what they do now.
Yeah. But, I mean, the same thing could happen. Again, I mean, Dead Dog is notoriously hard to find totems, so same thing could happen, you know? You never know.
And this team that is going up now, obviously, is kind of in the same boat. The survivors not having too much experience against Pinhead in this format, so maybe they'll make a couple mistakes and the Pinhead, whoever's playing, I think it's going to be RGB, will have a chance to bring it back. I think the win condition here for the survivors is to pop 3 gens. Actually, I think it's 2 gens, so all order for the killer. But, I mean, crazier things have happened, so at least there's a little bit of a chance.
Yeah, there's at least a little bit of a chance, but that's gonna, yeah, you have to have a fucking insane game then, yeah.
And that's also because of the point deduction, so makes a difference. Remember, two points for each gen that pops, so it does make a difference, and now it makes it that much harder for killer to bring it back.
Yeah, it feels like this is pretty securely in the hands of BaldSquad, but, you know, you're not wrong. Just for the sake of keeping it, you know, it's anything's possible. Anything's possible to happen, so I'm not going to count them out just yet, but it's going to be pretty tough to deal with that, especially like you said against a killer that people are relatively like unfamiliar with. I guess it's like more and more. I guess like I guess if there's any position you'd want to be in, you'd probably want to have a killer that like people weren't familiar with. You know what I mean? Like I think that's what you would want as the killer player. But
Yeah, I'm just hoping that with at least where there's something of value on the line, there's money on the line. They would have actually taken the time to be prepared just in case, you know, Pinhead actually happened, just because it was a realistic possibility. But maybe they didn't. Fuck.
yeah, I don't know. Hard to say, man. Hard to say. This is the wait. Is this the last match of the entire day too? I think it is, right?
Yes, this
yeah.
is the last match of the day until
Yeah.
Sunday.
It.
It's actually been enjoyable as fuck.
True. I've been loving this, dude. This has been so fucking fun.
This is fucking great. It actually is.
We're just getting everyone in lobby. This should be ready soon. Dude, I'm excited. I'm excited for Sunday, man. I'm excited. I feel like as the day went on, the matches have just been getting better and better. I feel like the rest of the corners and the quarters and like the semis and like the finals are gonna be so fucking good, dude. So good.
Okay, and we were just informed that apparently they had another banned perk combo. They had Iron Will and Lucky Break, which is also banned in the overall general balance, so that's going to be an additional -2 points as well.
Wait, so is it unwinnable then, or is it
No,
one
I
gen?
think they will have to 4K before one gen pops.
Oh no, dude. Oh no.
Yeah, all those points. That's, I mean, we meme and we talk about why it takes so long for these lobbies to get set up. I mean,
Yeah, there's
I
a
see
reason.
why
Yeah,
you don't want to mess up perks like this, because it does make a difference.
yeah.
Jeez.
It's really important. Yeah, I mean, it's also like really important to like enforce that shit too, right? You can't just let shit slide. You can't just let people do whatever they want. So, yeah, I mean, hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Sometimes you fuck up, I guess. So, better 4K at 5 gens. I don't have to tell you.
Damn. And with Pinhead too, that's oh yikes. I mean, I wonder what happened. They just team didn't raid.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
I respect it.
I'm guessing here. This is just a guess. I don't know. I'm assuming they did not have builds prepared for Pinhead, and so they were making them on the fly.
Oh, that
and
makes
so they're
sense.
kind of pressured with time.
Yeah,
Interesting.
that makes sense. That could definitely be it. Because I agree that probably nobody was like prepared. Like I don't think people have like go-to shit for Pinhead. It's probably something that they're probably just coming up with on the fly, you know? That could definitely make sense. Yeah, I don't know. I think like, you know, I want to be that guy that's like, you know, anything's possible. You can do it. Just believe. But at the same time, I feel like this is just like, I think BaldSquad's taking this. But I'm still like, regardless of like whether the result is secured or not, I'm still curious to see how the game's gonna play. Because I just still think Pinhead in competitive is fucking sweet, and I want to see like how it goes. So like, regardless of like the result, I'm still super interested in just seeing how he plays it. You know what I mean? And how well he could do. I hope that they like still like give it their all and like actually try and don't kind of like just, you know, meme around and like finish one gen and then not care, you know. Like I hope that they actually try to have a good result, because I really want to see what he can do. Like I think it's pretty cool. I think it's interesting to see him being played.
I agree. I actually do. I'm curious if they play him in a different way at all. But I mean, maybe there's something crazy, but the way that Disco played him seems to be, especially on that map, seemed to be pretty fucking efficient. Seemed to be pretty fucking efficient, and the ruin, like it sucks that like totem RNG was part of it. I hate that it was. I wish it wasn't, but luckily with that map, like you said, totem spawns on that map are rough. They're absolutely rough.
Yep. I just feel like, dude, like as far as like potential builds, I just feel like ruin has to be a part of it, right? Like like you can kind of see it at the end of that last game where it's like it's just so much pressure, dude. You're like chain hunts up, but also ruins up, but also like there's somebody on a hook. It's like there's so many things to deal with, and if it ruins just another one of those things to deal with, you know what I mean? So I feel like he just benefits so much from that, because he just gives you so much different shit to have to deal with, you know?
Yeah.
And honestly, like the other kind of wild card pick that we saw there, that I don't think we've seen outside of that match we just had, was Thanatophobia, which actually may have been the difference between when Jeebs was sitting on the gen there at the end.
Yeah.
That extra time could have been because of, I think there was one person dead, which I don't think that applies to the Thanatophobia effect, but
yeah, no.
two people were injured, and that applies to gen speed, and could have made the difference between them popping that gen and being forced off.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, that's like isn't that 5% per stack now or something? So yeah, I mean that's
they buffed it. It's pretty nuts now.
Yeah, that's actually really good. I mean, like 10% of an 80-second gen, that's like 8 more seconds. That's probably that pretty much 100% was the difference maker, I would assume, between her finishing that gen and, you know, him actually being able to like get it to regress with ruin. So yeah, pretty crazy. Thanatophobia actually coming in clutch. I never thought I would say those words. Fucking Thanatophobia saving a tournament game, but here we are, you know? That's crazy. That's fucking wild, man.
Fuck.
That's interesting that, like, it's interesting to me that he had the foresight to run Thanatophobia on Pinhead. Like, what is it about Pinhead that makes him think that Thanat... I wonder if it's...
Just because maybe he was confident in actually just having a shit ton of control.
Yeah.
Regardless.
Maybe. Yeah, because I do think, like, maybe, like, the constant chain hunts and stuff makes it hard to, like, reset and heal everybody, too. You know what I mean? It might make it harder to, like, get everybody reset and back to full health. So, yeah, I mean, again, he has more experience than I do. Maybe he's scrimmed with them before. Maybe he's just, like, found, like, hey, man, people stay injured a lot, you know? So
it's something else that, like, it's just something that's does something passively as you're doing something good. So, like, it seems like he's going to be able to control, especially if he, like, you know, puts in effort to get a 3-gen. So it kind of actually makes sense. Like, and you can't fully 100% rely on Ruin to save the game for you.
yeah.
So I kind of understand it, because he needs something after that. Like, he has to have something that will do something at least.
Yeah, I mean that's what I think too, but that's why, like, I'm still kind of surprised it was like Thanat and not something like what we've been seeing, like No Way Out, right? Or like No Ed, or some other kind of like end game thing that can, you know, carry you. That's just such an interesting one, you know. It's one that I never thought I would see. It's such a, I don't know. It's very obscure, I guess.
I guess he was just confident in actually being able to keep them injured or have them injured. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it worked out. You know,
Yeah,
I
absolutely
I can't question him. It definitely worked out, and I mean, it definitely played a big part in him winning. So fucking touche, man, touche.
I'm interested to see if they were ready for this, or if they weren't, how they adapt to it and what that entails. I'm curious.
Yep, same. All right, get me on the killer? Question marks. Okay, there we go. All right. Oh, okay.
Surveillance.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Actually, interesting. I mean,
Yes. Some crows
Yeah.
flying. Found a chase right away, as usual.
that's. Oof.
See, like, this is why I was complimenting Disco so much. This shit ain't easy, dude.
It's not.
Hitting those shots is not easy. Like, I know when I play Pinhead, dude, I'm whiffing all the time. I'm also boosted, but you know, like, I don't know. It's not exactly easy to have like close to 100% accuracy with him. That shit is sometimes hard to land.
And you're only rewarded for patience to a certain extent. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, she had bounce.
Yeah, she had
Poor got
balance
the
though.
hit, and luckily it's down a hallway, so the chains stay on, and he's gonna get her.
Yeah, he's gonna get the down. Nice. That was a
Damn.
really good start.
And
That's
here's
gonna
the
be a hook. I mean, he's gotta hurry though. They pop a jet and it's over, you know? Better hurry.
Yeah. Oh, and Stone's back there too, and you already know she's selling all that shit out.
Yeah, surveillance is actually really interesting here. It gives you a lot of info. Like, he can see the gen up top that's regressing, which is really interesting. You can kind of see like when people leave gens, as well as like when they, you know, like, get back on them too. Finds the Yui. I don't even know if he's gonna be able to get a hit out of that though, because I think he might have a pallet behind her. She also has Shack. Oh, he gets a hit. They're back on that gen over there. Oh, the whiff.
Damn.
All right, still on her. Yeah, that's rough. It's like this chase is just taking a little bit too long. Oh, he gets it though. He gets it. Down she goes. He's looking around. I wonder if he realistically like is thinking about. Well, never mind. I was gonna say if he's realistically thinking about the possibility of getting the win, or if he just like knows that it's like absurd. Because he was like looking around. I wonder if he was like, wait a minute. I wonder if it's, you know. But then never mind.
Well, I mean, he wasn't for long.
Yeah, the second I started thinking about it is when the gen popped, and I was like, yeah, never mind.
That's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, the stairs got them.
Yeah. That dude, getting that portal to go like through things sometimes is such a pain in the ass, dude. Gonna find a hit though. They're also gonna get unhooked across the map. Good. That was good fucking portal. Very good portal.
And he gets it on too.
A couple survivors over there gives him a little nod. See, you see how well hidden that ruin is right there? Like, there's so much in the way. Like, they'll probably find it since they just hooked somebody right beside it. But
well, that's where he caught her. She was like right next to it on it.
Oh, okay.
So,
yeah.
They definitely found it.
Yeah, but dude, regardless of like the totem spawns, this map are so good.
True. It was just fortunate that it was like right next to the gen.
Yep, agreed. Another whiff hit though. Again, shit ain't easy. It's actually pretty hard to land.
Yeah, that would have been a hard read to make. He made a fucking hard play.
Yeah. I don't know if this is a bold statement to say, but I feel like I can't tell if it's like whose side it is. Like obviously the pinhead is like whiffing more. It feels to me like these survivors are doing a better job of juking. Like I don't think it's necessarily all on RGB here, like whiffing. I think the survivors. I feel like these survivors feel like they're doing better against Pinhead, and I wonder if that's something that comes with like them like it being like a prepared strategy. You know what I mean? Like maybe like beforehand, like they like you know like Disco knew that they were gonna play Pinhead, so they like maybe scrimmed it a lot or something.
Caught her.
Yeah, that was an interesting little mind game that just got played there.
Disco also was getting a lot of just gateways directly on top of them as well. But even when he didn't, he definitely still adjusted and hit his shots regardless.
Yeah. I'm unsure because like I'm unsure if it's just Disco playing better or if it's also the survivors like being a little bit more experienced, right? Like I feel like that was close. That was very close. He's shaking his head no. He's like, no bullying. Don't juice me, bro. Please. Oh. Gotta let him know. Gotta assert dominance, of course.
Yeah.
Yes. Chainline's active, so that's nice. He should be able to get like pretty free hits on people that he chases.
Ooh, yeah, they're definitely actively putting in effort to dodging it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big difference, big, very noticeable fucking difference.
Yeah, like they like just looking at them, they look hard as fuck to hit. Like, honestly.
Yeah. They're really being like extreme with with the direction they dodge and stuff, and this is fucking rough.
Chain hunts over though, so they got a little bit of a break. Oh, but he still
He
has some
got the hit,
shots.
got the hit.
All right, he still makes it though. Still makes it. Not enough, man. That's the thing with Pinhead. I feel like you get in these weird situations where like you land your shot, but then it's just not enough to actually make anything happen with it, and it's so depressing sometimes. But I think you'll be able to make something with this. Yeah. He agrees too. Yeah, he agrees. It was a good one. All right. Well, I'm gonna take a quick look at the health states, but I'm pretty sure everyone's been. No. Okay. Disco's on Death Hook. This is gonna be. I believe that's Ollie. I can't even remember people's names anymore, man. I'm so confused. Oh, what the fuck?
What's? Oh, no.
I don't know. It's fixed. Don't worry about it. It's fixed.
Oh yeah, we probably like went back in the middle of a gateway.
Yeah. I think that's what happened. Okay, Disco's on Death Hook, and he's currently getting chased. So this is actually kind of sketch. Again, I mean the game's already secured, but as far as like how the rest of this game goes, this might be kind of huge. And Ruin and Dying are both still up. They didn't even get rid of a single one of them. So if Disco ends up dying here. That was a good juke. If Disco ends up dying here, then it's going to be like pretty much the same scenario that the other team was in, where, you know, 3 people, Ruins up. And he's starting to get it though. He's starting to get the shots now. Yep, and down he goes. Down he goes. I think he. I'm not sure if him jumping in the locker there was him predicting that he was going to use his power, and he was trying to like dodge the thing by jumping in. I think that might have been what he was trying to do. I'm gonna give him the credit. I'm gonna give him like the benefit of the doubt and say that that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to do some big brain shit, because otherwise that just kind of looked kind of stupid. It looked a little dumb. I'm assuming that's what it was.
More time, or you know, sometimes they're doing it to dodging him one, but
yeah.
It just depends. I'm not sure either.
Yep. Now they're down to 3. There's a chain hunt and Ruin. This is where it gets very tough. Very, very tough.
It's the window.
Yep.
Got it.
He could harass her. I was gonna say, didn't quite get there. If he could have got there and started harassing her, that would have been really huge. Yeah.
Did you see he hit her with the spin?
The fucking spin-a-rooney, I know.
Son.
Okay, good down. Good
That
down.
was good, yeah.
I think he might be. Oh, he heard somebody. Did you hear him?
Yeah, he did hear the Nia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, that ain't gonna be it. That ain't gonna be it at all.
Man.
I think it's getting to the point now where they're kind of just like accepting that Ruin's still up. They're down to 3 people. They're like, yeah, we already won. Let's just fucking, you know, go for fun plays. I think is what's going on now. Let's see if they try to do. I kind of want to take a look and see what VHS soon is up to. Oh, we just gonna go get the unhook, so nothing crazy. I believe that's gonna be almost everyone on Death Hook. Everyone except for Ace is on Death Hook now, so starting to get down to the wire here. I think it's pretty obvious how this is gonna go. I'd be pretty surprised if they even managed to get another gen done.
Oh damn, he almost got her.
Yeah. Trying to get over the cheeky through the Z hit, dude. Not the Z wall infinite. But down he goes.
Good on him. Good on him.
Yep. Didn't get hit with the Z wall infinite, dude. Proud of him.
Fighting the good battle of the war on Z wall.
That's right. Finds the ace. Oh. Okay. Is he gonna get head on? Will he get head on? Will he get flashlighted?
That would have been the funniest fucking thing ever.
Right? Imagine.
Flashlight?
The flashlight though. Yeah, I kind of figured that was gonna come.
I see.
The bullying, the juicing. Oh. Okay. They had a bit of a standoff there, but I guess not so great. Okay, Nance just got picked up, so he knows it's safe to pick up now. Chain hunt's active again, so it'll give him some free tracking. Everyone's on Death Hook, so now it's just a matter of him finding him and killing him, you know? Also, wait, did they get another gen done? Was there 3 gens at one point?
Yes.
I can't even remember.
There were 5 gens at one point. Now there's 2.
Okay. Thanks for the insight. Thanks. Wow, fantastic information. Thank you. That'll force a slow vault. Or yep. She dead. DED dead. Gonzo. Literally dead. That's gonna leave just Fosney. I don't even know if Fosney's even gonna try to go for the save. Yeah, he stopped the chain hunt. Yeah. Let him know. Yeah. Let him know. Yeah. Yeah. Assert dominance. That's right. I kind of need to see this from. Oh shit! I was gonna go to the striver point of view, but it's too late. You already walked away. Unfortunate. All right, Ace is dead. Looks like he found Fosney. He's just kind of peeping Tomming him.
Yeah.
Is she just staying latched on? Okay. I was like, is the bug back? The CJ tech? No? Yes? No? Yes? I thought he was gonna let him CJ. I thought he was gonna let him have it. I was waiting in suspense. I was like, clearly he wants to go for it. Are you gonna let him have it? But no. No. Even if he let him do it, I feel like you're not gonna get. No one's gonna give you the end of it if you get CJ'd in a tourney, right? Even if you let it happen. Nope. Nobody
else
wants
had
that.
ban perks, did they?
Yeah, hopefully not. They would have to have quite a few ban perks to, I think, make up for that, though. So I think it's okay. I mean, honestly, he did really good. Like, I know that they were memeing around and trolling around, but like, it's kind of a shame that they were down by so much because it felt like he could have maybe like did a really good performance that could have like won. You know, it's hard to say because again, like this result's kind of skewed by the fact that stuff like this is going on. You know.
Just so we're clear, the two point penalties from the ban perks, they would still be losing without them. So
Yeah.
It wasn't that impactful.
Yeah, I didn't think it was that. Yeah, I didn't think it was that impactful. I mean, Disco had a really good performance when they already had a lead anyway. So like, I kind of figured it wouldn't make too much of a difference anyway. So, hey, there you go. BaldSquad, moving on. Moving on, boys. Exhaust gets knocked out. BaldSquad moves on, and they'll be playing games in the semis. Are these two teams playing against each other in the semis? The two that we just seen. Is it going to be Demise versus BaldSquad in the semis?
Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't sure we were going in order of bracket. Okay, that's actually pretty sick then. That's pretty cool because both these guys are really enjoyable to watch. So that should be a really good game. Seeing Demise versus Bald. I mean, this was a really good game, but I think that'll be an even better game. BaldSquad versus Demise. That's gonna be sick. So hey man, GG's. That was really cool. That was really cool. And that was the last game of the day. That's all. I think we're ramping up. All right, hey guys, what up? Welcome back to the second day. This is the second day for the quarters and the semis and the finals of Swish's DbD Invitational of God Gamers or whatever we're calling it. I don't know. Swish's DbD tournament. Sorry for like the kind of long screen. We're having a bit of technical difficulties behind. Well, not technical difficulties, but roster difficulties. Essentially, one of the team's killers from the first match wasn't there or ready, and it turns out the person that's playing killer for that team now just bought the killer that they're playing for the first time. Like they just bought the DLC to play in this match. So that's gonna be interesting. That's gonna be spicy. But yeah. So welcome back in, guys. If you guys like are tuning in for the first time, like if you missed the stream on Friday, this is a competitive DbD tournament. Again, I want to give you guys a pretty just fair reminder that there's going to be a lot of like sweating because it's literally comp DbD. People are going to be doing whatever they can to win. Everyone that came to the tournament knows that, and everyone's in here to just have a good time and play around it. So you know, please don't be a negative Nancy or a bitching Becky, a bitching Bertha. I don't.
Becky word.
Yeah. Don't be a bitching Becky. All right. Just relax. Enjoy the games. Me and Ralph will be commentating. We have Justin here joining us as well. He is a very experienced comp player, and he's going to be kind of giving us like a bit of the down low, a bit of the insight towards like what's supposed to be going on with the comp scene and what should be happening, what shouldn't be happening. You know, kind of what to expect, what not to expect. He gives us a lot of insight. Basically, when he speaks, good things come out of his mouth every goddamn time. So
Literally.
yeah, like honestly, man do be carrying us out here. And we have Swish and a bunch of other awesome people handling everything behind the scenes. And right now we're kind of just waiting to get into the first match. It looks like, based on the overlay that Swish made for us, that we're going to have Horizon versus Jinx, which is pretty pog. Pretty pog. I think the games today, in general, are going to be fucking good. They're going to be really good, dude. I'm stoked.
Fucking same. It's gonna be so intense. now that we're getting later, the thing that happens with the killers that we have now in these pool in the pool of killers going forward is that they're generally capable of applying a lot more pressure. So everyone's decision making has to actually really be on point, because you're going to get punished, for poor decision making against any of these killers, but it really fucking hurts against killers that are capable of a lot of shit and just ending the game really fucking quickly. It's actually going to be insane. I'm even regardless of the unfortunate situation of these matches, because even the somebody on the other team, their original killer isn't awake either, but I'm assuming they're confident in their new killer's capabilities. But I don't know what's more unfortunate: the fact that the other team, their killer's asleep and this guy had to buy the DLC, or the fact that he had to buy the DLC and he missed the damn sale. They're no longer even half off.
Yeah, right. This man had
just
the
sucks.
full
Damn.
price. He had to buy the Doctor DLC just to play
Damn.
this. That is depressing. That is very, very depressing. But honestly, like that is so mind blowing to me, and I'm so curious to know how this is gonna go. Because they're still comp players, right? They still know the game. But the fact that the guy didn't even own the Doctor DLC, and then like now he's gonna be playing Doctor in a competitive match, like what, dude? Like what? I don't know, man.
I actually don't know. I just hope he knows it's about Juice fucking 30. Michael Jackson, this is it, and he's got to step up to the fucking plate. Oh god.
So I could be wrong, but I believe the first killer is Doctor, right? I'm not sure if we have confirmation on like what the two killers are and which one's first. I think it's like Doctor and Slinger, is it not?
Yeah, we have Horizon and Jinx up here. Horizon chose the Doctor, who will be played first by Jinx, followed by Deathslinger. The Doctor's map is, I believe, Father Campbell's Chapel, which we haven't seen yet. And then Deathslinger will be played on Azeroth's Resting Place.
Okay. Yeah. That sounds solid to me. So that's that's even funnier because like the other team picked Doctor, and now their team has to scramble and buy the Doctor. Oh no! All right.
Yeah.
Well.
It'll be interesting. But that being said, for those of you who weren't here with us the other day or are still wondering how this all works, basically the two teams that are playing against each other, they both chose these killers ahead of time. They will both take turns playing each of the killers. So Team A will play killer, then they will swap to survivor. They will play 2 survivor rounds in a row, and then they will play killer again. So like an A, B, B, A format in terms of who's playing killer. There's a certain scoring system, 2 points per hook stage, 1 point per death, for a total possible 20 points on killer side. Survivors are 2 points for each gen completed, and then each survivor is basically worth a certain amount of points for how they escape. So 3, 2, or 1 points based on how many times they've been hooked or which hook stage they went to, for a total 22 points on the survivor side. But
yeah.
That being said, go ahead, Tofu. Sorry.
I was gonna say, and I think it's also good to note the whole like I think a big thing that I maybe want to clarify a little bit more this time around is the whole banned perks thing. Like there's some like overall like bans for the tournament. Like for instance, I'm pretty sure every perk can only be ran once, except for Borrowed Time, which can be ran twice. And then each killer has their own individual perks that are banned, and that's kind of like a case by case basis. And if you don't mind, Justin, I might kind of like bug you about maybe like clarifying for us that kind of stuff. Because for instance, we're going to Doctor right now, right? And we haven't heard them for Doctor yet because we didn't see any Doctor yesterday. So I'm kind of curious to know what's banned, right? Because obviously some people are going to be like, well, he's playing Doctor, why not just bring Calm Spirit or blah blah blah? You know what I mean? Stuff like that. So I'm kind of curious to hear like what was decided to be banned against them.
Right. So like Tofu said, we have specific balancing for each killer. It makes things a little bit more fair. You don't want to have perks allowed that hard counter a certain killer. Otherwise, it's going to just be miserable for them. There are general balancing perks that are banned across the board for both Survivor and Killer. But for Doctor specifically, it's mainly healing perks. We have Botany Knowledge, Camaraderie, Dead Hard, Deliverance, Desperate Measures, Inner Strength, Leader, and Self-Care. And the thought process behind that is, well, he's an M1 killer and he doesn't really have that map pressure. So if you have like someone like a designated hit taker who's continuously, healing and coming back to take hits, he's probably not going to have a great match. It's going to be a little rough for him. That being said, perks like Dead Hard, you can Dead Hard as shock, and Camaraderie and Deliverance just buy so much time for the survivor side, and it could honestly be the difference maker in them getting a gen done to get to end game and get those extra escapes. So just makes things a little bit fair for the killers.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that sounds solid to me. I think I so far, like, I'm gonna be perfectly 100% transparent. I think, like, at first I was a little bit like I guess skeptical about like the amount of perks that were banned and everything, and about how in depth it all was. But after seeing the matches yesterday, I'm totally on board, dude. Like, it is so cool. It's so sweet, like how you guys basically just, you know, make it so that these killers that like normally probably couldn't do anything at all against like higher tier players actually can put on like really good shows. And like having, I mean, shit, we had a Wraith 4K yesterday, you know what I mean? Like that's crazy. I would have never expected that, you know? And obviously you can say that maybe the Survivor team still like misplayed there, but like it's just the fact that it's even possible to happen at all is so cool, because I think a lot of that comes from like, you know, the perks and everything and all the like restrictions. So yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm excited to see what they can actually do with Doctor, because Doctor's a weird one, man. Doctor's one of those ones that I always kind of wondered how he would work.
Yeah. In terms of expectations, I think knowing this team that is about to play Survivor, they're very experienced. Roy plays for Team Agony, who actually won Hexy's tournament last year. Kaz, another veteran player who's very, very good. These guys know what they're doing, expect a lot of coordination, expect, you know, hit taking and, you know, being ready to be there for each other if they're about to go down. They're going to be very efficient on gens as well. Doctor's only banned add-on for this match is Iridescent King, so he won't have that at his disposal, but he will have the strong add-on combo of Purple Discipline and Green Range or High Stimulus Electrode. I would be shocked if they run anything else. That is like the bread and butter of Doctor, or you're going to get looped forever. Like, those two add-ons together make him so much better than he otherwise would be. But
can you remind me which one Discipline is? Is that the one where you like where like the red stain comes on like during chase? Which one's
so Discipline is the one where it shortens his cooldown in between shocks, where he can get his shot, he can shock and get it back and shock again very, very quickly. I believe it cuts it down by like, I think it's 1.5 seconds. It's pretty nuts. Makes cutting off loops, especially at jungle gyms, a lot more manageable for him. So definitely a strong combo, but these guys have played against Doctor plenty of times. They know what they're doing. I personally would expect, I mean, I guess we have a little bit of a unique situation considering this guy just bought the DLC, but you know, an average match for the Doctor, you can expect maybe, you know, before
spectate.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, we gotta get that ready.
That's my bad.
But yeah, you can expect, you know, maybe 3-4 hooks before endgame, and then I would expect, you know, that late game combo of like no head, no way out that we've been seeing so much. Maybe he's able to secure a few extra stages at the end for maybe around 6, anywhere from 5 to 7 stages with a kill would be, you know, a pretty good result for him.
Cool, man.
I'm excited.
Cool. I'm excited too.
I can't wait to see what this leads to, given everything that the circumstance entails, and just given that it's Doctor. I'm truly interested. What map did you say it was again?
Father Campbell.
Father Campbell's. Yep.
Father Campbell's. I see. Interesting.
First time we're seeing this one, so
interesting. I'm eager to actually see what happens. Holy shit.
Yeah, I feel like it could go either. I think Father Campbell's a pretty decent map. I mean, like overall, so it's not really that surprising for me to see it, I guess.
Yeah.
I feel like from a completely not professional standpoint here, like from a complete amateur to this whole thing, I feel like the entire shack area is going to be goddamn terrifying, though. That whole area is always horrifying on this map, dude. Like that jungle gym that spawns right beside shack. I feel like, especially against Doctor too, I feel like there's going to be a lot of like, you can get shocked and just go to like the next tile type thing, right? I feel like that's a lot of the big plays that you can make against them. So I wouldn't be surprised if something happens like there. Like I don't know if they're gonna take that into account. I'm not sure how much they like plan around the maps, or if they kind of like wing it. I imagine you probably wing it and you don't really like plan that far ahead, because obviously there's too many variables to be able to do it. But
true.
Yeah. The other thing you have to keep in mind though is the other side of it, where the killers are forced to bring that basement offering for shack, and a lot of action can happen there. And not only that, sometimes you can see a tight 3-gen around this shack area as well, but looks like he got corrupt on the other side.
Yeah, good corrupt spawn, good spawn for him too. I can't wait to see where this leads. I don't want to say too much about perks, but
definitely a pretty solid build that we'll talk about a little bit later. I don't want to, you know, we're on a 5-minute delay, but we can wait maybe like 5 minutes before we talk about it.
He's already 2 people.
Yep, and he's already timing. I mean, he's timing for someone that just bought Doctor. You know, he's timing the shocks pretty well. I gotta say.
You shocked me, Doctor. You shocked me.
Hardy fucking har, Ralph. Hardy goddamn har. No, but really, he's doing solid. I mean, he already denied a vault and then a pallet throw and then got a hit, which is very solid. She's up on the hill. Did she have balanced? Yeah, she did. So now she's running away to Narnia. Ooh, she actually predicted correctly.
He's on this side, so her team is now going to the gens and actively starting to work on the gens.
Yeah, that's true as well. He's gonna deny that, and down she goes.
Ooh, doctor, negative day one doctor.
I know. Look at him go, dude. I know. Check him out. I'm surprised the survivor there didn't like attempt to like loop around the pallet or anything, and instead just kind of stayed. I'm not really sure what was going on there, but I mean, hey, regardless, he gets the down, so we'll see what he tries to do here. They pop a gen. Oh, this one's close too.
Finds ace. He actually committed to the vault. Oh, looks like it's live.
Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, he committed to the vault, so even though the shot came in, like he did get shocked, but it just didn't register because he had already hit spacebar and the vault had already gone through. All right, Claudette's got the save. I'm curious to see. Yeah, he's definitely going to be going for the Nancy here. 100% going for the Nancy. He should be able to deny this pallet. Boom.
And she should go down.
Yeah. Now it's the old DS lottery. Did he pick the one guy with DS? No. No, he did not.
What a feeling. What a feeling.
Right? Terrifying, dude. Horrifying.
And it's also a tell that Claudette apparently doesn't have borrowed as well.
What is it? Yeah, actually,
well,
probably.
I mean, she ran away. I mean, like, I guess like you have to regardless, because you could just wait to him win you anyways. But I mean, I guess you could have just waited it out if she didn't have it. I'm not sure, but
I'm kind of curious. I'm gonna go check. Wait, it was who was it? It was Claudette. Yeah, which is royalty, right?
And no bar. So I guess it necessarily wasn't a tell, but yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but you
did throw down the pallet and everything as well.
Yeah. No, I think you were actually right. I think that probably is true. I think if there was borrowed time, they probably wouldn't have thrown the pallet and would have just probably taken the hit. So yeah, I think you're probably correct. It looks like he's gonna try to secure this here, but here comes the rescue squad, baby.
He wants to keep the hook and keep this 3-gen.
Yeah, Ace is gonna go. I'm sure the two teammates are gonna be working on gens. Oh, the denying of the unhook though.
Stopped it.
So they have one teammate out there still working on gens, but they're gonna attempt to get the save just to buy them a little bit more time.
Oh, he actually goes for the M1. I mean, he gets the one down. Fucking holy lord.
Yeah, he's gonna get the down on the Claudette, but you know he wants to get this Nancy and he wants to get her out of the game ASAP. But again, the whole time he's doing this, Nia's gonna be doing gens, so he's on a timer. He's on about an 80-second timer before all the gens are done. And he does get it. He does get her though. So
I should see if Ace was already picking her up. Yes.
Yeah, Ace is already getting Claudette up, so they're gonna be up and probably bailing out. He's gonna be able to find her though. I gotta say the gen. Actually, she's not even on a gen.
Oh no.
Oh no, that's interesting. I wonder if they were struggling to find him because they might be kind of split.
True. I mean, yeah, and plus all the gens are on this side, so she was probably trying to avoid it, but there was no communication about the amount of gens on this side. I'm assuming.
Yeah, there's 2 here, and it looks like actually, are they all here? Are all 3 of the gens here?
Yes.
Oh, that's actually really strong for the killer right now because he's
doctor.
Yeah. He's got him hooked in the 3-gen. This is actually looking very dire for Horizon. Actually,
I don't know if he just didn't hear her on the gen. He definitely saw her on the gen. He's running away from it now. There's definitely at least one person on the gen over there.
Yeah, this is as good as it gets for the killer. He has someone hooked literally in the middle of his 3-gen. He can control the rest of the match just sitting here.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be really difficult for them to do much of anything because even then, like them getting the unhook is very difficult. It seems like Nia also doesn't have borrow time. So wait, does that mean that means that's really bad because Nia and Claudette both don't have borrowed time. So the person that's getting hooked right now is just in such a horrible spot. There's like nothing they could really do for him. He's basically
Which one of them has DS.
I'm gonna scroll through real quick. Okay, Ace has borrowed time, the one on the hook. It looks like none of them have DS.
Did she miss DS at the beginning?
It's possible. I'm not sure.
It might have been a doctor skill check with the DS, and maybe they missed.
Oh, true. It could have been like a counterclockwise fucking top right corner DS, man.
Oh, this is insane. Day one doctor pulling through for his team, letting his true killer get some rest. I
Yeah,
respect that.
he doesn't really have to like he knows if they're snapping out of it, but the thing is he doesn't have to commit. Like it's totally in
No.
his hands. He doesn't have to do anything right now other than just keep an eye on this area, right? Like everything that has to go down in this back corner where that guy's
Exactly.
hooked. So there's really no reason for him to chase anybody or go anywhere other than just kind of chill here. And that's what he's doing.
No.
He's just chilling. I don't see how the survivors get out of this. I really don't. I don't see how the survivors are going to be able to get a gen done here.
I don't think they do. Nobody has borrowed time. They don't really have anything going for them. Like, they can't possibly work on the gen. He has too much control with his giant AoE nonsense.
And he gets
And
the grab
Claudette
too.
actually gets grabbed. I think at this point it just became a meme, and they knew that like maybe they're just gonna try and rely on at least one person getting hashed to deny some points at least.
Yeah,
this is unfortunate.
Yep. Okay, another rule that we learned about yesterday is that you cannot attempt Kobe's in these settings. So even though the correct play here or the best play for the survivors is probably just to let Claudette die and have the Nia go for hatch, you can't really speed up that process until you go to struggle because the random chance of Kobe's are just too, it's way too random. I think that's a really good rule, by the way, and I'm a big fan of it because
Yeah.
I think having a match get turned around by a random 4% Kobe has got to be one of the least competitive things that could
Literal
ever
luck.
happen. Yeah.
Literal luck.
Yeah, so I am a big fan of that rule, but that does mean that we're going to be sitting here for a minute. He's going to be chilling in his locker, and Claudette's going to be sitting here and waiting for her to go into struggle before they can get into like a little bit of a hatch enough situation. So this is actually, like, I did not expect this to be the way it went. I mean, based on everything we heard as well about Horizon being like a very experienced group of survivors, and this guy just buying Doctor before this fucking match. They have to be really happy with this performance. Like, really, really happy.
True.
Dude.
And I don't think Horizon saw this on the horizon, to be honest.
Mike,
They're probably
Ralph.
quite shocked.
Ralph, no,
It's
stop
just-
it,
I think he
dude.
got extremely lucky with the gen spawns. Like, in the beginning of the game, it was obviously he had an extremely good 3-gen, and all he had to do was hold that side no matter what. Because if they do all the other gens, I mean, they have to come over there, and he even got even luckier after finding them there and actually getting it down rather quickly on the Nancy, and then just being able to continue confirming her afterwards. And I don't know,
Yeah, it's also extremely lucky that he got both the people that he managed to get hooked were the 2 borrowed time havers. So I can't confirm the build of the first person that died, but it seems like they were missing
have
a
to
borrowed
assume.
time and they were missing a decisive strike. So yeah, you would assume that they had both. So the fact that they missed their DS and also he got both the people with borrowed time on the hook just made it so that it was so much more easy to do, right? Because if a borrowed time save had come in there, they would have been able to buy them so much more time. They would have been able to get a fuck ton of distance and get away from the 3-gen, which could have maybe bought them time. But dude, it's like the stars aligned, man. Honestly, like all the right targets got. The DS skill check got missed. Everything just happened perfectly for him, like literally perfectly.
I wonder where the Nia is.
We'll see if they're able to get hatch here, but something crucial happened at the beginning of the game, and that was the Nancy who was being chased first. She made the right play by running into the corrupt gen so that her teammate could get those gen progress. We'll just watch the chase here to see if they get hatch.
Yeah, I don't look like he's going anywhere. Oh, what's that? Oh, the whiff.
Oh.
Juice. Oh, he gets him.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Shocked.
bet this made their team happy. The team morale is at an all-time high for these players. Absolutely.
I'm
Yeah.
curious. I'm curious where you're gonna go with that, Justin. What?
Yeah,
Yeah, true.
So what I was saying was that Nancy made the right play by running into the corrupt gens so that her teammates could work on gens across the map, and that's what they did. We saw 2 gens basically popped right off the bat on the first chase. But she kind of like played into the Doctor's hand on this one because that 3-gen was so tight, and I guess the unfortunate, occurrence that she missed the DS, so we would have to assume, but like she basically ran into where he wanted to set up his 3-gen. So she made the right play, but it ended up working into the Doctor's favor there.
Yeah, I also, out of curiosity, would you consider it a bit of a misplay that they sent? Hold on, I just want to check the build. Yeah, DS and borrowed time both on the person. So they did miss DS. Would you would you consider it a bit of a misplay, the fact that they sent in Claudette to get the save on the hook initially when she didn't have borrowed time and Ace did? Because I think that I don't know. From my perspective, that feels like a bit of a misplay as well. Because I think if they would have got like a borrowed time proc at all there, or if they would have even got like a hook exchange where the ace got hooked, or like rather than the Nancy, either one feels like it would have bought them some time and maybe got them to get like more gen progress and maybe like establish themselves better and maybe be able to tackle that 3 gen a little bit more. It just feels like because there was no borrowed time and like the DS skill check, I mean, maybe they felt like they didn't need it because of DS, but
Yeah, I don't know if it was just a strategy where they had someone go in and save no matter who it was because they had that DS unbreakable, and it was like, okay, if they get down, they're gonna have either perk to use at their disposal in order to, you know, have that anti-tunnel, or maybe the other borrowed time survivor was injured and couldn't go for a safe save. I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but it did seem like it was I mean, I guess it was unfortunate because they ended up missing DS, but it did seem like a questionable decision looking back on it.
yeah, from what I remember, it was the ace who was on the gen over at the T-walls. Like, he was relatively close. I think if I had to guess, I would guess it was more of like a, hey, I have DS, so just get who doesn't matter. Like, I'll hit the DS. And then I think that failed DS actually played a way bigger role than I think it initially seems like. Because I think that plays into their strat a lot, right? I think the whole fact that they didn't even send a borrowed time to get the save, they were probably relying on that. And then once it failed, it was just like, ah, fuck, what now, you know? And then it all kind of falls apart. So that's crazy. That was not what I was expecting out of that Doctor game at all.
Yeah,
that was
definitely not at all. I knew we were going to have chaos, but I didn't think it was going to be like that and this early. But
yeah,
it's going to be an interesting second half of Doctor match we have coming up here now.
Yep.
I hope that Doctor at least gets lucky enough with his gen spawns and his own spawn for corrupt as well, to be honest, because the last Doctor was literally absolutely set up perfectly to win. I mean,
yeah, he got so many points. Like, dude, the point differential is so big right now too that like their Doctor needs to have a good performance from Horizon. Like, if their Doctor player doesn't like put up some good points, they're going to be going down a lot going into the next group of killers, which is not really ideal, you know? Certainly not ideal.
We saw it the other night. When you go down early and there's such a large gap to make up in terms of points, it is just rough. Because if you have one off game after that, it's pretty much over with. You can't. And the thing is with these matches, it's almost like a game of momentum, right? Yeah. Like, the emotions and everything, like all the pressure, everyone watching, that's like a real factor in these for a lot of these players. And you don't want to have a bad round and then have to be, worrying about that or be upset over that going forward. Like, especially if you're a killer player and you're out there on your own, you just want to have a clear mind and be able to get the best result that you can. But that was quite the start there for Team Jinx.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing that a lot of people got to keep in mind as well, is just how stressful it is, right? Like, I mean, hell, I know some people that stress the fuck out over just queuing up for public matches as killer, right? True. Like, some people will literally come to me and be like, Tofu, I can't queue up for killer. There's too much anxiety. There's too much stress over it. And I'm like, I try to help them and give them advice, but imagine that, but on a level of like, you're literally in a tournament and like, that there's like thousands of eyes watching you. You know that your team is 100% relying on you to play well, right? Like, you don't want to let down your team. You don't want to like look bad in a group in front of a bunch of people. Dude, there's so much pressure involved. I'm not jealous. That's for sure. I ain't jealous of the situation. I would be feeling the pressure for sure.
Because that's like a big thing for most people. Just the judgment of going into something and not performing well at all and being judged for that. And this is on a scale of that times 10. Like, they're literally being judged by thousands of people. And a lot of stuff is on the line. And especially when you're literally signing up to be in a situation to where you're trying to prove that you're actually really better than everyone else, essentially. Mm-hmm. It's rough. I honestly can't imagine it, but I mean, after that last performance, I mean, negative day one Doctor, pulling through for his team, getting that DLC, making sure it was worth the money. I respect all of it. I absolutely respect it.
That man's the prodigy, dude.
It was juice motherfucking 30, and he juiced him.
He's trying to win the tournament so he can pay off his DLC fund, dude.
Absolutely.
He's got to turn a profit now, dude. He's supposed to end up in the negative,
God, I'm so glad he didn't lose that game. That would have hurt my soul. Imagine losing $7 just to lose a game in a DbD tournament. I would have been salty as hell. I promise I would have been salty as hell.
Oh man. Looks like we're setting up the other lobby though. Looks like Royalty is going to be the killer. for Horizon.
What add-ons was that doctor using? I promise I never even looked at it.
It
It
was-
was purple discipline and high stimulus electrode.
exactly what
as
you said?
expected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm honestly expecting not even really the perks will change this game, to be honest.
Yeah, we
I
didn't even
can't imagine it.
we didn't really get to talk about the perks, but he was running No Way Out, No Ed as well, which it's been a pretty common combination in this tourney. So like I think that's the fact that he managed to 4K without even getting to those perks too was also kind of insane, right? Like
True.
he even had the ace in the hole of both of those perks, which is a really strong combination. So it goes to show like how actually dominant that performance was. Like it was like not even close, really.
No.
That was kind
Yeah,
of
and
wild.
the other thing about that, I almost said it, and I would have ended up speaking too soon, but like there was a crucial turning point in that game where he slugged the Claudette, I believe, who had just unhooked the Nancy, and he was going to tunnel the Nancy out, who was going to be on Death Hook. If she still had DS, or I guess things would have been different if she used it initially, but he would have ended up almost like trading earlier pressure versus late pressure. And what I mean by that is, yeah, he would have had a survivor out of the game, but that would have been one less No Way Out stack for later on if they managed to get the gens done. So interesting to see kind of those micro decisions that the killers have to make and balance while they're playing in these games.
Yeah, I do find that interesting. I find it interesting how popular No Way Out is, while also it being popular to get a survivor out of the match, right? Because those are such opposite like strategies. So it is like an interesting balance, right? I feel like it almost like relieves you a bit if you have to change targets. It's like, okay, well, I don't get to get 1% of the match, but at least I get more No Way Out stacks, you know? So I guess I can see, like, even though like the two strategies don't synergize, it feels like No Way Out's really good for like any kind of like last minute adjustments you got to make. You're like, all right, well, at least I get more No Way Out value, you know what I mean? So that's pretty nice. But yeah, I mean, I did notice that he only had one stack for the longest time, but the second I saw that all three gens were in that corner, I was like, oh well.
Exactly, it was inevitable. Like, what were they going to do? Like,
Yeah.
there was he would have just had to make the worst decision ever and leave that area, which I don't know how you could actually possibly come to that decision in the first place.
Yeah, he wasn't going anywhere for sure.
Yeah, like that he was just set the hell up. Like that was absurd. Even if they did all even if the Nancy was never over there and she never got hooked, if he never left that side and just left those three gens there, like, hello, come do them. Please come. Like, what are you going to do?
I mean, I think if they had all three people up and not unhook, they might have been okay. I think the issue is like getting that unhook without getting somebody down is like next to impossible, you know? Especially, dude, again, like the scenario was so bad again because both the person that died and the person on the hook were both the people with borrowed time, right? Yep. So that just made it literally impossible. Like nothing they were gonna do was gonna end up with like maybe if both survivors came, even then if both survivors came, yeah, there's no way to avoid at least a 1-for-1. Like there's always going to be a 1-for-1 situation there at the very least, which is just going to result in the same thing, right?
I feel like they were just in a position where rather than trying to focus on communicating about the borrowed time, they just were more worried about time and trying to get it done quickly and letting the other people stay on the gens, you know, to spend their time wisely. But it really didn't pay off and didn't go in any direction that favored them whatsoever.
Yeah.
The doctor even made a misplay there. I was going to mention it while it was going on, but everything happened so quickly. With purple discipline, that cooldown is so fast in between shocks. You don't even have to go for a grab on the survivor unhooking. You can literally shock them over and over again.
Jeez.
They don't have time to recover from screaming and unhook. You could have denied the second unhook entirely.
That is interesting. I'm surprised you guys don't ban out the add-on for that.
It's nuts. It's pretty nuts, but it makes saving against the doctor brutal, and you have to get your timing down perfectly. And like we saw there, you know, they were able to get one off, but it's almost like going against a huntress with OhTofu. Like she's gonna 2-tap you before you even have the chance to unhook someone.
Yeah, it makes sense.
True.
Yeah, I imagine there probably is like a timing window, and there probably is ways where you can like get around it. But yeah, that sounds very, very difficult to do. I mean, again, I guess he didn't even need to do it, right? He was in such a good position that he didn't even need to. And maybe that was, you know, the first time doctor, right? Maybe he just, maybe he wasn't a knower. Maybe it was, you know, hey, I just bought the DLC. I'm doing what I can, you know.
True. Yeah. But I mean, if like obviously he's gonna pick things up just from playing against doctor and, you know, just from his teammate and so on and so forth. But he did well. Like majority of the decisions he made, they were all great. Like they won him the game, and Good for them, dude. Good for them. I'm assuming we're really not gonna see that much difference in this Doctor game as well, to be honest, unless there's some unfortunate RNG happens with like Gen spawns, his spawn, and corrupt. But I'm hoping that's not the case.
Yeah, I
Just
mean,
to see it be equal at least.
yeah, I mean, like I said before, the survivors had like almost the perfect start there. They were about to pop 2 gens. The survivors dying in the corrupt. It just happened to be right where the Doctor was going to have like the best situation for a potential 3 gen. And after the missed DS, it kind of just fell apart from there. But you got to think if they hit that DS and they're able to at least kind of run towards main building, maybe have a teammate take a hit, he loses all of his pressure and it's an entirely different game.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like it's so unfortunate that those series of events happen because like and then like I said, the fact that the people that went down happened to be the borrowed time havers, just it all just felt like all the most unlucky things that I feel like could have happened. I mean, I don't know if you can call missing DS unlucky. I mean maybe that's just like a
Yeah.
that's just like someone misplaying, but still like everything, all the worst things that could have happened, I feel like happened as far as like what could have went wrong. And yeah, I mean, I feel like as long as Jinx doesn't allow that to happen to their side, Survivor, I think there could be a huge like a huge point differential going into the final. Would you say going into this, based on what I've heard you guys talking about, like like behind the scenes and everything, like before the tournament even started, is Horizon kind of like the favorite going into this, right? I believe Horizon's like a higher seed.
So this is a team that doesn't actually really have the current the current roster that's playing. They don't actually all play on the same team. They're kind of like a mix of a bunch of veteran players along with a couple of players who have been on the team, but they're all capable and experienced. So they have at least been expected to go pretty far in this one for sure.
Yeah. So I would say they're likely the favorites here. So I feel like that's got to be like huge for Jinx, right? Like I imagine they're probably stoked to be, and I imagine it'd be even cooler too if they even get further out ahead. Like if they can manage to perform well here on Survivor, that would be would be so nice for them to have such a big lead. Whenever they're like essentially the under, I mean, I'm sure they're not the underdog by like an extreme margin or anything, but still, like I'm sure it would definitely be good to get out to such a huge start.
Yeah, for sure. And for those of you waiting, by the way, just to give you guys an update, what's taking so long? Apparently, one of the players who's about to play Survivor had something with their PC happen. Looks like they're getting into the lobby now, but they just had to restart it, and so that was what was causing the delay for a little bit.
Yeah. People are starting to join in now. It looks like we're getting a little bit.
It's good they had a breather, time to chill, be calm, cool, and collect.
It's crazy, man. I've been there before, and in some of these matches, when those types of rounds happen and everything goes wrong, it's like you gotta keep your composure. Like it's a real thing. You feel that when you're out there, especially if you're about to go play killer. And like I said, you're out there on an island, not by yourself. You know everyone's watching you, and you know these survivors are gonna be good. It's a real factor in these matches.
I mean,
that's the pressure. Like as a killer, you are a single person. Every decision you make is literally on you. You're not relying on anybody else but yourself to make the proper decision. And you're on a team, and your team is relying on you as well.
That's also such a big like I think that's a big thing when it comes to anything competitive, right? Whether it's like gaming, sports, anything. There's definitely a big like momentum factor, right? As far as like morale momentum, right? Like for instance, these survivors are probably all on such a high, right? Like they're like, I'm sure they're all feeling it, right? They're like, dude, we're on such a good lead. Like they're probably feeling good. They're feeling like they're definitely like on it. Whereas I feel like the other side, after having like a bit of a rough performance, might be the opposite. So I agree. I think that like ability to keep your composure is huge. And I'm hoping that we'll get that from Horizon. I'm hoping they'll be able to like keep it together, because I imagine that, I mean, that definitely doesn't feel good. Like you definitely know that doesn't feel good to like have a game that you feel like, I mean, I'm sure they didn't want that result. I'm sure they felt like they could have done better. So yeah, hopefully they'll be able to like, not get inside their own head and, be able to actually pull through here and give us a good game.
Interested to see how the spawn works out for him. I'm hoping for everything to go well. That's one of the unfortunate things about DbD is RNG is a thing, or you spawn is a thing, especially with corrupt and gen layout. Those are things that can highly impact how your game plays out. It's rough, but I have faith in the RNG gods today to bless us all, because clearly they were blessed in the last game. So Something's going
True.
right somewhere.
I think as long as he doesn't get something horribly unlucky, like a
True.
like a really bad corrupt split or something, you know, if he gets one of those like
God.
2-on-1 and one on the
He
other.
spawns like in the middle in the main building, and everything's just fuckery. And oh god.
Yeah, as long as it's not something like that, I think they can probably make it work. I would assume.
But regardless, if he recognizes that he has a really good side, then defend that side and have fun.
Yep. But we'll see. I mean, again, I don't think that's like an unbeatable strat. I think like I 100% think Horizon could have gotten around the situation if like again like a couple things happened that didn't happen. Like if that DS got hit, like I guarantee they were fine. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, I mean, well, they definitely would have been a lot better, but it is Doctor. I mean, that is something he excels at. Is 3 gens like just his AOE nonsense ability, like that's something that allows him to have a lot of control, and 3 gens are his ideal situation. That's where he truly shines.
I wouldn't say this is the best corrupt gens. Like as far as like if we're talking about a future 3 gen, I wouldn't say that's the best. Those gens are not exactly the best.
Yeah, I haven't even seen the other ones. He at least has found someone already, and we'll see what he can actually do with it.
Yeah, he is at this T-wall. He is running the same add-ons, so he has high stimulus electrode and discipline, so his shock's going to be coming in a lot faster. And he's also going to have much more range. Yeah, that's live.
Yeah.
He's going to be making it into the single pallet, but he is buying himself some time before he gets hit, which is nice. I'm sure his team is using this time to get some hits. That's the thing about Doctor too, is even though he can basically like guarantee hits on loops like this by denying throws, it just takes a while. You know, it takes a little bit of time. Like every time you go for a shock, they get a little bit more distance, and obviously if you can get to a pallet like that and pre-throw it, then you can get even more distance. So I think what Adam's going to try to do here is just buy as much time as he can with things like that, right?
And this is a completely different start than what we saw last time. This didn't happen last game. They weren't able to save this much time. Nancy went down very, very fast, and the events that followed after, those happened pretty fucking quickly as well. So this is concerning, and this is scary, especially on top of his unfortunate corrupt.
This Adam is actually doing so well in this chase.
This is terrifying.
This is where that like pre-thrown pallet can actually work really well against Doctor. Oh, that was a medium vault though. He's gonna.
Oh god.
Oh, he even got away with the other medium
Not
vault too.
like this, Doctor. Doctor, give me the
man.
nerves. Oh, he's got a bad case of juice in him. Not like this.
Dude, I think 3 gens are about to pop like any second, honestly.
Oh.
There goes one. Oh, this is such a bad start,
This is an entirely
dude.
different chase. He's trying to go back down. He didn't commit. He went up there. He wasted time. Adam got even further. There's another gym popping. Nothing has happened in this game, and Adam's just running around, being able to pre-throw the pallets, waste more time. And
Looks like Nia's gonna be.
If anything even goes wrong, another pallet. Oh,
doesn't look like she even needs to. He's able to he has enough distance that he's able to get to the pallets and pre-throw them. And like a pre-thrown pallet is not like, as you saw earlier, like it's really not a good area for a Doctor to be. Like that's pretty much the counterplay is pre-throwing pallets and playing around that with his shocks. And he was doing such a good job of it. It looks like he might be able to get Nia here though, as long as he can figure out where a pallet is.
It looks like he's going to. Yeah, Nia's going down here, and he's not. It's the 3 gen is not out of sight. I mean, obviously, if they're selective with the gens that they do now, then they can deny it completely. But
he can't really hook in it either, though, right? Like if there is any potential 3 gen that might exist is kind of like across the map, and he's. Yeah. So this is a bit dire. Yeah.
This is rough. Something has to go his way because majority of the first part of the game didn't go his way.
Yeah,
There's like a lot of pallets used, so like maybe he can get something. Oh no, not
man!
Like this.
I feel like he's feeling the pressure that we were talking about. That's what it seems like.
Especially now, like when you're already feeling the pressure and you don't want things to go poorly. But whenever you actually get into the situation and things do start going poorly, that's a reality that you didn't want to actually realize. And now you're crumbling down, and everything is weighing on top of you now, and you don't know what to do. What are you going to do?
Yeah, right there.
Like you're going to fucking lose.
Right there with sprint burst. So he thought he was gonna be able to get on her because she was at this pallet, but then he should end up having sprint burst.
Oh god.
He thought she was gonna fall, but then she didn't. Like even here, he'll get a hit, but again, like how long did that take?
Down. Exactly, it's not a hook, and it goes into further spending time trying to get something, and somebody's here to help waste more time while the other 2 people are on 2 gens, and only 2 gens need to be done in the first place.
Yeah. And it's also a pretty good gen split too, right? It's not like there's anything really to like protect. Yeah, this is not looking good. He has 1 hook so far. He's definitely gonna need to get some more. I think at this point it becomes like damage control of like just like see how much you can get going into the next round of killers, because if he doesn't like make something at least decently happen from here, the next round is gonna be really rough. Really rough.
He's gotta do something. Like he has no way out. He has something to rely on, but he has to, you know, have a reason to rely on it. He doesn't have much of one now, but he's got to try and make something happen at least. He has to at least just try and get some down to help give him
this pal's still here, isn't it? Oh, we got the shot though. Okay, there we go.
Thank God. Oh my God, my heart.
I'm gonna do a quick. Oh, the gen's about to pop very soon.
Jesus.
Yeah, I believe there's 2 people working on it from the red bar. So yeah, that's gonna be done pretty much any second.
This is a much more typical Doctor match that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, this is how I'd imagined it would most likely go. Yeah, because like the pre-throw and palace seem to be so strong. And there we go. Pre-throwing again. No way out's triggered. He does have no way up though. So
true, and they're about to go save as well. He's got to commit. I
am surprised he didn't commit to that Nia at that LT wall. I am very surprised.
I don't know. And clearly he doesn't either.
There goes Noed too. Oh no, dude. And now Nia's free to take the hit because you know that Noed is in. Oh wow.
She messed up the block.
Actually,
indecisiveness.
Actually, Adam messed it up. I believe. I don't think she. He kind of doofed into a wall there.
He should have just held W. There was no reason to hesitate there at all. But I guess they were trying to coordinate, ensuring that he got blocked. But there was just a miscoordination and communication there.
Yeah,
extremely unfortunate.
I think he might have been like looking behind him and then kind of lost track of what was in front of him. I mean, I'm guilty of doing that shit all the time too. So
of course.
I know the feeling, Adam. Don't you worry. But now they can get working on the gates. No way out's done. No Ed's out too. So. Like honestly, worst case scenario here for survivors is they could just let him die and then get out with what? That's like 5 hook stages for Doctor.
It sucks that the doors are so split. Like that really didn't work out in his favor either, and now they have a door open.
Oh, this Claudette's actually injured though, so maybe they can get more. Interesting.
Don't know what she has. She was just on the hook yet. Does she have DS?
Yeah, we can. I want to take a peek, but I also want to see what the Doctor's doing.
Sure.
He's coming back. I think he's.
Yeah. Peek.
I think he realizes because. Wait, it was. Oh, go back. No DS or anything, or unbreakable. So. Nothing really for her to work with here.
I feel like the play for them here is to not be risky at all and just leave and leave them. Like, I mean, what's the point? You're just risking points. What's the value in actually staying here?
Nothing worth risking for them here. If you're Zarina, especially not being hooked, you need to just get away and get out because you're worth the most points.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all like they're truly just risking it. I mean, I don't get it.
This doesn't seem worth it, especially because that Claudette only has 2 hook states on her anyway. It's not the end of the world if she dies, right? Like it's not like the Zarina who hasn't been hooked yet. So yeah, it looks like they wised it up.
Maybe they were just fucking around and finding out just to see if there was something, because obviously if they they can always just run back. So maybe they just thought that if there was a misplay they could take advantage of it.
That was most likely it. I mean they were all healthy, so they kind of had room to mess around and see what's going on. But hey, there it goes, five hook states and only 1 kill. That was pretty much what I was talking about as far as what Jinx probably wanted going into the second round of killers, because that was a huge round for them. Like the whole Doctor rounds in general were, and that's interesting because I believe Doctor was the killer that Horizon picked, was it not? So yeah. So Jinx out to a 20-point lead on the killer that they didn't even choose, which is actually kind of nuts. That is actually pretty insane. So a bit worrying because I mean we're gonna be going into the killer that they chose, Deathslinger, which means that they're probably gonna be feeling confident on them. Although, wait, their killer player was asleep, so maybe actually I take it back. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. But
hey, after day 1, Doctor came through. I don't care anymore. I mean, clearly somebody's capable. Somebody who's awake is capable. So what the hell does it even matter?
True.
Yeah, and we talk about the whole momentum thing. I mean, you have the Survivor round followed by that Doctor round, which wasn't even, too bad. Like I said before, like maybe a fresh hook on everyone and then a kill at the end with like an end game build is a pretty good result for Doctor. But given the way the Survivor round went, and then that Doctor result, and knowing you're so far behind, and now you have to go and play another killer round after that. It's just
stressful.
the whole momentum. It's just so much more stress on you as a killer.
Yeah, I'm sure the format's really not doing him any favors right now with him having to then play killer again right now. He's like, fuck, dude, you know?
I feel like it's even it's even scarier because I don't necessarily, I'm not necessarily implying that Deathslinger is a killer that's harder to mess up with, but I feel like he's a much more dominating killer, and I feel like it's realistic to expect more, you know, domination on the killer side when it comes to Deathslinger.
Oh yeah,
and that's scary when you're, you know, at a deficit in points.
Yeah, I feel like you feel the pressure to do really well because I think there's more of a risk of the other killer popping off too, right? Like if you now have a not stellar game as Slinger, then it's like, well, shit, like I think their Slinger might end up going ham, you know?
Exactly.
I mean, hell, we saw some Slinger games yesterday, and they were kind of nuts. Like they went really well. I remember one in particular where they just dominated the. I'm trying to remember the two teams, but I remember the.
It's Demise and Demise, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Demise.
Yeah,
and
I think so.
Yeah, because it was Demice's killer. That it was French Fry that annihilated Demise, which was insane to see. So that's what I'm saying. Like I think anything could really happen, and I think I don't know. It's tough because I think that's the issue. Is like if for instance, okay, you know what? How about I just ask this, Justin? How do you feel about like Deathslinger's expected results? Like what's your thoughts on that? Like should a Deathslinger perform well? Like what would be the average result you think of like a Deathslinger player?
That's a good question. I mean, he falls into that kind of mid-tier killer range where he can get a good result like we saw the other day, but really you're kind of looking at maybe like a step above a lot of these other M1 killers, like someone like Doctor, where he could realistically get around the 7 to 8 to 9 stages with maybe a kill or two because he has a lot more efficiency in chase, right? He's able to down people much more quickly than what we just saw, having the ranged attack. And on a map like Azerov's Resting Place, where other than the middle of the map, he kind of has like favorable loops where he can shoot over them and then get people down a lot quicker. He's kind of falls into that mid-range killer where he can get a pretty decent result and make up for some points.
See, I think that's equally scary though, because I think if the expectation for Slinger is that he'll perform maybe like a little bit above like your average killer or like, you know, the killers that we've seen so far, then I think that puts even more pressure. Oh, the lobby just died. That's interesting.
I think we're getting a killer swap here. There's going to be a different player playing killer for Horizon, so they're going to remake the lobby here real fast.
Gotcha. But the point that I was getting at is the fact that they're down by so much means that they need to have a big differential in like the points of these two games, and if the killer is expected to perform well, that makes it really hard because their survivors need to play really well against their killer as well as their killer playing really well against survivor. So like even if their killer pops off, like even if this next match that we see with the Horizon killer, if they pop the fuck off and do like really well, if they have a match that's like similar to the Doctor match from Jinx last time, it's still not like a secure thing, right? Because they're still going into the survivors into a strong killer, which is still so difficult. That makes this such more of an uphill battle. Like
expecting to do well against a killer that ensures you can't do well is fucking terrifying when you're actually relying on doing well.
Exactly.
Like fuck, there's so much shit that's going to have to go right this game for them to even be able to do well. It's actually terrifying.
Exactly.
Plus the map on top of that, God, Lord have mercy on their souls.
Yeah. I mean, the easiest way to think about this right now is Jinx being up so many points right now. Horizon's killer, the Deathslinger that's about to play, that first Doctor match we saw, they need to almost match that result right now just for them to have a chance to win in the second half of this match.
Yeah, like I think if this guy doesn't get like bare minimum a 4K, right? Like I think if people are, if I think if like even like 1 or 2 people escape, I think it's pretty like not obviously it's not going to be like a calculated lost game, but it would be a pretty much like realistically lost game. So
exactly,
there's definitely a lot of pressure. Maybe maybe the fact that there's a killer swap might actually be a good thing, you know, like maybe the doctor player, it might be good for him to like maybe like chill out for a bit and relax and have someone else come in and try to like, you know, make it happen, because again, I couldn't imagine the amount of pressure that he was probably feeling, to be honest.
Yeah,
I definitely wouldn't want to queue up again.
Yeah, and I know Roy personally. He's a good player. He plays some killers for Team Agony, who's considered one of the better teams in all of comp. He's a good player. That was just phenomenal survivor play that we just saw there, and really a typical doctor game that I was expecting to see the first match, but from Horizon Survivors, but you know, just so happened that Jinx ended up getting the best of them.
Yeah. I mean, not their day. I mean, hey, it happens to everyone, right? Everyone, like, doesn't matter how good or bad you are at games. Everyone has their day or has their games where they just don't, you know, play to their potential. It's totally natural, but hopefully they can step it up and like do something against Slinger. You know, maybe they can, they can showcase something. You know.
Yeah, and just to kind of, you know, round out this whole conversation regarding what we can expect from Deathslinger, we already talked about the stages. In terms of what builds we're going to see from him, expect a similar build. You know, Corrupt is a given on pretty much every killer. Probably going to have that no way out, no ed combo that we see so many times, just because, you know, not expected to really kill everyone before the gens pop, and you're going to have that safety net there at the end. In terms of what he's going to bring, he's not allowed his ultra offerings, so what we've seen so far and what we typically get is the Prison Chains purple add-on, which allows him to have more time to reel survivors in before the chain breaks, and also green reload speed, which helps him after he misses some shots. In terms of what this... Go ahead, sorry.
I'm actually a bit surprised we don't see double reload. I know it's only a common, it doesn't add that
before,
much.
Yeah. It can be seen, but Prison Chains, if you happen to shoot someone like through a jungle gym or around a jungle gym corner, just helps you almost secure that down a little bit easier than not having it.
That's a good point.
I'm just hoping we don't, you know, like, obviously, we're just like a majority of these games, an early down is absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
Getting any sort of early down and is just, especially on a killer that's, you know, is actually capable of a lot, and getting downs like fairly easily, it's scary. I'm scared for these players. I truly fucking am. I'm tense. I'm God.
I mean, I would definitely rather be in Jinx's position right now, who's like playing Survivor at the moment. I'd definitely rather be in their position, because from their point of view, I feel like all they got to do is just perform decently, right?
True.
Like, I feel like if they just have a pretty good showing, then they're pretty much in a god spot. Whereas I feel like the Slinger is the one feeling on the majority of the pressure right now, you know. And like the match after this, where it flip flops, those survivors are gonna be feeling it. I mean, I guess it depends on how this performance goes. I mean, maybe the Horizon killer will just completely pop off here, and you know, then it'll be a whole different game. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It's definitely going to be intense, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, expect the survivors to really split up gens here. Deathslinger, being a slow killer, can't pressure everyone off gens as quickly as some other killers with mobility, and expect a lot of the chases to be down the middle of the map, where there's a lot of LOS breakers. The edges of the map are way more open and favorable for him in chase. So the killer, his goal here, identify the side where he has a potential 3-4 gen that he can easily hold, similar to that doctor game that we saw. And the survivors, they just got to split up and get gens done as quickly as they can.
Here we go.
Okay, that's not what I was expecting to see, but all right, we are in there.
Doing the smart thing and checking this out.
He actually he
got someone down here. Oh shit.
He did. Yeah. He also has a bit of an odd split though, as far as corrupt. But this is
literally like what you want to see when you spawn on this side of the map. Someone spawning with you, because that leads to an early down, which is obviously
right
objectively
here.
good. Oh shit.
Oh man,
and
this is basement too.
Begins.
Yep, exactly.
Right at basement.
The cuckening.
Oh man, this is exactly what he needs. This is literally exactly what he needs. I'm gonna cycle through real quick. I just want to see. She does have DS though. She does have DS, so that's not
Who's the other borrowed?
The other borrowed is on Nancy. Yeah.
Okay.
So that is. That at least gives them something for the survivors to maybe work with here, right? It's not complete dire straits, but it's definitely not the start you want for sure. Going down right beside basement right off the bat Definitely not ideal.
Yeah, and look at what we just saw there. It's not about just going down in basement. That
Totems.
gen, all that progress
Exactly.
with Ruin up, there it's gone. They
And
got to
It's
go
the
back to
middle
0.
gen. Well, yeah, that gen right there. But they're on the middle gen. They're going to be
Yeah.
able to split up the map now.
And
Yeah.
both the
That's scary.
totems are on this side too. It's not like the
Yeah.
totems are on the other
Fuck.
side. It's Ruin Undying, which means they're gonna have to break both totems to get rid of Ruin, and they're both right beside this. That is.
Jesus. And luckily,
He took no chances there to try to take a shot. He's playing it 100% safe, which is probably smart.
and this is at least the BT player. One for the
Yeah,
hit.
but he might end up just 1-for-1ing here. He is gonna 1-for-1.
He might go ahead and do this as well. I
Yeah,
understand.
he'll most likely at least try. Yeah, she got through the vault though, so she's gonna be okay. I doubt he'll commit to this. I imagine he'll just take the hook.
Nah,
Yeah, he is gonna take the hook. So this will buy him time. We really ideally they're not on any of the totems. I mean, obviously they might not know where they are, but the fact that those totems are gonna stay up for so long, I think is gonna end up being the difference maker here. The fact that he's gonna be able to protect these totems while also camping this basement and kind of protecting these gens is gonna be huge. If they can get that gen done, that would be big. But it's gonna be so hard with him being here, right? Like maybe like in between hook stages. Like if they send someone down to basement and he's got to deal with the basement situation, maybe they can hurry up and get that done. That could be like a. This is definitely a sketchy situation. That seems like a.
She's zoning herself to the wrong side too. If she goes down over here, it's going to be an issue for them.
Yeah, this is kind of an isolated maze tile over here.
Ooh, interesting shot to go for. I mean,
Okay, in my opinion, the win condition here is sending someone to the basement like they are right now, and then while this is going on in the basement, they need to be getting that gen done. Like they need to be getting that gen done over there and getting out of this 3 gen that they're in. I think if they don't get out of that 3 gen, then they are just 100% boned. That was the other bar time player though, so there is bar time, but he's gonna wait it out. He's gonna do the thing where he pulls him. This is also value from the add-on, which is probably another reason why we see it.
Yep.
So
No
bar
counter
time.
to that. You're dead once you have chain on you with prison chains. There's no way to
now
get out of that.
She does have DS, correct?
Yeah, but
Will she miss it?
Yeah, well, no, it already went away. I think it's already been 60 seconds.
Oh.
Yeah, it's been well over 60 seconds at this point, I believe.
That being said, though, they did manage
did do
to
the
break
gen.
up the 3 gen. So
Yeah, that's actually huge. In my opinion, I think that's the win condition. I think if they had not done that, then this would literally be GG already. But that was actually really smart of them to like hurry up and get that gen done.
True.
So, yeah, I think that's huge. I mean, Ruin Undying is still up, but now he's kind of forced. He can't just sit on that side anymore. Like he can't do it because there's 2 gens down here. Ooh. That's man. I mean,
Yeah, he got that.
I think he preemptively vaulted to try to avoid this. Like, you should never get caught there by a 4.4 killer with no power, but I think he might have been preemptively vaulting to avoid the shot. So it might not have looked as bad as it might have seemed, but yeah,
I mean,
that's
it's
definitely
just-
not
it's just
ideal.
one of those moments. It's just making reads. It's a gamble. Like you don't truly know what they're going to do. You just kind of sort of I hope you actually have an idea as what they're going to do. But whew, this is looking rough. But I'm glad it's working out this way at least because that makes the next game even better, and they still have a chance, which is really really good.
Yep, he's gonna be looking for Nancy now because he knows that she's on death hook. So he's gonna be looking around. He knows that she's back here somewhere, probably up on the hill.
Yeah.
I imagine she will likely have balance landing, otherwise she wouldn't have positioned herself here. But yeah, she's already in Narnia, so.
And Claudette's here to save her as well, or to take a hit if needed.
Yeah, they'll probably try their best to buy time here because the whole time.
Ooh,
Interesting.
extremely. Got the heal.
Okay. Yeah, I mean Claudette doesn't mind going down because she hasn't been hooked yet, so that's a-okay.
Interesting.
And again, the whole time they're doing this, it's very, very likely that their teammates are just slamming gens on the other side of the map. So this is all this is doing is just buying time, right? Like less time we got to worry about hooked people, less time we got to worry about someone being dead, and more time that people can just slam on gens. So it's good. Yeah, I mean, there goes one. There's still one more down there on the other side of the map that they could be working on.
And this pallet's still up as well. He's gonna waste time. He at least gets the injured, and she has to mend here. But
This is a bit of an
wasting
isolated
time.
maze tile. He'll probably eventually
Sure.
down her here, but as long as she can keep buying time, that's all her team really needs, right? Like it's one of those like I'm gonna fucking die, but as long as I can just take a long time to do it, it should be
and he
okay.
properly zoned her as well. He made her go to the right side when she couldn't run past that after he started the break animation. So he's gonna get something here.
Yep. So there goes the down. I want to. Well, hold on. We'll see what he does. Oh, the adrenaline! She had adrenaline.
Oh, shit.
Cultured gamer. She's out of here.
Jeez.
And the pre-throw too, which is actually a pretty okay area to be in here. Like he can probably still squeeze a hit if he plays it perfectly, but this is definitely a lord. That was
But it was still time wasted, and he doesn't have no way out as a future secure in this game.
yeah. He's gonna hook her. I kind of want to see. Okay, Claudette's crawling away. These guys were opening the gate. It looks like they're gonna be trying to heal each other. The Claudette got some distance.
True.
So we'll see if he's gonna be able to find him. Wait, I was on the killer. He was like just staring. Hey.
Oh, don't know.
That's
like
a spectator bug that we've seen happen a couple of times.
Oh.
Yeah, they're actually moving somewhere else. It's just a kill your friend spectator bug.
Oh, there he is. Hey, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Hey, you found Claudette. Is he back to moving again? Let me go see. Okay, yeah, he's back. He's back.
Now, are they going to attempt anything at all, or are they going to play it safe and just go ahead and take
See-
the 2 out, not be risky? Because, I mean, there's like that's a big risk against a killer like this. I mean,
Yeah. I imagine in their position you just take the 2 out, especially considering the huge lead they had from round 1 too.
Precisely.
That definitely plays a big part, right? I think if they were in desperate, need of more points, then they would probably think about taking the risk. But I think this is a fine result for them, right? Like the killer definitely performed well, but this was not a oh shit, like we're in danger. Like I think Jinx is. I think they're sitting pretty right now. Like they're still up. If that score is completely updated, they're still up 12 points going into this round. And again, they have a slinger player, so like it's gonna be pretty reasonable for them to do pretty well themselves on their killer side. So definitely not a bad position for them to be at all. But also, likewise, I mean, really good performance from the Horizon killer. I mean, Hamed did really, really well here. That was a really, really good match overall.
Yeah, pretty much expected result, like I said. 2K, 8 stages, very solid result for Deathslinger right there. Interesting build, and I'm curious to hear your guys' opinions on it. We saw the Corrupt Ruin Undying combo, which, risky with the totems, but Corrupt an absolute must, especially on a map like this. But the perk, I don't think we ended up mentioning it, and maybe you guys are wondering why everyone was broken for so long. He brought Forced Penance, which it applies the broken status to a survivor that takes a body block or a protection hit or someone. The theory or the logic behind that is, you keep people injured, you can get them down quicker. But surprising that he didn't go for the endgame build that we have been seeing so much.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised about that as well. I mean, in the end, I feel like based on how that match went, it felt like he may have actually gotten more value out of his Ruin Undying anyway, but again, it is a big risk, right? I think he did get kind of lucky that he ended up in a situation where he had someone hooked in basement with both totems right around the basement. Like he kind of got like the dream scenario for Ruin Undying, I feel like. So I mean, even though I agree that the build may have been a bit questionable, I think he definitely got a good he definitely got good value out of it, I think. So
yeah, honestly, I can sort of see the justification for that rather than something like No Way Out, because I think it's to be expected that they're not going to play as risky, and it's more unlikely that you're going to get a lot of hooks on different people because of everyone's aware of the strength of the killer and how easy it is to go down to him just due to his power. So I kind of understand it, and it does make sense. Like, yeah, and it worked obviously.
Also, like, I mean, we were even saying this before the match. Like, he needed to pop off, so like it kind of makes sense, right? I think if you were ever gonna do like a risky build where it was like high risk, high reward, I think you would do it on a game where you really feel like you need to pop off, right? Like, I don't think that's a time to go for like, okay, let's just do a safe build where we know we can get like a decent medium result. You're like no, like let's try something crazy. Like let's try to get like a really, really good result. And like again, unfortunately, he had a really good match. That was a solid game as killer, but I don't know if it's enough, man. It doesn't seem like it's enough. Like Jinx has such a big lead now. Like their killer is not gonna have to do very much to like secure this win for them. I would imagine. I'm curious to know if we have people. Do we have people like punching the numbers and doing the win conditions, or is that a thing? I mean, I guess it depends a lot on like the gens that get done too. So this one might actually be kind of hard, right?
I am pretty sure that we have just been informed that Jinx actually can't lose based on the current.
Oh, really?
Score, which is a bummer, but I think the updated score right now is, I think it's 52 to 32 or 52 to 31. Sorry, and the max amount of points that you can get on Survivor is 22. I think they might have a chance here, but if they do, it's going to be by like 1 point. They needed pretty much a perfect game. I think our staff is still calculating the the results, but
Yeah, so but
it's going to be they need
sounds like
something
it's-
pretty perfect to
It sounds like
get a
it's
win here.
extremely unlikely
Yeah.
just due to
Yeah.
the nature of the game. It's
No,
yeah.
it looks like the score is 52-29 is what the staff just finalized. So not even possible
So
for them
yeah,
to win.
so not even possible at all. Damn, that's a bummer, man. I mean, it's a bummer that this last match doesn't really mean much and is more of like a show match. But honestly, like impressive from Jinx. I gotta say,
absolutely.
the fact that we went into this match all laughing and joking around about the fact that their killer player was asleep and they had to have someone else buy the Doctor DLC for this match. Like I literally thought this game was gonna be a slaughter the other way. I thought Horizon was just gonna roll them because like someone bought Doctor for the first time to play in a tournament. I was like, dude, they're done for. But actually crazy impressive that they came out and had such crazy performances, man. So kudos to them.
Yeah,
like, honestly.
I mean, looking back on it, I think one of the explanations or reasons we saw that was one of Horizon's players, who's actually one of the more experienced comp players, who's been involved for pretty much since the beginning. They were the one who I think unfortunately couldn't show up. So maybe they didn't have the chemistry that they had been practicing with leading up to this, or just they've missed out on the opportunity to have him around. And I think he was actually supposed to play Doctor for them as well. So
yeah,
maybe just a bunch of chaos happening and they couldn't really focus up or get themselves together for this.
I'm gonna go ahead and make a call right now. Horizon doesn't really want to play it out because they can't win, and we're already behind schedule. So I'm just gonna move on to the next match, which is
I respect
Cookies
that.
and
Yeah,
Eternity.
I'm okay with that too. Yeah.
That's I'm sure knowing those guys, they're competitive guys and they're all respectable. I'm sure they would love to play this out if it made sense, but they probably understand the situation. We're behind schedule, and nothing wrong with that if we need to move along.
Yeah, there ain't nothing wrong with that too. I just to add on to what you said, I do think that like a big thing that plays a role into that as well that a lot of people might not realize from the outside in is that when it comes to like these teamwork based games, a lot of the times there's like a what's the shortening term from it, like the in-game shot caller or whatever, right? Like the in-game leader or whatever that calls the shots. And if that was the case, right? Like you said, he was a very experienced player. He might have been that for them, right? Like he might have been the one that was like leading them and like telling them what to do and like calling the shots. So that might have been where some of that like sloppier play from the first round came in, where we were like questioning whether like the Bard time guy should have went for the save and like little. Obviously, I think the miss DS played a bigger part than anything else, but still, like not having like your normal in-game leader. Like I'm someone that has played competitive like team-based games before, and if you don't have that, if you don't have like a solid like shot caller going on, it plays a huge difference, man. Like it makes things so messy and scrambled. So that might have also played a big role as well. But I also feel like I just gotta like again credit to Jinx for playing that as well as they did. Like they
played well on both sides.
Yeah.
Credit to day one negative Doctor like for fucking coming through. I mean, bro, like that's probably like one of the most valuable purchases he's ever made in his life.
Honestly, dude.
Like that's a tax write-off for sure, brother, because you went into fucking business.
There's actually a clip of him in scoring, popping off after he 4Ks, but I don't want to play it on stream because it's so loud.
Okay, I'm watching that. I'm watching that one after.
A post-tournament watch for us.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out and watch that one after.
And that was the most justifiable pop off ever as well. I respect the hell out of that. So with the next games, what are the killers for these next games coming up?
Yeah, so upcoming now we have Eternity versus Cookies. Eternity, a primarily Spanish-based team as far as I'm aware, although their killer is Wispy from North America. She is very experienced. She plays a whole lot of killers. She's very good. Cookies, I think a relatively newer team, but they are from NA and they've had a decent amount of experience in these tournaments over the past several months. Looks like Cookies chose Deathslinger and Eternity chose Pinhead.
Ooh,
and
okay.
Slinger will be first played by Cookies.
Awesome.
Okay. So this is an interesting one because even though we did like such a long day yesterday of a bunch of games, these are two teams that we haven't seen because Cookies is the team that got the bye, so we didn't see them play at all yesterday, and then Eternity had a built-in bye based on their seeding. So it's literally two teams that we have not seen at all. So this is gonna be cool for us. It's like basically it's like day one all over again out here. It's kind of cool. And then I'm guessing whoever wins this will probably play Jinx, right? A bit based on the bracket.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
All right.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, so I just thinking in my head, we have Demise versus BaldSquad, right? And then we have, oh shit, I'm trying to remember who's who. I think we have Demise versus BaldSquad, and then we'll have Jinx versus whoever wins this match, right?
Yeah, that's
as
all
far
it's
as the
waiting, yeah.
semis. Man, those are I'm excited for those matches, dude. I'm pumped.
True.
I'm excited.
It's gonna be nuts. But it looks like, I mean, it looks like Eternity has a good amount of players that have been playing for a hot minute. Mr. Juan Cage started playing in 2019. They have another player, Ivan, started playing in 2018. Adri started in 2019. Raw, 2019, and Wispy in 2019 and 2020. They did say that the teams that they wanted to beat the most was Horizon or Demise. And they said they're not scared of any team at all.
Yeah,
And
no,
when asked the most important question, do you consider yourself a juicer? The response was, of course, all of us, we are, because we are Spanish. But the most juicers, it's Wispy and Ivan. So I'm interested to see those juicer players and everyone else, and I respect that.
Wait, what is that answer? Of course, because we're Spanish? Is every single person in Spain a juicer? Is that a thing?
That's what I'm led to believe now, and I hope it's true.
Yeah.
So
I hope they come through.
The inside scoop is that a lot of the Spanish players and teams, they take a lot of pride in their 1v1 chases, and all of these guys will spend all day in custom matches doing 1v1 chases versus whatever
Damn.
killer you can imagine. So
they
you can-
literally are juicers, yeah.
Is it
So-
finally Juice 30? Is
I think it might be.
It's actually Juice 30, dude. It finally
It might
happened.
be. How do you say juice in Spanish?
I'm a little rusty. It's been a while since I've taken Spanish. So
Yeah, I never have.
Yeah, you might have to figure that one out for him. I don't. That's cool, man. I'm excited for this one. Then that sounds like it's gonna be a good one.
No, these Eternity is a legit team. They actually were one of the 10 teams that were invited to participate in season 6 of DbD League, handpicked by, very experienced staff. DbD League's been going for like 3 years now, and they only invited the best teams that were in the competitive scene. So they're legit. They've also recently won another tournament that was, I think, only less than a month ago against one of the better Russian teams. So they they definitely have some momentum coming into this, and they got a solid roster.
Yeah, nice. I mean, I like the answer of, like, Ralph asked them who they're worried about playing, and they were like nobody, like literally nobody. I think that's a like cool sign,
I like the confidence, bro. I like that. I like being confident that you're going to go into the match and get that juice. Fucking get it. I hope to see it. I hope to see it.
And there is a chance that they'll if they win this match, and then, well, shit, they'd have to win 2 matches. And then Demise will have to win. I mean, there is a chance that they can go against Demise too in the finals. Like, that was one of the people they answered about who they wanted to beat, and that could be their finals match, which would be kind of insane, right? And like for them, that feels like it would be a very exciting match. So we could get there,
I'm excited. Just the pool of killers for hell the next round. We have the possibility of seeing Billy, Twins, Cannibal, or Trickster. That's hype as hell.
Yeah.
And then it gets even better in the finals when the killers in that selection are all crazy strong killers that will, like, being punished by them usually just is the game ending. Like, the decision making in these games has to get like even more precise just due to the capability of the killers, and it's going to be absolutely insane with that and everything on the line. And my body is ready. My body is ready for the juice, Nick.
I'm ready too, dude. I'm ready. I'm also
ready.
I'm also really curious to see what we see out of Cookies too, because again, it's such an unknown for us because we haven't seen them play yet. And I mean, I'm not really sure. Like it sounds like Eternity is a very like legit established team, where like I think they're expected to perform pretty well.
Yeah.
Whereas with Cookies, I feel like we just don't know what to expect, right? Like
a little bit less known. These guys are, like I said, they're a little bit newer, but they have some experience. I think one of the players who is standing in for them, or it was added to the roster for this tournament, Lunez, is one of the more experienced players. He's played on a couple of the more established teams as well, so he might be the difference maker in, like you were saying, that IGL or person making the decisions on the Survivor side at least. I'm not sure who's going to be playing killer for them. It might be Jazzy or Thomas.
Yeah, it looks like Jazzy's playing in the lobby right now.
Okay,
so.
yeah, I think I've seen those guys play some killers, and they're actually pretty solid as well. So I guess it's going to be one of those things where, maybe we'll see mistakes made by the Survivor side, I'd be shocked if Eternity doesn't have a really clean Survivor match. These guys are very coordinated. They've been playing together for a while, but who knows? Maybe Jazzy has something to say about that.
See, I like that. That's exciting to me. I'm excited to see like the actual coordination, because there's been a lot of situations where like people get in as killer where I'm like, I don't see how the survivors can get out of this. But I like when I say that out loud, I want to see them get out of it, right? Like I want to see them pull some shit out and like find a way to get out of it. And that's kind of like what I'm really hoping to see as we get further and further into the tournament, where we get to like the better teams, right? Like as the best teams move on and we get like good team versus good team, I'm hoping we find like situations where that's exactly what I want to see in this tournament, right? I want to see situations where I'm like, I don't see what the fuck they can do, and then they do something and I'm like, how the fuck did they do that, right? Like that's what I want to see. So I'm hoping that based on like what you're talking about with these guys, I'm hoping we see something cool like that, right? Like some actual like god tier coordination, some really really good plays, like just I don't know. I want to see it.
That's what it's going to take as well. Like against these killers going forward, like they're capable of so much, and I feel like there's a good chance it's going to come down to that, or they'll at least have to like try something, just because these next killers in the further pools, like they're fucking good.
Yeah.
Like Nurse, for example, like it's fucking Nurse.
Yeah, you make one big mistake and you're fucking done, so dude. Like you're done. So
the one thing I'm looking forward to most in this match is, and we got a chance to see I think one match with it the other day, is the unknown of Pinhead, right? And seeing these teams that have less experience against him practicing and preparing for him. How do the Survivor teams kind of handle that? We saw a very, very close match the other night between, I think it was Exhaust and BaldSquad, where the Survivor team got off to a very, very good start. The Pinhead only had, I think it was Disco playing Pinhead. He only had 3 stages with the last gen about to pop, and that could have been a really, really solid result for the Survivors. And then everything went to hell, right? The chain hunt started, Ruin was still up, everyone was injured, playing right into his 3-gen. I mean, he's so unknown, and there hasn't been so much experience with him where people really know exactly what to do. So going to be a little bit of chaos mixed in there for that match.
Yeah, it's always exciting to see that happen. Do we? I know you told me, but could you remind me which team picked which killer? What was it? Cookies that picked Pinhead, or did they pick Slinger?
Cookies picked Deathslinger, Eternity picked Pinhead.
Okay, see, that's what I was hoping for, the opposite for Cookies, because it sounds like then Eternity is comfortable with Pinhead. So that's kind of what I was saying. Like I said this yesterday during some of the matches, where I feel like when there's something that's that new, you can like kind of use that as leverage sometimes if you view yourself as the underdog. I mean, I know that nobody in a competitive scene ever wants to view themselves as an underdog, but I feel like sometimes it's also the reality of the situation. I feel like if you're going into a match as an underdog, I feel like that's kind of like a bit of leverage you can sometimes use when it comes to any game, is if there's something new and unknown, you can kind of like try to use that as a way to like, you know, squeeze in like, you know, big like deficits that maybe shouldn't be there. So I was hoping that maybe Cookies like, you know, practiced a bit with Deathslinger and like they chose them, but it sounds like Eternity was already one step ahead of them, because I mean, I don't know, that's unfortunate. It sounds like they're already comfortable with them, so it's going to be down to Cookies to actually be ready for whatever they have in mind, you know?
Yeah. While we're waiting for this match to load up, just one thing I want to kind of reiterate. I don't think we actually talked about it too much at the beginning of the stream. I know we mentioned it last stream, but there is overall general balancing for this tournament. So if you guys are wondering, well, why don't all the survivors just run 4 DS, 4 Unbreakable, 4 Borrowed Time? Because they can't. They have to run unique perks on every survivor. With the exception of Borrowed Time, you're allowed 2. That's why we're only seeing 1 DS in these matches. It just provides for better overall balance. That being said, there's generally banned perks on both sides for Survivor and Killer, and those mainly have to do with perks that are just way too insane in a coordinated setting. Perks like, you know, Soul Guard or Prove Thyself, that you can literally just gen rush or get some insane value from one perk that will just be the whole swing of everything. Boon Circle of Healing, I think we all have had plenty of discussions about that. I know Scott's been a big opponent of that one. But yeah, we're just trying to eliminate some of the craziness of those perks that, you know, it's a little bit unfair for one side or the other. And for a Killer, you know, perks like Haunted Ground is a huge RNG perk. You can run a totem build and you have to guess which perk or which totem you're cleansing. He could get an entire swing just based off that one perk alone, just because of the randomness of it. Deadlock we mentioned last stream, insane value that you can get out of that perk, and just maybe it comes into play in the future, but right now I think it's a little bit just unknown in terms of how strong it really can be when, you know, given the level of play that we have right now. So that's why you're not seeing those perks allowed.
And that's the beauty of community comp. We're actually in control over what we allow in comp to try and actually make it, you know, as competitive as we reasonably competitive as we can, and that's great. That's why doing this stuff is great, and it's enjoyable. Comp DbD is fun. Like that's what a lot of us are attracted to, is the competitiveness, and making that more reasonable and realistic is fucking fantastic.
Yep.
We're into the game.
Okay, that's I like
What
this build.
is
I like
that?
this. I like it.
I can't. I'm trying to. Oh, brother, I'm fucking play Huntress.
That's the perk that you've been running lately, okay? That
This
recently
is a perk
got
that's, yeah,
it recently
been
got
buffed,
changed.
and it is
Oh,
pretty
shit.
nuts.
yeah, you
Does
you
that
know it.
work with what I think it works with?
I
Does
mean,
it?
it should work anytime. Man, I'm trying not to spoil it. I'm sure they're
I
gonna
know,
find
I
out in
know,
5
I know.
minutes. In 5 minutes,
we'll
they're-
find out. Ooh.
No, okay. What I'm saying is that we're on a 5-minute delay. Okay, they broke it anyway. It was blood
Well,
favor.
we're not finding out shit. Does that work just off of the hit from the M2?
I mean, if they take a damage state, it should work. I think it's anytime they take a damage state ever.
Damn, that's fucking crazy.
So yeah, so
well,
like if you shoot them and like let them break out, it should still work. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing it because they broke it immediately.
Yeah.
But that was
Unfortunate.
yeah, that was an interesting perk to see ran.
So his 3-gen is on this side. He did have all 3-gens corrupt over your tracks.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. Yeah, that was it took him a little bit to find his chase, but he did get it down relatively quickly once he found him, which was really good, especially considering he was at like a couple maze tiles. But I mean, again, it was kind of the isolated ones, so he didn't really get a chance. Like, I think the major area you want to be in a survivor here is that middle where there's like 4 or 5 maze tiles like right beside each other. There's so many like ways to chain the walls and like, keep LOS broken, but she kind of got caught in a rough spot. All the gens over here are corrupted, so I feel like he's gonna be trying to keep an eye on the closer gens while also keeping an eye on the hook.
I feel like the start is pretty similar. It's pretty early down. Same for last game too. Let's see if he's capable of getting something else quickly.
Yeah.
As well. They already got the save, and he wasn't anywhere near to do anything about it. He's just looking at the gens on this side.
Yeah, he does have ruin of those, you can see from the gens just like regressing on their own. So like he is getting some ruin value right here, right? Just being able to chase everybody off gens might be worth it to stop the initial gen pop, because we've seen it in a lot of matches today where like when the first down goes down, sometimes we'll already be like 1 or 2 gens pop. So him, oh my god, this is so tense.
There's a shot here.
Yeah, there is a shot there. Yep,
So he's gonna get the M1 as well. Bless.
Yep. But he did prevent a gen from getting down too, which is really solid. I mean, they might still be doing that whenever they're on the side, but yeah, he's applying a lot of pressure to the gens. The corrupt just ended a little bit ago, so it's going to be a little bit harder now, but honestly, considering he already got a hook state, there's not that much like going on as far as gen progress, you know? Like there's a couple around half, and that's about it.
As long as ruin stays up, he's he's able to get something from it just from moving around the map, luckily.
Yep. There's the pre-throw and shack palette. You're probably gonna see a lot of pre-throws. I mean, that's pretty much
for sure.
That's pretty much the old Deathslinger counterplay is just chuck pallets and get as much distance as you can. Like you can see that tap is in Narnia. He is fucking gonzo.
What does the tap have? Does he is he somebody that has valuable perks?
I'm not 100%. I don't really want to step off killer just yet. If he gets down, then maybe we'll take a look. Oh, well, he
had dead hard.
Yeah, he did have dead hard.
Ooh, and got away with that as well. Jeez.
Yep, that actually got on the pallet. And
no, another missing. Didn't throw down the pallet though. Very, very interesting, because what's he going to do here? I guess Claudic can take a hit.
Oh, he didn't even get the hit either.
Jeez.
Oh, no,
Not
Jazzy.
like this. Are we seeing El Hugo?
El Hugo, the juice.
El Hugo, the juice.
Apparently, it means something entirely different. It's like the best translation they can get. But the Hugo,
Absolutely.
El Hugo, regardless. El Hugo. Ooh, that was balanced landing. I think it looked like she was getting ready to take off, but he does get a good shot on her. But this is, I mean, again, he still has decent like gen pressure right now with ruin being up. Like he is chasing people off gens. He's forcing them to mend, so he has decent gen pressure. But that was definitely not
the ye old flick.
Will should
get a hit here. Zoned.
The Z-Wall.
No. El Hugo.
Oh,
El Hugo. No. El Hugo.
Hugo. Oh no. No, he's getting Z-Wall.
Z-Wall juicer.
This guy's a legend. This guy's a fucking legend.
Bro,
Dude,
if another
fucking
hit
Juan
missed,
Cage.
I promise you I would have jumped out of my chair. I would have screamed. Oh my god, El Hugo. El Hugo.
That was insane. Dude, that actually was so clutch. Like on the real, it might not seem like, okay, he let him run his U off for like an extra like 20 or 30 seconds. That just got like 2 or 3 gens done. That was actually so nuts. That was so good for them. Like
oh god.
He took so much longer to down him than that should have taken. Oh my god.
This is what happens when you face El Hugo. Time is your currency in DbD.
Oh,
and
no.
that's all you got. And when you waste, you don't get it back. There's no refund. Especially depending on the perks you bring, there's no refund. And El Hugo got the best of him. Not committing to it, going back to try and find anybody that could potentially be coming to save, but I don't think that's going to be the case considering that Claudette's on the side and the other two, all they got to do is 2 gens. They could.
It looks like
they could lead this and get out. But
it looks like the gen split is also really good. It looks like there's 2 on this side and 2 on the other side, so there's really no like protection that this slinger can do too. Definitely not a great place for him to be in. He can still definitely make something happen, but not the most ideal position to be in. Looks like they'll probably get a 1-for-1 here unless he tries to go for the tunnel. He'll probably try to go for both. He could also maybe wait out borrowed time as well. I mean, with the wall being here, they can maybe break it. We'll see. He's gonna go for it, but didn't get it. Yeah, that wall actually like making the chain break faster kind of like played the part here.
Sure.
But that will be a 1-for-1 at least. But still, that's 3rd hook state. That's on 3 different people. But still, like, there's no one really close to being out of the match. Still 2 gens left. His ruin's gone. He's down 2 perks. He lost his blood favor and his ruins. So, yeah,
this is rough. I mean, the gens are set up perfectly for them. They're capable of getting it. Like, there's no defending that gen over there. I mean, maybe he might go down there and just try and do something. It seems.
Wait, dude. Oh wait, never mind. I thought they did have a 3 gen, but I didn't see the other gen pop. Yeah.
I'm unsure as if if anybody would have been waiting, like somebody might have just been chilling, hanging out just to see. This is like they have progress on the gen whatsoever.
I think this was a big risk play from him, where I think he just assumed there would probably be like 2 survivors on that gen based on the fact that it was across the map from the hook. I think he just kind of assumed it and like took the chance to run down here and like catch them off. To be fair, he did find 2 survivors, but I think that was definitely a bit of a risk play here, and
here's the injured tap as
well.
Off.
Yeah, he can find the tap.
He's gonna get it down here. He has dead hard though. Doesn't.
Yeah, he didn't use it. Yeah, he was the guy with dead hard. He just didn't use it. So that's interesting. I guess maybe he thought he was gonna bait it out more.
Yeah.
This looks a little bit more centralized, but again, there's really no possible way to defend these gens. Like there is no way.
I mean, he still has gotten something in this during this time though. It depends. I don't know how much progress they have on these gens. They've healed and everything. So
yeah, every survivor has been hooked once now. Ooh. I mean, he'll still eventually end up getting the hit, I believe, unless he patience.
I mean, patience worked out perfectly for him.
Yeah, but it's really good patience. That's a harder situation than it looks like. It's so easy to be tempted to like take a shot there. So that was really good of him to stay patient.
And it's extremely easy to miss. Like you don't truly know what they're going to do, and that's the reason she could have made the craziest movement ever and gotten away with it. Like what we're seeing here, he has to be patient.
Yeah,
that's the beauty of Deathslinger. He can just hold it down, force them to dodge themselves to death essentially, and waste time by not moving forward and moving side to side. So it's inevitable in a lot of situations, but it still does waste some time, which is still valuable.
Yeah, it's basically a guaranteed down, but yeah, as Survivor, it's essentially just buy as much time as you could. The fact that Claudette avoided like getting shot by the actual harpoon and like kind of forced him to hold W after was definitely a win for them. But honestly, it's starting to look a little better for the killer here. Like it seems like they're kind of struggling to get this last gen done. I imagine one of the gens across the map might be close, but it's got to be. It's gotta be getting there because they've been sitting on 1 gen for a hot minute. Looks like Nia's gonna be getting the unhook. He maybe could have got a free shot there, but looks like he's gonna be trying to wait. Oh, he's gonna be going for that Claudette
I respect
here.
Not going for it. If he missed, he would have just literally, ensured that he wasn't going to really get it for a decent amount of time. But
yeah, he's playing real safe here. Okay, well there's the final gen pop. We do see the no end pop, so that's his final perk that he's relying on. He didn't have no way out. He would have actually gotten a lot of no way out value
Yeah,
here.
it would have been really good for him, but I respect it.
Yeah, she's insta dead, but there's no way out to block the gates. Both the gates are far away. It's gonna come down to, oh man, that got open so fast. God, they were on that shit, and there they go. They're all out.
That's it.
Holy dude,
Interesting.
that gate opened so fast.
I'm willing to bet that was the tap with wake up on that gate. That's probably a coordinated play there.
Ooh.
And strong perk versus a lot of slower M1 killers who don't have that mobility makes the gate just open instantly.
Yeah,
no way out.
I was gonna say that gate felt like it opened really quick. That must have been it. That's so cool to see, man. That is so cool to see Wake Up actually getting value in a competitive match. That is so awesome.
It's the beauty of having individual perks that need to be run on each survivor. You get to see those creative plays like that.
Yep. I mean, overall, not a horrible performance from Jazzy.
No,
I mean,
really solid performance. Yeah.
I thought that was a pretty solid game, and I would say even based on in the mid game, I think there was a point where he was struggling a bit, but I think he managed to reel it back in and actually get like a good bit of hooks, a good bit of hook states. He managed to get a kill. Multiple survivors were hooked at least one time. I mean, he did pretty solid overall, honestly. So
it's pretty unfortunate they basically played the game with 3 perks for majority of the game as well. Like taking blood favor and then it getting found immediately. That's just the risk of total RNG, and it really didn't pay off for him. It sucks. Like maybe he had a grand plan, but honestly, even if it would have stayed up, it really wouldn't have changed much. It seems. So I'm not truly sure, what the decision making there was for that perk, to be honest, when you could have taken something like No Way Out, even if the game ended up being you only get only really hook 2 people in the entire game because you secured them and guarded them or whatever the decision making might have been to lead you to that, but it would have at least been something that actually did something.
Yeah, it comes back to the same discussion I feel like we have every time versus the risk reward versus the safe play. I mean, it's easy for us to say questionable decision because it got broken early, but there's always a chance if it didn't get broken early. I mean, I would say the biggest counterplay to Slinger is the pre-throwing of pallets. So if you hit somebody with blood favor, that completely eliminates that counterplay, and then you can just run them down and get a down guaranteed. So I think it had potential to pop off, but it's just so unfortunate. I really wanted to see it, so it's such a shame that it got broken immediately. Yeah, I think
it's not even just that. On top of that, it's a lot of these survivors. Blood favor has not been in the meta at all. It is never run until recently after it got its buff, which we were talking about before. Right now, it's kind of serving as a dual purpose of. Yeah, it has that anti-loop ability, but it also kind of gives you that oh shit moment where you're like, oh my god, I forgot how easy it is for this perk to trigger, and maybe the survivors aren't aware of that and they get thrown off by it a little bit. So maybe tried to go for a little bit of an element of surprise there and catch them off guard, which also would have ended up helping out in chase, but unfortunately didn't stay up there. I think a perk, going against this team that is going to be pretty solid overall on the survivor side. Maybe like Ralph was saying, No Way Out, just so much value, and he ended up hooking everyone anyways, so he would have gotten the full 60 seconds out of it.
Yeah,
it would have. With Noed, you got to think it would have, secured another kill even in the end game. Those points. Sure. It's crazy to see how quickly you could swing the extra points with one perk versus another.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking it as I was I think midway through the match, I was like, everyone's been hooked once. I wanted to say it, but I didn't want to spoil the fact that he didn't have it. But I wanted to be like, if only he had No Way Out, man, he would have got so much fire. He would have got so much pressure. But yeah, I mean, it's a shame. Yeah,
I'm interested to see if these Pinhead games, how different they are than the previous Pinhead games, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we still got one Slinger game, but yeah.
Oh yeah, we do. I see. There's been so many Slinger games in a row. I forgot. Holy shit.
And interesting, by the way, I didn't really get into this, but interesting that Cookies chose Deathslinger because, as you see here in the lobby, Wispy's going to be our killer. Notorious Deathslinger main. She has a lot of Deathslinger experience in comp. She's considered one of the best, and
so they just gave her best killer almost.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the thought process here was in terms of the picks for the killers, but she's a Deathslinger main, and she's gonna hit some good ass shots for sure.
Maybe they wanted to go on hard mode. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
This could be scary then. I mean, she's got El Hugo running through her veins, clearly. And after after that pretty good performance from the survivors, that's good for them. That brings up your spirit. Things are looking up. I'm interested. I want to see how it goes for them. I'm interested to see what perks they choose. To be honest, especially if it's an experienced Deathslinger, maybe they got something up their sleeve that we don't know about, and this would be a time to pull it out. Money's on the line. Your everything's on the line. Your country's on the line. Apparently, like damn.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm definitely excited to see how it goes. I think from both sides, I think they're both gonna want to have like a pretty good performance here, because I think if either one of them does, then they should be off to like a pretty good lead going into the pin end games.
Yeah.
And again, the pin end games are so unpredictable. You know what I mean? That I feel like if I was playing in this, I would want to have like at least a little chunk of a lead going into Pinhead, because it's just like, ugh, like I feel like I would be hella nervous about that, right? So I don't know. I feel like, again, if Wispy is like some kind of a god Deathslinger main, then this might be rough, dude. This might be rough. But that makes me excited to watch though, because I feel like there might be some.
I was really about to say that.
Yeah.
This is exciting. I want to see. I want more El Hugo. I feel like they started the IV and it's out now, and I need more.
Yeah,
it's not fair. It's not fair.
You're addicted, dude. You one more hit of the El Hugo crack pipe, dude. Zeo play, dude, was so hype. My God.
It's crazy. I mean, it seems like the most hype, but maybe not the most hype, but some of the most intense hype moments in these games have been around Z-Wall.
Dude, it's because it's so crazy when someone can actually get good value out of a Z-Wall, man. Like, it's actually wild.
And I understand why, because honestly, obviously there's a way to play Z-Walls, but people make crazy fucking decisions, and if you don't expect it, like a random vault when you're coming around and you just weren't ready for it because it seemed extremely unsafe, you have to react, but sometimes you just don't expect shit like that, and people do crazy shit and you get bodied for it.
Yeah.
So especially when you know El Hugo is in your eyes, and there comes that Z-Wall, and your brain's gonna be up to no good with this decision making.
Yeah, a lot of the reason you're seeing that too is because, especially with these slower killers where it's not a killer with mobility like Blight and Nurse, you got to always remember, this is basically the killer versus the clock here. Every second that goes by is another second on those gens that are getting closer and closer to being finished. And if survivors are taking advantage of running to the edge of the map and wasting as much time as possible, you're going to see those plays. And maybe it's just a matter of the killer having that internal clock in the back of their mind, and they're thinking about too much, and ends up being that many more seconds just running off with the survivor running around the Z-wall.
Yeah, I mean, those that's why I was getting so hype about that too, because it's so big, dude. Like, being able to buy an extra 10, 15, 20 seconds at a Z-wall like that is so game changing, man. Like, that is 100% the difference between, especially because I think at the time he still had Ruin up. Like, that could 100% be the difference between a gen popping or a gen regressing back to 50%, so so good, so good.
Yeah, it's that, the time to pick them up, the time to get them to the hook, then the time to walk over to the gen. It's all killer versus the clock game.
Yep. Well, we'll see how this one goes. We're loading in. We're gonna be in there soon. So 5 points separate the teams right now, and I mean, we'll see. I think Eternity's gonna want to try to add some more to that, but I guess we'll see.
I'm just hoping the El Hugo loads in as well.
True. Well, to be fair, if I heard correctly, I think the killer is actually not from Spain. So
no, she's from North America.
Yeah,
but
so it might just be Juice this time.
She's got the Spanish pride because she's playing for Eternity anyway. So
so El Hugo, baby, that's all I'm hearing.
Hugo.
Okay, this build, I feel like you'll definitely have something to say about it, but we'll wait. We'll wait.
Doing the right thing and checking this side just to make sure nobody else spawned over here with them.
I mean, there almost always is someone there. Like, that's such a common spawn.
Sometimes it is, but I mean, sometimes they truly don't. Wait. Oh, I see. Oof.
Yeah.
This is time being spent. They even have one gen on that side not corrupted, and this is rough. He's got to look for something here.
Oh, there goes Undying.
Got the pallet.
Yeah, does get the shot though, so that'll be a free health state. And again, this is a bit of an isolated maze tile. There's really not, like, you can kind of zone them out here and not really like allow them to connect it to anything else. So she's kind of stuck here. Like, she can't really do much other than try to buy as much time as she can here.
What is this other add-on down here?
That is, I forget the name of it, but that basically, right? Yeah, it's cooldown. It cool ever after missed shots. Interesting that she opted for that, which, you know, knowing she's a Deathslinger main, she's kind of going off the norm from prison chains, which we see from all the other Deathslingers.
Yeah, and just to clarify, like, the cooldown is the recovery, the recovery state you're going through after shooting the shot, right?
Yep,
exactly. Yep.
Yeah, like you have a little bit of a cooldown where you like move slower, and you know, so yeah, that actually you recover from it pretty decently faster. But there goes 2 gens. I mean, they did a good job of buying time there, considering they were at an isolated tile without really much to work with. They did a pretty good job of buying time. So even
and they got that gen to split up the map.
Yeah, so even through Ruin, they managed to get 2 gens done, and they got rid of Undying, which is pretty solid too. So, not bad so far. Honestly, not bad so far at all from Cookies, I think.
Interesting.
Oh, the zoning and a shot. Yep. This is this is scary because this is basement, and this is also within the corrupt gens that just became unblocked. So this is kind of that situation that we had earlier with the doctor player, where you have someone hooked and you're kind of within the 3 gen, and Ruin's still up. So I don't know where the Ruin totem's here too. It's here. It's by one of the gens.
This is going to become home for the Deathslinger most likely.
Yep.
He's like, there's not really much of a point to leaving the side because they kind of have to come down here eventually. Well, I mean, unless they just don't want to do anything at all, but that just works out for him, so they have to do something.
Yep. This is definitely now home base. It's gonna be one of those things. Like, this is that exact situation that I was talking about, where I'm like, how the fuck do the survivors deal with this? I would love to see I would love to see them deal with it. So I'm curious to see what's gonna happen. But this is a tough situation, man. Like, this is a really tough situation. You definitely don't just want to let the guy die, because that makes tackling the 3 gen even harder. But even then, like, how do you manage to get the save? How do you manage to get the save while also breaking? Okay, well, they got rid of Ruin, so that's a good start. That is definitely a good start.
That gives him the actual fucking potential of, you know, slowly being able to get progress on one of the gens down here and being able to freely leave it without worrying about it too much. He does have pop, so he's going to be rewarded, you know, with regression for successful hooks going forward, especially now, and that'll help him actually try and keep this side of the map actually locked down, and he gets the Fang.
Yeah, they did just allow that survivor to go to struggle too. They didn't even try to get the unhook before struggle, and I think the killer was basically securing that struggle state before he left. But now that she went to struggle, he's being a little bit more adventurous, while still keeping an eye on it though. So he's not venturing too far away.
Oh no, going for the shot. Luckily has the add-on to help a little bit with the recovery.
That's going to be the unhook, though. I would assume this guy would have borrowed time. I would assume they would send the borrowed time person, but we'll see.
Try and block and waste some time.
He's going to block and then also shoot and then drag, and then that should get around borrowed time, I believe. There's no prison chains, but I think that should still probably be enough. Yeah, it's still enough. Yep.
Now, does she have DS?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll find out in 2 seconds, won't we? Yep.
Ooh,
lost the DS lottery. Yeah. I really should have checked on that while she was hooked, but that's exactly what they need. Yeah, I agree. I felt like we learned with the killer, you know? We found out at the same time.
Exactly.
That's literally exactly what they needed, though. So now they're out of that horrible basement situation. They can maybe recover. Now the Slinger's in this weird spot where it's like, okay, Oriole just landed a mile-long shot.
Good. Fucking mile-long shot.
Like, literally, I was in the middle of saying something, and he just cut me off with that disgusting shot, so never mind.
And during this whole time, somebody's been putting progress on that gen over there. Lo and behold, it's over.
Yeah, they managed to get it done. I mean, they bought the time they needed. They're no longer in basement. Jazzy is dead, though. And unfortunately, no no-ed or anything. No no-ed, no way out, no endgame perks at all.
They do have a door on the opposite side of the map as well, so they're not confined to just being down here. It would have been extremely fortunate if you had the other respawn down here as well. Still would have been hard to protect, but the door is already fucking open on the other side. They're already ready to actually go. Open. Holy fucking shit. These people are not messing around with their time or their decision making.
This is actually insane. They did so well. They managed to get out of the situation literally perfectly. I mean, that was a good fucking shot. That was a really good fucking shot. The fact that you can't quickscope anymore, and she just sort of predicted that shot and nailed it. That was actually fucking
she
sick.
literally committed to that. Like it had to come out before she made it there. There's no reacting to that. Like
Yeah.
it's already in ADS. She literally went into it, immediately shot, knowing that the thing was gonna move around. That's just really good manipulation.
That was fucking gross.
That was absolutely beautiful.
That was a disgusting shot.
And
that was
I'm
fucking
assuming
impressive.
that she's probably going to get this kill, and they're just going to leave. So
they're gonna leave. So that's gonna be very similar result.
Yeah, I mean, these two past games are pretty even though.
Yeah. The points will be pretty close. I mean, we'll wait for the update. It'll probably be very close to around a tie. There might be like 1 or 2 points different, but
yeah, I believe that Cookies is actually going to have a couple points of in favor of them right now because she did not hook the ace who escaped fresh. So
yeah.
Overall, another kind of solid result there from Wispy. Not interesting that she went with the gen protection build as opposed to the endgame perks that we've been seeing, but pretty even result through 2 matches so far.
Yeah, that was a really good game, man. That shot at the end was fucking gross. That was cool to see.
Sure, it was absolutely great. I don't know. I'm truly questioning like the decision making for a lot of these perk builds. Like I feel like especially like when you're playing a killer that everyone knows it's like they're good. They're good at getting downs. Like you understand that these people are gonna play a lot safer.
Yeah.
They're not gonna like they're not gonna give you as much of a chance, which is where you get more value and shit like No Way Out. Because especially when you're playing a killer at this strength, you're probably going to get some downs. So you're going to get some value out of it guaranteed, rather than risking it with a totem perk.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm unsure.
Yeah, it looks like Eternity's actually going to have a 2-point advantage heading into this next match because they were able to get 3 out as opposed to only 2 survivors. So kind of a little bit of a difference there, but
oh yeah, I forgot.
Pretty much neck and neck here heading into the 3rd match, and we'll have Cookies playing Survivor again.
Yep. So we'll be seeing Wispy on Pinhead against it'll be the exact same group except a Pinhead match. And Pinhead's played on Dead Dog, right? If I remember correctly.
Yep.
Yes.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. So that should be a pretty interesting game. I mean, that was a cool one. I did like it. I do feel like with some different perks that could have gone even better still. But again, it's so easy to sit here as a caster and like hindsight 2020 it, you know what I mean? And be like, you didn't get any value out of that. Whereas like hypothetically, if they would have got insane value, we would have been up here saying the opposite.
Yeah,
shit, so.
but like I don't know, even something like Pop, like I can think of justifications for Pop, just because there is RNG, Gen RNG, like you might actually like find a situation for it. But even still, I feel like especially on a map like Azerov's, you're generally like you generally probably feel like you're probably gonna get a 3-gen. Like that just seems to be what happens in most cases. Even if you don't get corrupt on the proper gens, you can still hold the right side. And with that, like that adds on to they're gonna not play as risky, and whenever they know they can get out, they're probably just gonna take the outs that they can get. So where does Pop actually come into play there? Like they're not gonna risk it that much. So
yeah, again, I hate to be like results oriented, but Pop didn't actually get used a single time that match. So yeah, it's kind of a shame to see. Like at least Ruin got a little bit of value because like there was some survivors chase left gens, but Pop did nothing that game. And see me in general, I'm not this is just a personal thing, and this does not mean the build is bad by any means, but I'm not a fan of the Ruin Undying Pop because that's basically 3 perks just to always have 1 perk, right? You either have Ruin or you either have Pop, right? You can't do Pop and Ruin at the same time because obviously you can't kick a gen that's already regressing. So basically you have Ruin Undying to protect your Ruin, and then once your Ruin's gone, you have Pop. So you're basically committing 3 perk slots to only having 1 active at a time, at all times, right? So you're basically always a 2 perk killer or 1 perk killer because she had Corrupt Intervention. So I don't know. Like, I'm not a huge fan of that build, but that's more of a personal thing. I know that the build definitely can be strong. It definitely has potential, and I'm not calling it a bad build. I'm just not a fan of it, and I would rather see other things myself, but that's obviously a personal thing.
I just feel like there's more consistent options, especially with this, because I feel like it's going to be pretty consistent with the strength of a killer like Deathslinger. You're going to get downs. So even if you can just guarantee 1 to 2 stacks of No Way Out, like that's value. That can actually potentially let you get something else because it saves you time at the end of the game for sure.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like, obviously, I'm just some dumbass hunter streamer, bro. These people prepare for comp, and this is the thing that they put effort and time into.
Yeah,
and thought. So I'm sure they were at least confident in their perks because they chose them.
That's why I'm trying to I'm doing my best to come at this from more of a speculative point of view rather than like
sure.
I definitely don't want to come across like I know better than these people because I definitely don't. You know?
We can't be confident in our thoughts. This is not something that we actively sit around and think about and prepare for or do. Like, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and just to piggyback real quick off of what Tofu was saying, with the Ruin and Dying pop synergized builds, like it's exactly what he was saying, and even on top of that, you're gonna get value out of those perks if you're able to stop the gens from popping, right? We saw almost 3 gens right off the bat popping because that first chase took pretty long, and with survivors playing so coordinated and so efficiently, they're gonna go and all of a sudden there's 1 gen left and you didn't even use one of your perks, maybe like pop, like we just saw there. So like Ralph was also saying, there's other options where if maybe there's a chance you're not going to get such a quick down, you're going to get more value out of another perk like No Way Out, or maybe just a No-Ed or anything else. So again, easier to look back at these matches and be like, well, maybe they should have done that, but also got to keep in mind that the killers they're making so many decisions on the fly here while they're in the game, and there's so much that can happen. It's just, you can't really just say, well, they should have done this. There's a lot going on.
Yep, 100% agreed. Also, this is completely irrelevant to the tournament, but I just want to go ahead and say I've seen a bunch of people in chat talking about it. I know my camera's messed up. I apologize. I'm like spazzing out. I look like I'm in the Matrix and shit's like bugging out. I know it's messed up. I can't fix it. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit glitchy sometimes.
It's just an added effect to help set expectations of us as casters, and
how scuffed I am as a person and how scuffed everything that I do is. I gotta have my camera scuffed too. It really adds to it. My scuffed brand.
It's just further proof that you're in a simulation. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see? Don't get me started on that shit. Not now. Not here. Okay. We're here for DbD. Let's not get into simulation theory.
Hey, if we're in a simulation, right? I'm not mad. I'm glad the simulation provided me with a Hugo.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Simulated Hugo, baby. That's what you love to see.
One thing to keep an eye on these matches, and we haven't really talked about it from the survivor perspective, and you're going to see this, I guarantee, in the later rounds in the semifinals and finals. Watch out for whichever survivor looks like they're just running into the killer early. It's usually the survivor with DS, and it's strategic. They want them to get chased with a aggressive build, get in the killer's face, get chased, because if they do, and when they end up getting on the hook, they're gonna have those anti-tunnel perks because it's so common for them to get tunneled after getting off the first hook.
I was thinking that in my head. I was thinking like that needs to be a strategy, right? Like there's so many situations where like if the guy on the hook if the first guy on the hook had DS, we'd be like, oh, they're in such a good spot because they have DS. So I figured that was probably a thing. I'm curious to see how much that does happen as it goes on. Yeah.
Ooh.
We
Some
in
more
there?
Interestingness from
I see.
Today. I'm very excited to see how this plays out.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the corrupt spawn is kind of rough. You found somebody already.
Didn't manage to hit the shot, but that's okay. I mean, she still gets the information if they're up there. And honestly, even hitting that shot wouldn't have really done much anyway, because you got to go the whole way up the goddamn stairs and trek through fucking Narnia to get to the goddamn upstairs gen. It's a nightmare.
It's a mix of unfortunate corrupt spawn, but fortunate survivor spawn. He knows where they're both at, and luckily they spawned. 2 of them didn't spawn on the side with the gens, but more than likely, at least one of them is probably somewhere near a gen.
Yeah, this crow just flew here, which I'm assuming they probably saw. Maybe they didn't.
True. He found his box as well. Actually found his fucking box. I don't know if that was calculated after noticing or just he assumed after he saw that survivor weirdly on this side.
Yeah. That was actually really, really good, though. That's about to spawn a chain hunt any second, too. This chain hunt's going to be huge. They have to deal with that now. Like, one of them has to go find the box, which also spawned far away from them. That was a really unfortunate miss.
Because she was already getting slowed down by the passive chains. It was kind of just not necessary. He wasted the time to actually get the hit in the first place. And then on top of that, he missed. So
look at all these fucking chains, though, dude. Chain hunt is so insane. No, it went downstairs.
Oh, God.
This is a unfortunate start. She definitely could have got a lot more value out of a lot of these.
Yeah, they did find the box as well. So the chain hunt's over, and 2 chains is find him on the totem. Oh my God, why he could have just walked up to it instead of standing right there in front of it, using that for vision when he was literally right there. Oh, not like this.
Oh my God, what is happening?
2 chains, please.
Go. El Hugo from the Survivor. I can't even tell if it's Hugo from the Survivors or if it's just like a bit of misplaying, but
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
oh, this is
rough.
not going well.
There's just a lot of unfortunate events. Like, I mean, he was not going to expect that Survivor to drop the pallet on his side. Like,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
that just fucked him up even further and let them save time. Oh God, the juice inning begins, friends.
Because that might have even been a mistake from the side of the Survivor to drop the pallet on that side.
Was 100%
Yeah.
was.
Yeah, and so it's such a weird situation that you have to adapt to, and it's so hard to. And this is also showing, like, this is why I was talking so much yesterday about how good everyone was at hitting the shots. Hitting these shots with Pinhead is not fucking easy. It is hard.
Like, the Survivor movement is chaotic, bro. It's another projectile. Like, it has a certain velocity, and there's timing. You have to be precise. You have to fucking react. You really honestly do. If you're not doing what he just did and spawning the gateway directly on top of them to try and guarantee a hit, you have to be able to hit your shots if you're going to take the risk of actually going for them.
Yep. Like that's huge. That gives her so much more distance because he still has to go up and kick the pallet anyway, and then she just gets so much more distance.
And that's the value of like hitting the shots, you know, at the pallets after they vault to help slow them down as you break them, so you can actually attempt to even catch up in the first place. I don't know if he's gonna go for another shot here or not, to be honest.
Yeah, she managed to break those really fast. Hey, she finds a Cheryl though.
This place, holy shit!
Oh
not getting
no,
the
these
shot
whiff
of
shots.
fucking in. Now, was this the team that actually chose this killer?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Yeah, this is the team that chose Pinhead.
This is a down. This is a down for sure.
Yep, and the box too.
And
I didn't even
box as
realize.
well.
That's actually
Box
huge.
value. They've only gotten one gen. He still has, you know, certain stuff up.
So
That's
that's gonna spawn another chain hunt.
Yeah, this is synergy with these add-ons. For those of you who are wondering, both of these add-ons reduce the activation time for the chain hunt to begin by a total of 15 seconds. So,
so
pretty strong
much.
combo.
Yeah. That just seems like probably the standard add-ons that we're gonna be seeing the majority of the time.
It's actually insane. It's really, really good. All this free tracking from the chain hunt, just seeing the passive chain spawn and
Survivor?
big, giant indicators.
Survivor's done a pretty good job of getting rid of that chain hunt quickly, though. That shit is not always easy to do, but they managed to do it relatively quickly.
True.
But
Another
still,
good shot. He isn't going to catch up here. She's going to make it the window.
those chains keep spawning in a spot where she's able to break them with like random environment things, which is just really fortunate for them. Also, someone took a hit. They got rid of another totem, by the way, so that was Ruin being destroyed. Wait, no. Wait, what was that? Was that? I think that might have been Blood Favor, but I think it activated right as it.
Yeah.
It activated like right as it got destroyed. So.
And he really didn't get any value out of Blood Favor at all this game. Like, none of the pallets matter because they were either thrown down or a unfortunate situation happened to where it didn't matter in the first fucking place.
Yeah,
I don't think he went down here, used the lunge to keep momentum going in the right direction, but she's gonna get it. He has to hit this.
Oh
Misses.
man,
That's
these
really,
whiffs
really
are so unfortunate. Yeah, these
really,
are.
really is like.
If all these shots that whiffed had landed, this would have been a whole different game so far.
True.
Although this is pretty lucky. I don't know if that was lucky or calculated, but the Jane dropped down. She tried to throw the pallet on the other side, but that shit is hard sometimes when you have chains. She ended up throwing it on the same side.
He got lucky there with that with that hit. Like, that slowed her down, and she pressed spacebar too early and threw it on her side and just cuffed her even harder.
Yeah, that can be really finicky when you're trying to throw down a pallet on the opposite side with chains. Sometimes it just kind of like teleports you back to the same side that you're on. So that's a good hook at least. But they've got quite a bit of gen progress already. So that's not.
He's not in the worst spot. He still has ruin, so he still is able to get some sort of regression if he's able to actually like be in a position to force them to move off gens.
That was a late vault. That was a super late vault.
Jeez, that was fuck.
I mean, she did kind of like hide a red stain a little bit on her way up to that, but still, that was a really late vault. So
True.
Unfortunate for Fang that she goes down. This is two hooks right beside each other. This is actually the fact that they didn't get the unhook while this was going on is kind of a big deal. She's gonna have to unchain herself. Well, she managed to unchain herself really, really fast, but.
Ooh, good lunge. That's those lunges are always like pretty nasty to see, to be honest.
Yeah.
Very
Gonna get another down here on the chain.
Yup.
Not sure, and like again, the unhook isn't coming in. Okay, there it is. It came in last minute. Will she have DS though? I don't know. Oh,
God.
it is. I was gonna say,
time.
based on what Justin was saying earlier, it did seem like that Jane was like the one that seemed to be okay with being chased, right? She seemed to be the one that was like, yeah, go ahead, I don't give a fuck, right?
And knowing that, like, the killer should expect that as well, but I don't know if the best if the best decision there is to just wait it out, but like then somebody's gonna get them up, or maybe they have Unbreakable as well.
Yeah,
or
see,
just to take it and get it over with, and not risk wasting time in the future. Just
Yeah.
in case you hook them at the end and that DS loses you them for fucking certain.
Yeah. There was that other hook though that was like the unhook came in a little bit late. I thought they maybe could have made something happen off that, but they opted to go for the pickup instead, and now they're in a really rough spot. Honestly, like Cookies is in a really good position right now as far as survivors go. Like everyone's full health. The chain hunt just reset, so they don't have to worry about that for some time. Ruin is still up, but the gen split is not horrible. They still have that upstairs gen, I believe, and that upstairs gen is really, really hard to like pressure as a killer.
Good shot, and got really lucky with that chain spawn because it actually went, pointing down towards the hall he was going to go down, so he couldn't actually even break it with the environment. Ah, not like this. That was, yeah, you had to fold that hand, brother. You just didn't hit it.
Yeah.
Somebody's on the box. That's the beauty about Pinhead, man. That's another, they have to worry about the box. Somebody actually has to actively go for the box and spend time doing anything other than, the objective that actually ends up letting them get out. It's actually great.
Yeah, it's just like an additional. Oh wow!
Found Fang in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Found Fang in the bedroom.
It was Fang in the bedroom with the hex totem. Yep, we figured it out.
God, in 4K. Found a shot. Not really saving too much time, though. That's the part of Pinhead. Like, you can hit these shots, but the amount of time truly saved, like, you have to take into consideration the amount of time it takes you to get the shot. How much distance they gain during that time as well. It's rough. It's like a weird payoff. Like, it truly does something, but a lot of the times it's really not a crazy amount. So
also,
it's rough.
Also, these miss shots, like it's such a risk too, because if you miss, you lose. Like the amount of distance that's been lost from all these missed shots has been huge,
Fucking
man.
True.
Huge.
No balance on her though. It is on the
like right here, so much distance
fuck.
lost. Like that Fang just got so much. They're probably gonna be booked. I'm surprised they didn't book it towards the main building, but I think they might have a bit of a strong area
might be
here.
A good position here because he knows where they're gonna be, but here's somebody else to take another hit for him.
Also, yeah, teams for the body block.
Got the hit though, but that's the value.
There to break the chains.
There, break the chains precisely.
And now they can body block. Oh, that was such a good play, though.
Jeez.
That was a really, really good play to try to swing around that pallet and get him before the drop. That was so good. So that's going to be Fang's second hook, I believe. There's 3 hook states. I believe that's your second.
I believe you're right. We're going to find out, I guess.
Yeah, but that gen up top is getting worked on. It's going to be hard to get this last gen done. I mean, they did manage to get rid of Ruin, though, which is really, really good for them.
Yeah,
but at this point, I was just gonna say at this point it's all about managing chain hunt as well as getting gen progress. Again, fortunately, it's really hard to pressure that gen up top, which is really good for them. So I think they're actually in a pretty good spot.
He at least can do exactly what he's doing now, though. Like he can keep putting the chains, and like he literally can just sit here and look at all the gens. But it is a little bit harder to do anything about the gen up top. He has to commit to even going up there in the first place, and then somebody can just come save. But you can't waste your time missing those shots if you're going to go for them, brother. You're sitting on the generator, El Hugo.
Yeah, that's basically all you can do is just take shots and like basically like harass them off the gen, but it's not really stopping the progress, right? Like there's still progress happening. And the adrenaline off the unhook too.
Fuck.
Even with adrenaline being bugged right now, it's still they managed to time it perfectly.
Calculation, the first person going to get targeted with DS on purpose, but then having the last one have adrenaline, or the next one have adrenaline, relying on the actually being at the point in the game to where the generators are done to end up in a situation like this. I wonder.
This is buying them so much time too. Even this play is probably calculated because like this whole thing of her having to take him out of the locker and now carrying him to the hook. This is all time that they can spend opening the exit gate.
Precisely.
Oh, this is rough.
That and not giving her the ability to slug and go after someone else.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
A lot of time being wasted here.
You're forcing the actual pickup, and then if they wanted to slug, they'd have to R key it and drop
and
them,
the
which
door
is
fucking open.
Dude, that was such a good performance from the survivors. My lord.
And it was Fang calculating. She was already on death hook, so she's worth the least amount of points for the killer. Just very coordinated team play there. Good result from the survivors.
Yeah, that was very, very smart. As far as just like overall like macro play of like the strategy, dude, that was very, very well done from the survivor. That was super. That unhook play at the end there was so good too, because that could have easily resulted in either somebody with more hook stages getting hooked and killed, or like maybe 2 people getting hooked and killed. But like the timing of the gen with the adrenaline and like the taking of hits was like literally done perfectly. Like that was so well done, so well done.
I'm interested to see how this next thing goes. What are the points looking like after that game, brothers?
Yeah, I think I believe Cookies is going to be up by a bit. I think
He looks like Cookies is up with a 6-point advantage right now, 43-37. So the win condition here for the killer is a 2K 7 stage, which we just saw the result we had there, and it's not easy, but it is doable.
yeah. I mean, it sounds like it's definitely possible, but yeah, I mean, they're going to have a pretty good performance. But I mean, I feel like there was so much potential that game. I mean, like it was close. Again, like the build was the build was interesting. Again, there was 3 hexes. It was Ruin, Undying, Blood Favor, which was interesting. We didn't get to see very much Blood Favor value at all. Even though it lasted a while too. It's not like it got broken right away. It lasted for a decent bit of time. We just didn't really see much value out of it, which was unfortunate.
I don't know what they're like. With how like safe I mean, realistically, I feel like with how safe you probably should be expecting them to play with like free throws and just always trying to have distance and be ahead in the chase, but and not that not just randomly giving out hits like we saw in those Oni games. I don't know if I like. I don't know how much value I actually see in Blood Favor with these characters specifically, to be honest. Like, if it was somebody that actually truly had a range ability that damages like Huntress, like maybe I could justify it to be real, but
all right,
even still, it's kind of rough. I don't know.
I'm going to explain my thought process on Blood Favor on Pinhead, because I actually think it's really, really good, and I might see where they're coming from. Because to me, it feels like the best counterplay to Pinhead a lot of the time is actually not pre-throwing, and instead, because while you're chained, you can still throw a pallet, right? You can slowly inch to one side of the pallet and throw it on like one side, but what you can't do is you can't fast vault. Like, it forces you to slow vault. So a lot of times pre-thrown pallets aren't actually that good if you can hit your shots. I think the main issue there was, unfortunately, Wispy was like missing a lot of her shots on the pre-thrown pallet. Like, if we remember back in that one corner of Dead Dog where there was a pre-thrown pallet, she missed like a bunch of shots on the dude while he was looping around. But if you can land those shots on a pre-thrown pallet, they're fun. They can't do anything. They're kind of forced to slow vault, and obviously, slow vaulting a pallet like that is instant death. So pre-throwing is really not actually necessarily the best counterplay. I think sometimes like not throwing the pallet might be the most ideal, depending on the situation. Obviously, it depends like very heavily. And I think that might have been the mindset, is like, if they try to go with a play style that's like less about pre-throwing and more about like, keeping the pallets up to try to avoid the hits from the chains, then that would get around it. But again, we didn't see it, which is unfortunate,
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Really, killer like Pinhead especially kind of reminds me a little bit of Pyramid Head, where it's live and die by your power. If you're gonna use it, you better hit your shots, because all that time adds up if you're missing your shots.
Yeah.
And people always ask me, well, what's the best way to do well with this killer? What's the best way to do with that killer? I always tell them one thing across the board: you have to be patient when you're using your power, because every time you use it, with every killer we see, there's a cooldown, is added seconds just going up on the clock, and that much more progression on gens for survivors.
Yep. We saw it a bunch there where she was just trying to like basically catch up to the survivor that she was chasing after, and using her ability to try to slow them down, kind of like similar to how like a clown would with like his bottles.
Yeah.
But any time that there was a miss, it was just so much more distance, man. Like, they get to just hold W the whole time, and then you got to come out of your power. Like, you have to stop to use your power, then you got to come out of it. It's very, very high risk, high reward. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'd say that they probably had a bit of a rough game as far as their general overall accuracy with the power, which again, like, it's totally understandable. That thing is not easy to use.
Yeah,
I know a lot of people might be like, I know there's always like, like Twitch chats full of like harsh critics that thinks they can always play better, but dude, it's not easy.
It's not easy at all.
Yeah, when you're going against good survivors that are actually good at juking, man, that shit is hard to land. It is hard. So that again, I think that comes into like the strategy aspect, right? Like, regardless of like what we want to say about like their ability to hit shots, I think just deciding how often to use the power and when to use it might have been a little bit off to me, because I feel like the risk reward kind of like, I mean, Ralph was talking about it earlier, like the risk reward is something that I think needs to be calculated. And I think sometimes it's not worth taking the risk, like sometimes it's the little bit of extra distance you get from hitting the shot is not worth the risk of potentially missing or not getting the shot.
Yep.
And yeah, I think we saw that a lot that match. I think that played a big role in how long it took to get a lot of those downs, and like the overall time efficiency. I think it played a big role. So I'm curious to see if Jazzy will play it differently on Pinhead. I wonder if they'll play as risky, where they go for as many shots, or if they'll play it a little bit more safe. I'm a bit unsure, so I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah. That's the rough thing about Pinhead, man. It's sometimes the payoff is like it usually just evens itself out almost, you know. Like it takes time to actually cast it, place it down, get the shot, and they're still making distance generally whenever that happens. So it's like it usually literally just evens out unless it's some weird specific situation like around a lot of like short loops and shit like that. But like we saw, like even going for those shots in the short loops, you have to actually hit them, and you know there's a chance you don't. Like survivors can move. Like they don't have to actually guarantee the shot, especially if you're trying to place the portal down on top of them and just get that shot like that. Like they can quickly just make a crazy movement, and if you don't react to that or expect it, you're going to miss, and then you waste even more time.
And also, the portal doesn't have collision. Like how many times have you seen people that literally go into the port, like they run at the port? Like that is hard, dude. Considering that your projectile is like it's like a cruise missile as far as how it moves. Literally. Like it is hard to land that shit on people that are spazzing out like on your lack of collision box, right? Like they literally go inside of you and outside of you. It is not easy to land that shit at all.
I
like
think
it is...
on some in some of those situations, like sometimes there's literally even value in like, you know, you being on one side of that short loop, them on the other, and then even just like putting it out on the other side in front of them, trying to, you know, essentially zone them, force them back a little bit, then just canceling out and coming around in the morning. But it all really just depends, and you have to just react accordingly. And here we are in the game, and just see what happens.
Looks like similar gens block, to be honest with you. Like the actually wait no, it's completely different. It's actually the exact opposite. For some reason I thought the other so this is actually a lot. Oh, he found the box right away.
Finding the fucking box, bro.
Oh, that's so good.
Holy, did he notice where they spawned and just assumed?
I mean, again, at this high of level, people know spawns, right? Like based on where you spawn, you can pretty much assume where the survivors are going to spawn.
I feel like he went back there because from his spawn location, that was a good assumption as to where they were going to spawn, to be honest. And probably got lucky. He wanted to check the bushes just to see if anybody was trying to be immersed in how in the beginning. Finding that first easy hit, and the chain hunt's on as well, so he's got some passive slowdown. Will he find his shot here?
He doesn't have to take the shot because the chain hunt's got his back.
True, they didn't throw it down, which is good. They might go ahead and throw down shot calls though. They kind of have to. He sees a shot, so he doesn't get any value from that.
If he can interrupt that, I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't try to interrupt that box, but I guess he didn't have time. There was
that, and his power is on CD after he missed that shot too. So he couldn't have really done anything.
Yeah, you're 100% correct about that. Because if he could have got over there and interrupted that, that could have been huge as well.
That literally would have been very, very huge. He would have just committed to that. Interesting here.
Yeah, this is a bit of a rough tile to play because that window is strong, but.
True. Well, he had an opportunity there to hit his power like outside of the window in the open area to where he couldn't actually just go around and break all the chains immediately, and he might have gotten something after he vaulted through. I'm not sure what he's gonna do here. Finds a shot, and this should be a down. Yeah,
it looks like he was trying to hold him at that tile to get the hit, and he did a good job, right? As long as you land a shot there, it should be almost a guaranteed hit.
I'm curious as to why the knee was essentially landing there. Like, maybe she was just looking for a flashlight save potentially.
Yeah, she might have been either trying to take a hit or get a flashlight save, but she just got there a little bit late. I'm not sure. That was probably a pickup attempt.
Did he get hit with the El Hugo locker?
The space bar does everything.
Locker? Not like this. And that was a little bit of wasted time. Like that's time spent. It really is.
Yeah. I mean, Corrupted Intervention's now gone. That is a hook though, kind of back in the corner. I'm kind of curious to see what he'll do about this. He does have Ruin, so these gens, like pressuring people off the gens right now, is very valuable. It's not like he, it's not necessarily in a position where he feels like he needs to camp, because he definitely can push people off gens and still get some value out of his perks that way. And it looks like it's what he's trying to do. He's not really like just hovering the hook at the moment, although he is coming back, and they didn't heal. They got the heal though.
Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, they were still right at the hook, and it just leads to another immediate chase. So it just depends. And this pallet's already gone, so he already gets another free injury here. And
chain hunt's coming soon, dude. It's almost full.
And somebody has to go find that box. That's at least one person that's not doing a gen. There's only 3 gens left, so you know, potentially at least 2. But we saw the Claudette. Somebody got the box.
Oh, he's gonna try to interrupt it.
Go ahead and shoot it out. Go.
He did stop it. He did stop it.
He actually hit her as well. Now he actually gets to commit to the person on the box, potentially, you know, an inevitable chain hunt.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure she gets chain hunted the whole time she has the box, right? Yeah, look, there's things spawning on her. So this chase is also going to be made easier because she's going to have her own individual chain hunt. the entire time. Oh, each one for a prediction there that
She's
didn't pay off.
constantly at a disadvantage during this chase, but she does have the ability to actually like actively dodge your chains. Like they do take time as you're actively running forward, so you can move to the side. It's not a guaranteed.
Is he actually dropping this
luckily.
chase? That is interesting.
That's fucking insane, bro.
I know she made it to main building, and that might be why, just because she made it to main building. But that is such a valuable down to get.
I mean, it is, but maybe I mean, you know, he knows he has to protect these gens, and she at least has to waste the time to do that. And she's also injured, so they're probably gonna take that on to heal.
Yeah, it's a pretty good point. I mean, I guess overall, it's maybe that's definitely one of those like could go either way things, though. I mean, I think the fact that she balance landed to the main building is definitely a big part of it. The main building is a difficult like place to play.
Those chains respawning there, fucking or whatever the hell happened. Like holy shit, that worked out so well for him. Holy fuck.
I think he broke the chains of the environment and then they respawned. Yeah, that shit can be brutal sometimes. This is gonna be his second hook too, though. So
yeah,
that's
this isn't looking too bad for him at all. I mean, he's not in the worst spot ever. Like, well, that just broke up a 3-gen, so that might hurt him.
Yeah, the gens are pretty well split right now for the survivors, so there's really no like I don't really think there's any potential plays to be made there as far as on the killer side. I think at this point it might come down to getting this guy out of the game and then kind of going from there, you know.
And he's probably going to achieve it. They took the time to heal, and you know the chain hunt is on its way, so the box is a concern, or at least a thought currently.
I think he might have just did that just to scout that back
100%.
gen.
Yeah, he just wanted to see if he can hear any noise on the gen whatsoever.
Yeah, and I didn't see or hear anything myself, so I don't think there was anyone back there. And yeah, he's definitely gonna have to go after this guy and try to get him out.
Yeah.
We still don't know if he has DS or not though, because he didn't.
The proper time to use the chain.
Yep. He's waiting on borrowed time in case he has it, blocking the window even.
Ooh, the Hugo stare down. Looking the juice, dead in the juice.
Is he gonna get DS though? Here's the question. If not, this will be a kill. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah,
there
hate
it
to
is.
see it. You hate to see it.
Oh man, that's gonna hurt his pressure a lot. Now he's gonna chase him down some more to get the kill. I mean, he'll still eventually kill him, I'm sure.
That was a good chain, man. That was such a good chain.
That was a good hit.
He gets to throw down this pallet if he wants. Good decision. I mean, you might as well exactly do that. Misses the chain though. That was the gamble. That was the gamble. It seems like when he used that DS, he popped that straw on El Hugo like a motherfucking Capri Sun and got a taste for the juice, baby. He's got it in him. He's got it in him.
They got a chain hunt though. They got a chain hunt. They gotta be careful.
Holy
Look
shit.
at that. Two chains immediately. Dude, chain hunt is so strong. It is so strong, man. I'm telling you.
Like if they don't have the box immediately, it's actually good. Like it just that situation right there where you just got the chain hunt for 2 fucking seconds to slow her down or just to do anything at all. And hell, even the people on the gens, like the chain hunt's so fucking great.
Oh, looks like he's gonna find the Claudette. So I think ideally he probably wants to find the tab to get him out, but I think the tab managed to get away. He's probably gonna be playing really safe now, I'd imagine. He's probably gonna be sitting somewhere far away from the gens, just waiting to get healed. Not just trying not to die essentially, because having that person out is gonna make everything so much harder. But he also knows that there's no DS left because he managed to get it out of the tap. So he's basically free to do whatever he wants now.
Well, what they do with this pallet? Already. Holy shit! Bad gamble.
Yeah. I mean, it was a gamble, but I mean, he basically predicted it perfectly. So
yeah.
Good play from Jazzy, and that's gonna be second hook. That's also basement because I believe Shaq probably got thrown earlier, so that's gonna be basement, which is gonna make that really hard to save. Really hard. Also,
it's weird.
You can actually use the power to scout basement, but there's the last gen. Although the build, he does have 2 stacks of No Way Out and No-Eds, so kind of curious to see. No Way Out still hasn't activated either, by the way. They haven't even activated it.
Oof.
So they need to tap a gen and get that activated so that like they can start the countdown on it, because
no pallet here.
Okay.
Missing the shot.
Oh, that was No-Ed. They got rid of it. I thought that was No Way Out, but that was No-Ed. They got rid of it.
Luckily, they're injured. Ooh.
This guy's dead. This guy's 100% dead. If he can hurry up, I'm surprised he's hooking him towards this way and not towards the basement.
Still not activating No Way Out. Like, he still has time after this and he's dead, so there's not much time. Like, he gets to leave this immediately.
Yeah.
They haven't started opening a door.
Still haven't started opening a door.
I don't know what they're going to do. This is the fail. Like, that's something we've noticed consistently with majority of like these teams and having No Way Out. Well, as soon as the gens are done and the door's ready, somebody is usually there to tap the door at least.
Yeah, they weren't there right away. Although this kind of gives them just like they're able to just kind of reset now. Or are they?
A chain hunt. Chain
So they
hunt, and he
actually aren't
finds them
even.
immediately due to the tracking provided. Holy shit.
Yeah, he was able to immediately find out where they were at when they were trying to reset, and now he's able to down the. Dude, this is actually
Oh.
huge. That chain hunt was so huge here because I think that was probably their idea, was just go reset and like not worry about the doors for a little while. But now they now they got to worry about everything.
Still has no way out to help him. Gets the hit, but she did have
There's
everything
no way
to break
out.
it here. They're scared now. They have to be going ahead. He realizes he only has so much time. So if they end up getting her up, then it's not that great
What's
for him.
the what's the win
stage-
condition? Yeah.
Needs 2 stages and a kill on someone right now in order to win. Nia is on death hook, so if he just hooks her with that, well, where is it about? Or Claude's about to get hooked here, so needs 1 more stage now and a confirmed kill to win.
So basically,
Interesting.
if she dies on hook, they win, right? Or is that
Correct, yes, but she
Oh,
has to die
shit.
if they
Yeah.
have to go for a save here now.
Do they realize this though? Do they actually know that's how the points have added up so far? Do they know what they have to actually fucking do? He's finding somebody due to the passive
Chain
fucking
hunt's
chain
still
hunt.
going
Holy
on, dude.
shit.
Chain hunt's still a thing. They have to like. It's so hard for them to do anything. They can't heal. They can't
Oh,
really
God.
do. They probably can't even open the gate without chain hunt like messing with them. Like they have to deal with that, and they're just not.
This is rough. Like, and Laurie's injured, so she can't really stay near her. Otherwise, he gets down, gets the hook, and they win essentially, right?
Yeah, it feels like this is gonna be the win for Cookies. I'm really unsure like what they're gonna do about this. One of them needs to find the box, probably, and get that under control. I don't really know what the gate progress is, but it can't be much because No Way Out was up for a lot of that.
Jeez. I think he might know. All he has to do is protect this hook, and he wins, correct?
Yeah.
He needs
yeah,
to
yeah.
confirm this kill, and they know that they have to save.
Oh shit! So here we go. What's he gonna
Yeah,
do?
the Nia's here. We're gonna have this weird standoff where she tries to get the unhook while he goes for
And
the
she
grab.
moved away
Oh,
from it, so she's
no.
not getting shit. And I think that
And
might be it.
the other gate just opened too, so that means the other survivor's on the gate, and he knows that. He knows that she's not nearby.
He's gonna get hurt.
That's
too,
why
probably.
I think that's why we saw blood favor right there. You see, I think that's why we were seeing blood favor. Like
Ooh.
that like not thrown pallet is such a good spot against Pinhead. It's the far gate. He sees that. He sees it's the far gate, so he can go right back. These guys are injured. They can't even attempt to get the save until they heal. She just missed a skill check on the hook too. That's actually huge because
Fuck.
they need to heal to be able to even have a chance of getting the save. And she, yeah, that's it.
That's it.
That's
That's
it.
it.
That's it.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's it. Wow,
Fuck.
dude. Chain hunt is so fucking strong, dude. It's so nuts.
Bro, him finding the box right in the beginning of the game was so fucking unfortunate. Like that just immediately starts some sort of slowdown, even outside of ruin. Like, oh my god, that was so fucking lucky. I don't even know if that was calculated. Like, but regardless, fuck.
It seemed like it was. It seemed like he had a direction. Like it seemed like he was like, I'm going in, because he like beeline right to it.
Well,
pretty
true,
much,
but I
man.
feel like where he spawned, that's usually a typical spot for survivors to spawn whenever you spawn that far away. They generally spawn on the. Brother, I thought you were scratching your head with a fucking spoon.
No, it's like one of those extendable back scratches. Okay, here, just so
I
that people know.
It looks
It's
like a big shiny spoon. And
It's like an
I respected
extendable,
that.
dude. It's God. These things are amazing. They're like, this is the technology, like 2021. Thank you. Being able to just scratch all parts of my body is so nice, dude.
Holy fucking shit. But yeah, that chain hunt actually did so much that game. That was truly absurd. Like, God, I can't.
Yeah,
I
that was
actually
nuts.
cannot.
And even the one that happened at the very, like that timing was perfect of that
Yeah.
last one, because that one was just a random one. Like it just came with time, right? It was right as that last guy got hooked. And then it was right when the last guy died, and they were trying to they were basically all trying to heal and reset to tackle the gates. Because if they were all able to like heal up there, they probably would have been in a good spot, right? They could have like slowly attacked the gates together as a coordinated team. But the fact that the chain hunt came in, revealed where they were, and he was able to find them and like disrupt the heal, and he even found the injured guy and downed them instantly, just disrupted everything, and then their whole plan was just gone. And dude, that's brutal. That is rough.
Very smart decision there in the end game to go play aggressive, knowing that they hadn't even touched the gates and No Way Out hadn't been procced yet, for him to go make sure that they don't get a free heal off, because then it turns into, okay, well, they're going for a two-man unhook, and if I miss this or I mess this up, then the game is going to be over and they're going to win. So part of what he did there.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that was very, very good decision making. Very good play overall. Honestly, very
Yeah.
impressed with how Jazzy's played both killer games. Honestly, he's been playing really well.
And hats off to Cookie Survivors. They did a phenomenal job too in both games. Honestly, it surprised me. I know that they have some decent experience, but I was definitely not expecting them to play as well as they did. So hats off to them for doing so well.
Yeah, kind of like we said, like they were like the you know, like supposed underdogs. Obviously, like
Yeah.
again, everybody in this tournament are like good comp players. Like it's not like anyone here is like, you know, bad at the game, but like there's obviously some teams that have a lot of experience and like have a lot of you know, expectations, I guess. And from what I'm gathering, it feels like Eternity is one of them. Like it feels like there was a lot of expectations behind them, and I feel like
Yeah,
the fact that
for sure.
Cookies came in and beat them like this was actually huge for them, and they should be really, really excited. I mean, that's
Definitely.
That's got to be a momentum swing for their morale too going forward. They got to be feeling good and confident going into the next match as well. Like coming off that win. That's awesome. That's what you love to see it.
Actually, I don't know what type of cookies they are, but they're obviously good. They're obviously good. Yeah, they
You
sure
know,
are.
probably them chewy chocolate chip. Those are the best ones, right?
Why?
Okay, Snickerdoodle. Snickerdoodle.
I love
mean,
Snickerdoodle.
It could
We
be
gotta
like
go
the perfect
Snickerdoodle.
balance between like, you know, like crunchy and chewy, right? Like there's a good balance.
Yeah,
as long as
yeah,
it's not
yeah.
some like store-bought nonsense that's like been chemically altered to be chewy. Sure, I'm about it. I don't care.
No. I'm talking like you go to like a restaurant and they give you one of those like fresh, like chewy cookies that are like
yeah,
they're still
dude.
kind of crunchy, but they're
and
soft on the inside.
warm. Oh god.
Oh, that's the cookie. Yep, that's the one. That is the one for sure.